returning from...
Alright, we're starting recording.
Yeah.
So before we all bolt and go our separate ways, we need to powwow. Because we need to now focus on the major issue at hand. No longer can I go work on battle suits, no longer can you go do whatever you do, Jeff, and Frank, and the professor, and...
Hey, if you're threatening to kill us, I'm going to do my own thing.
No, we need to figure out how to stop this thing, this god of madness, period. What's it going to take?
We have to contact all the factions, like it said in the email, whether they're good or they're neutral, because everyone's
Email?
going to,
What is this email you speak of? I got a telekinetic
When you guys-
message, but no email.
When you guys arrive at the Riker compound, for the most part, I mean, there's still radio communications going on, just about your standard fare. You've seen probably some traffic going up and down the road. You don't know if anything's immediate or what kind of reach this effect is going to have at the moment.
I call MI5.
Yes.
Tell them if they haven't done so yet to recall the fair weather.
Because you guys didn't fucking contact me. Yeah, that's right.
I meant to call them when we got back from the chantry, but I couldn't get through the den, so...
Yeah.
They were still some 5 hours out. How long the chantry took, and so they should still be several hours out.
They would most likely have gotten to that location and stayed into holding. They weren't able to get in contact with you specifically, but they can pull back the Fairlight. Yeah, they're aware of the situation in Everest, as most folks with extraordinary capabilities are.
You were talking about how when you were in a coma and you went to this alternate future that everyone was like connected, like everyone was communicating. I think we need to start that now because we need enough people to make a ritual where we can get back Anthony Carmichael and Frank's spirits. So I don't think we can survive in Carcosa again. That like, because like, what if we get their spirits? Then our will's 5, and then we can't do nothing.
What is it? You can hear that there's you guys are probably in one of the main labs. So people are concerned because everyone kind of rushed in at the same time. But it seems to be standard kind of usual things are happening at the lab from what they understand. There's still security guards out front. There is a slightly heated debate that's heading off into the next room with B and her husband talking to some other individual. B and her. Yep, that's correct.
My dice phone.
Okay.
Who is this other individual?
The other individual seems to be an individual. Was it? What the hell is it? He is
Dr.
probably
I've been around
early
the lab.
50s, late 40s. Dark brown hair, but he's kind of graying around the edges. He has a beard. He almost looks a little bit like a spokesperson. He seems to be in a one-piece jumpsuit. The background seems to be some sort of industrial complex from what you can see, but very kind of fine lines. Everything's smooth. What's odd, though, is initially you think that his proportions are odd, and as you come into the room, there's no extra dimensional, there's no three dimensions that you're seeing his image in. It's a two-dimensional image, and it's somehow coming in. And you don't know how it's coming in. From what you're aware, I mean, there's no television hasn't yet been invented, so you're seeing some man's image, and it's coming in staticky, almost like a radio.
At this point, this is less than normal.
Fair enough, but
movies
it is unusual. There were silent screen, silver screen,
But this is way more advanced.
and there would be projections that are ultimately a light is passed through the back of the film, and the projector will end up sending light through and pasting that on a far wall. But this seems to be live. They're talking to somebody in real time.
Have I seen this in Dreamland? My Dreamland? Comaland?
Yeah, you've seen something like this before. From what you understand, some of these can be transferred over. What the hell is it?
Here's the
Do you have electronics engineer communications?
what?
Electronics opcom?
No, not communications. I've got...
You're not sure. You think that they used a form of passing data with light, and you're not fully versed on it. We just started. The PCs are talking about what's going on here. We're not sure if you were making it today.
Okay, yeah, no worries.
You got 7 points from the last game. I forgot my spare cable. However, the settings are correct this time, and I brought my freaking spare cable, so
Alright.
got some things handled today.
Okay.
What are they arguing about?
From what you can tell, are you trying to passively observe, or are you just kind of walking into the back of the room? It's a fairly large room, mind you. Okay. It seems as though they're both arguing about. Riker seems to be upset about a few items, and B primarily, I suppose, is defending her husband.
Yeah.
It seems as though they're worried about potentially endangering the entire research facility here with operations that they've been conducting. He's arguing about use of the relay system, and this Dr. Melcott is telling him that he can't use the relay for that particular service, or for whatever the hell he plans on doing with it.
And her invested money.
Otherwise, they continue on as you guys are discussing other things. You can continue to listen on.
So how filled in are you?
You can give me a tactics.
Ruin the world, but other than that.
Well, everyone, anyone listening can give me like a perception tactics or
Perception. Perception.
electronics
based?
operation parachronic. Or I'll give you a default on hypertech.
Come on, Ben. They're good.
Perception based?
Citizens, aren't they?
Yeah.
They've got tattoos that says they are military.
I heard perception tactics, correct?
There's
Yep.
no way the ones that
That means you roll your
Olympian, he's like maybe
technically
18,
use perception as your base number instead of
Yeah.
Well, he could have gone into service and then immediately got
16.
injured.
Doing minus one.
It's on an ACA and basic or something.
they were probably ROTC.
Yep.
missed it by 2. By 4? Tactics by 4?
That.
Okay, is that perception tactics?
Yes.
Okay.
Perception tactics by 7.
Okay. For you, Chris or Erickson, it seems as though they're talking about setting up a field site here, and the movement of troops and items that were brought in under slightly false or misleading context. It seems as though they have a lot more equipment and/or facilities here that are sitting in some sort of dimensional pocket below this facility. Kind of like a staging point. And with your 7, it seems as though this particular group has been setting up some sort of base underneath B's facility, kind of like as well as before, as I'd mentioned, in some sort of pocket of subspace that's roughly slightly bigger than the area that her warehouse encompasses and the field around it. And it seems as though they've been doing so in a secretive manner for some time now.
So B wasn't
And it
aware
doesn't
of
seem like they
this.
have any intention of interacting with the other governments or entities that are currently dealing with various situations around the planet here.
So we have a group in B's
Yeah, we
basement.
don't know much about
Yep,
half
and
the-
their
doesn't-
motives are unclear specifically.
They're just amassing a force,
Yep,
This frock official.
and they don't want
No,
anything
we
to do
don't
with
know.
us.
not necessarily. It seems as though
along with Anthony
while B has been
Can
provided
I
with
give you
tech,
a psychology to see
we didn't
if
bring
they're like
potentially, I'll
if
give you a roll in a
they're-
moment here.
brought a husk of a
It seems
body
as
and
though,
death.
from what they're talking about, it's been somewhat mutually beneficial.
some people
B has been provided advanced technology and resources with this kind of caveat of like, oh, we just want to kind of check things out down there. And it's not incorrect from their perspective, but it does seem as though she was used as a local resource to build all of these elements and get them into play and working.
What
Could I
happened?
do
A little bit like kind of if you were planning on sending in troops into a particular area, maybe you were arming kind of a small guerrilla group or just one individual, and you're like, here's some armaments and some weapons. I'm not sure what you're going to do with that specifically, but just be aware that we're not going to tie this back to us.
Can I give you a psychology to see if they're like the
me
guy is
psychology.
stealing himself against like communication to see if he's like about to wipe us out
He
type
redeemed
thing?
himself at the end.
I'm going to leave with a phone call.
Okay.
But Jeb said
remember
he
what
did
my
not believe that
psychology
Franz
is.
was dead because he didn't like feel happy about
At least,
So-
at least he's got a reliable
Pass by 5?
emotional barometer.
It does seem like
Absolute feeling.
Melcott, I suppose the only time you got any strong emotional reaction from Melcott is when he talks about the relay and that they can't use it to essentially communicate to a force outside and above the pinnacle point, above the plateau of Leng. The other times when they're talking about, well, what is it, this doomsday type stuff and resource shipments and other things like that, he doesn't seem to have any particular emotional attachment. As though he's talking about the plight of some sort of third world country. And he's like, yeah, I bet it's bad out there. You're like, no, you don't understand. Malaria and people are dying everywhere and warlords. Yeah, I feel you. I feel where you're coming from with that.
Okay,
As he
so-
sips his drink.
So I'll kind of mention to everyone, if we have to deal with this guy, I think we could threaten to expose the relay to the plateau of Leng as leverage to get him to help us.
You can give me. Well, you actually wouldn't have the experience. You can give me a hypertech.
Because I know he's sounding protective about this thing, right?
It's the only time he actually seemed generally concerned about anything is when Riker had said that he was going to use it to try to communicate a group of people above the plateau.
Hypertech by 3.
Down.
Yeah, I'm watching.
As I'd mentioned prior, it seems at some point in time when B has been on her various missions, the Riker's facility, along with the researchers here who are very competent, have been continuing on with various parts of the project, and all of this had been okayed with B prior regarding installation of the facility, the generators that have been brewing here, and the relay system. But it seems like they've been making small changes to the relay and adding pieces and elements of the core elements to the relay that are made out of this, what the hell is it, entangled metal. And you are aware that there's one variant from a different, from your memories, that if this is the same thing, it's damn near indestructible. So it wouldn't be a simple process of putting a satchel charge on it and shutting it down. Not only that, but from what you're aware,
It's been hardened.
from what you would be aware is the aperture for the relay is incredibly tiny, but it depends on the power source attached to it, and the relay is not defenseless. The aperture could open up and essentially suck everything into high orbit or smeared off across what have you, and the relay would still exist as an entangled entity.
And the relay exists currently where?
Sitting, it looks like a giant tower sitting in the midst of B's collector arrays, which look like a bunch of old radar dishes, kind of just sitting there. So it is out of place, but the thing is, there's a bunch of these sitting in a wide open field around her facility, in kind of the dirt and grit and what have you. So it doesn't look weird. Looks like some sort of,
It's odd.
yeah. You're not. I'm not sure what the time period equivalent would look like.
Water towers?
Huh?
Like water
Yeah,
towers?
like maybe weird water towers.
I don't know why never figure out why the Dusk Legion was helping in my alternate future.
Not really. Everyone seemed always a little bit creeped out by him just because their background, and they just kind of showed up. They did provide support, but you rarely, I should say, ever saw feet on the ground. It was always just like, oh, there happens to be a resource shipment here. Oh, there happened, what is it? Here's some of the technology we've looked at, and other things like that. You'd come across, physically, they're soldiers, but they're always kind of up-armored, and they seem to be human, but they come off as though they have no cultural familiarity with the planet, and they're very insular and protective of themselves. So I wouldn't say that it seems as though they're emotionless. It's just they definitely have a disconnect. They don't.
Sterile humans.
Yeah, they don't seem to associate culturally with the rest of the people in your timeline.
And
It's kind of like they were helping you, but you're not the same.
so Mr. and Mrs. Riker
Yep.
are arguing with them.
Dr. Melcott. You don't know if this is the same individual, but a lot of their technology looks to be similar.
So,
Like,
I
to the
remember
point
now.
where I mean, there's red flags. It doesn't seem to be the same type of shit that you dealt with prior. It does seem as though they're gaining headway about using the relay. You do get a feeling with your psychology that he doesn't really want to make the environment too volatile for what he has working down there at the moment. So he doesn't seem to be backing off, but he is protective of the relay system. From what he can understand, apparently Dr. Riker is trying to contact, what the hell is it? People, he would say, the Silver Ladder of Mu, and supposedly they're on the other side of this pinnacle point, somewhere out in just outside of this universe.
And he needs the relay to do that.
He ultimately went into the facility. It did seem, from all you guys can tell, that he was generally surprised at the weird pieces of technology he came across. He doesn't seem to be completely flabbergasted. It's just he definitely wasn't expecting anything like this. So initially he had told you that he was going to get back to the compound and try to find whatever means he could to contact this. He seems to have identified the relay as potentially something he could use, and then thus the conversation that happened here. And B's still a little bit in shock that her husband is back, but she's definitely defending Riker against this other entity.
And Melcott's claim is that the
He's
relay
worried
will be
about
put into danger if we use it this way.
Yep, or the fact that I suppose they're trying to contact an unknown entity somewhere outside this universe with their telephone system. And they're essentially, what is it? He doesn't feel that that's the wisest decision to make. He understands that Riker is B's husband, but he'll mention a few things that generally anger B, like he just can't, like, from what you've been told prior, he's been existing how in this outside dimensional pocket for how long. This doesn't look exactly like the Walter Riker that he's familiar with, because this Walter Riker is quite a bit skinnier. He seems to be fairly fit, from what you can tell.
Been, possibly living rougher.
Could be
he's
living rougher.
basically planting the seed that maybe this isn't the same guy that
Yep,
came
and
back.
B, regardless, B is not having any of that.
Right.
Even if there may be, I mean, some of the things that he's saying are kind of true, B is having none of it.
Right.
Do we just invent another madness where we're seeing this guy?
Oh, no? There's a bunch of people that are interacting with it, and the thing is, even though it is weird, there are other researchers here at the facility that just kind of walk around and they'll kind of listen on, but this doesn't seem to be unusual for them. From your psychology, I would say this is something they must have come accustomed to over a long period of time.
I know from previous experience that to me it would seem like everyone was interacting with this guy, even if he wasn't there. So I guess I'll...
From what you
have to
understand
iterate,
prior
right?
with the issues with the Frock is those infected memories would often change your perspective, and it would be very close, but when you would think about it and when people would talk to you about it, the memories weren't quite right. As in, an example of this is Frock, was it Jolene's character Frank had gone to St. Peter's Park near Chicago to go to an event that was hosted by the Blue Clinic, and Frock was giving a lecture on medical seminars. However, later on, people had the same memory, but that was St. Peter's Cemetery, and it was people from the Blue Clinic because they were the last known associates of Frank, and they were performing his funeral at that point. So it's very close, and we missed out on... I can talk to you in a bit here. But what the hell is it? A lot of people had slightly variant... odd memories about what happened specifically, and it seemed as though everyone was talking to you as though you were somebody that should be grieving. But all the PCs said, "Oh yeah, like Daniel died, some other people died. That's kind of things that happened." They seem to be generally concerned. And
That's like
Well,
B has been, from what you understand, prior to this event,
3 of our investigators out of existence.
Or we could
2
go
months
back and
prior
go
to
to
this,
Carmichael.
shortly after the event at Anthony Carmichael's estate, B checked herself into an asylum in upstate Maine.
Okay.
Other than what you were getting feelings off in Carcosa that, I mean, she wasn't dealing with the stress adequately. It seems as though she had talked to Nathan Dweller and talked to an Obduro, a psychologist, for a while, and then spent some time up north in a decent, upkept asylum. And by the time that she made it back out, she had her memories completely erased from that particular time period, and she seems to have a weird upbeat attitude about everything. Every time she feels overtly stressed, she's like, "We can do it if we work together." And you're like, "Who are you? Who the fuck are you?"
They replaced her in the asylum.
Yep.
Do you
That's
give
what we
Steve
get
extra
over.
points for actually role-playing that, or?
You roleplay maps.
He tried.
I think there was some negotiations about gained disadvantage points and workarounds. Things worked out. Her psyche has settled in a format which is pleasing to her.
Okay.
You know, when Walter Riker disappeared, she became a pretty hardcore workaholic.
Right.
You know, if we need to,
Now
I think
she's
another
lazy.
best choice is to go talk to Elvis. As much as I hate to talk to Elvis.
what's
Well,
wrong
that's
with
why I want all
Elvis?
the factions to get together.
Thought you liked
Because
Elvis.
if they can come up with a really solid
Elvis.
plan, then we can.
Hunter talks to Elvis better than anyone.
What's wrong with Elvis?
What was in your reality? What was your apocalypse? Was it lots of entities, one entity?
Machines.
It was the deep ones. They were able to sink the British Isles, and it was humanity was in a Section I was
So
it
did you have-
wasn't a resistance
Were,
form.
were the old gods back?
You weren't. There was definitely large monsters. You had heard word of various entities, and you were aware that, I suppose the big ones were, you do know that something had reclaimed and sunk all of Great Britain. Most of Australia was SOL. Nobody even contacted there anymore. Most of China, Indonesia, and the Everest Mountains were covered in some sort of strange madness, which...
Go figure.
Go figure. What the hell is it? A lot of small towns in the United States just went missing after a period of time, but most of the people died from a weirdly engineered plant life. It got into people's respiratory systems, and ultimately it started to grow and broke down people's tissue into compost. So the vast majority of the human population was decimated at the start of your apocalypse.
And where did that come from? Does he know?
You were aware that it came from a Russian tanker.
And
I think you even have the name of the Russian
Russians
tanker.
brought it from a research lab. It was.
But I'm talking about the originator. Was it the deep ones? Was it the earth
I think it
ones?
was.
it
If
the-
anything, it was the Ming, because it was an
Meagle?
asteroid.
You-
It was the residue from an asteroid strike in Siberia.
So it was the Meagle.
If anybody, because it came from space. And
Anyone give me an
survived.
astronomy
Is that what he
roll?
knows?
Anyone can give me an astronomy roll or even history, current affairs?
I'd rather have Ian tell you what your character knows as opposed to Chris Erickson's speculations.
That's always funny because there's always a slant on
Because
how the
that's-
information.
That's what I remember that we understood.
It's completely understandable because I know certain background information that you don't know. So then I give you this core book, and then you need to fill up all the back points now. So there's like other elements, and it gets really fun when it goes on to Dusty to someone else, where he took out the items he liked. Like, I'm going to take that. I like the shininess of that object. I'm going to put some things over here.
That's why
And
you
then
pull people
he
aside.
packages it and now puts it to somebody else.
How come that wasn't brought up before the Madness in the Mountains?
He never thought it was
He
relevant.
never mentioned it. I never knew we were putting madness in the mountains in my alternate reality.
If you remember, I
He
specifically
mentioned it to
mentioned
you.
that in China there was something happening. Ultimately, the whole area is
There was
cornered
madness.
off. They weren't able to deal with certain things. People came out of like the mists all crazy. I never said the word madness, but I said that there were weird creatures like giant worms and dragons.
It was a
and weird
little overwhelming,
madness.
okay? I was just focusing on surviving.
In fairness, I gave him like a big ass pamphlet of like stuff. So there's like whether or not.
Oh, yeah.
So then let's look to see, was there something going on with Mormo, or what we'd assume to be Mormo in New York, in his reality?
In his reality, New York was just gone. There was a large detonation in New York at some point in time. Nobody went there because it looked as though there was a huge military event that took place there, and the entire area was a massive shallow. So it was shitty. Nobody really went
I
there.
think we
Man,
stopped
The
you
at
only
only-
the city or the
Right.
state.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to see, is how much of his
The city
reality
specifically,
coincides
it was
with
only
what's
northern
starting
New
to
York that was
fall.
kind of okay.
Well, my
You're
point
also
is that I
similar.
don't think we can
You also
stop.
know that it was something in Texas and California.
They were okay, or
I don't
No,
know- I
that
don't
were
know that
like
was possible.
nobody went there
Except
anymore.
to erase Carmichael from existence.
Well, okay, that's what you theorize.
But as I said before, in your version,
However,
a lot of people were just straight up dead
from the
Um,
white flower.
from the white flowers.
that we didn't even go across any of the information that the police had come across. We didn't even go in there to see if he had any hidden information that how he got the stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
now it doesn't matter if we go into the house and activate something because the big things are activated. So we might as well go see what is the source.
At about this time, though, it seems like Dr. Mecklot has conceded the point and is going to facilitate Riker. You get a feeling not so much facilitate him, but make sure that he's not using it in a manner that he deems destructive to the relay. But it seems like Riker is going to try to open up communications with this group called the Silver Order. Or the Silver Ladder, excuse me.
And I've heard nothing. I mean, there were emissaries or anything that from my alternate history of Silver Ladder.
You've heard the word Silver Ladder, but the only one who has ever mentioned it was an individual called La Na. Do you remember me talking about him?
Yes, but I don't remember anything about him.
Okay.
Where's your pamphlet, man?
Wasn't it written for, man? I need to go back and read my notes.
At some point in time in the future, you're not sure who found him or where he came from, but apparently the Yith are kind of time-traveling species that exist in the past and in the future, and they have occasionally frozen people in stasis for study in the future or later on, and one of these locations had been found, you think, somewhere... you're not sure specifically. You can actually give me an area knowledge, or a... I'll probably say or geography. I'll say geography.
I think I got geography. I have area knowledge Northern Europe.
Has anybody contacted our
I'll give you an IQ
chaos
roll.
theorist Paladin to see where the next
That
No, we
motherfucker.
just got back.
You guys just got back. Nobody's really contacted anything else. And as I mentioned
Why is
before,
Bahamut
there's still...
He was the one who put us on this. He kept saying
There's,
he was the guy, right?
But he didn't know that it was speeding up because we were
Ah,
getting
so
more
He's like,
information.
one thing that happened is...
Gotta go now. It's speeding
Originally,
up.
the timeline was for 4 months,
Yeah.
and what Bahawden had told people at the end of the 2 months is he didn't realize it until it was too late, but he had found out that he found a pinpoint location within about a mile radius of where it was going to happen. However, after he had detected it, something had changed. The timeline had moved, the event moved backwards 1 week, closer to the time period. So he rechecked his findings and kind of realigned his sensors, and he found out that it was, he found the new location was the same place, but it was a week backwards. When he had done that, it seemed as though it moved again, and the timeline kept moving up. And he did this 3 or 4 times until he realized that something he was doing, or something that he is going to do in the future, is escalating the apocalypse coming. And he had mentioned this to the PCs. However, by the time he realized it, the hour clock was at 36 hours. And he says that he wasn't sure if it was him, something in the future was reading what he was doing, or something that he does or say is going to expedite the apocalypse. But it's happening tomorrow in this area. He has not checked again because he believes if he checks again, it's going to happen quicker.
So you're blaming Thermometer that told you you
Oh,
had
no,
a
no, no.
fever?
Therefore, as soon as we got there, you know, because he told us to go earlier, that's when it happened. So,
Well, no. It's
But it
because you didn't
it's,
interpret
it's
the
not
data
his
points.
fault. The fault is the fact that we went.
He had
if
mentioned
he hadn't
that
warned us.
he had mentioned that he believed something either something was detecting or something he was doing was furthering the apocalypse. It kept every time he checked his number.
Yeah.
He didn't know what it was for certain. There's so many other variables, but he
yeah.
said that something he may be saying is causing the apocalypse to happen earlier. The PCs essentially found the location. They got in a whole group together with the Order. They essentially took a massive spearhead into this heavily warded, booby-trapped kind of Temple of Doom. They got past all the temporal traps, time traps, wards that were meant to keep people out, and they got to the heart of what was trying to be protected. And it seemed as though there was some sort of apocalypse, like, scenario in which,
So maybe you should have never gone.
So, well-meaning
It's exactly
travelers.
correct. We should have never gone.
The best part.
There was
the
various
warnings
indications-
were inside the chamber where it was too late to heed them.
there were warnings on the outside as well.
Obviously, Bahawden was telling you what was going to happen.
Yep. Even in the interior, there was some sort of prophecy from, it seemed like Deep Ones and humans had written different parts of prophecy. You don't know why they're working together. It might have been like Deep One slaves. But there was also writings from the serpents. And it seemed as though the serpents were diagramming people's brains in different regions. And Deep One, human, serpent, and a few other different species' brains. And they said that madness dwells in the mind. And what the hell is it? There's other various prophecies, but each one determined that at some point in time, this was where the some sort of apocalyptic situation was going to start. So they tried to seal it from all potential access in the future. And ultimately, the King's Road would be paved with pure intentions. And there was a spearhead into the middle of Mordor, and they're like, "Oh, we're supposed to pick up a ring here."
But the GM knows that we're bad at riddles and cryptic things.
Regardless, things happened. I'd mentioned in the last game too about some of the warnings that you found in Carcosa regarding breaking wards and something coming and removing something. However, Rice made his by 8 and you critically failed with an 18, so I said, the both of you think that this has happened. And ultimately, Chris is like, I'm not sure if we want to do this. I'm like, no, this is how we break it right here. It says ABC, we break through the barrier, and there you go. But, yeah. So various things happened. The Order...
What's that?
Things I do.
The Order and MI5 was involved in this action as well. They believed that they were somehow in play. And last time, you guys had stopped a star spawn from breaking out, presumably.
Star spawn.
So they were all gung-ho building this team, and you guys ripped through this area and ultimately got to the location that they couldn't. So in fairness,
Almost
nobody
like
could
it
have.
was designed to fulfill prophecy.
Yeah.
Damn prophecy.
So unfortunately, the most powerful wizards of this time were better than the most powerful wizards of their time, at least regarding stopping this
Or
thing
just
from
lucky.
happening. We're lucky. You guys were fairly lucky.
So, who wants to contact the people and get them together? Who wants to go and get that research? And
Otherwise, you can see that there's a flurry of activity around here. It seems as though Riker is more... You see that when B was talking about erasing people from the timeline, Riker just kind of got like a look on his face where it doesn't seem like he has, I suppose, the ethics to erase somebody from time, even if it means saving people. So he's more focused on stopping what happens right now. That's his disadvantages. So, what the hell happened here?
It's like keeping a baby that's got an Indian god of destruction that's reincarnated.
Yep.
Because what's a baby? Well,
Riker was
that's
very
not
likely...
what's killing the Earth right now.
It could be.
And I
We
don't
never
know
killed the
about
baby.
no babies.
It will be.
I don't know.
I don't know about no baby.
But ultimately, Riker and the rest of the
know, we
team
spared you that.
seem to be prepping the relay along with additional pieces of equipment. What the hell is it? B had been talking on the phone to her, what is it? Riker had talked to B about liquidating assets within the next 24 to 48 hours, and essentially hiring whoever could in a short order to bring shipments up to what the hell is it, the facility, kind of like the New York Iron Works and premium premium supplies and other things like that, as though they're willing to pay triple or even quadruple the normal price if they can get it here soon. So people are jumping on board, and you've heard things about him selling off future patents that are worth millions of dollars.
So have you
For how
guys
much?
talked about to see if once the heavy particle event occurs, it can actually be reversed? I mean, he's talked about heavy
We can
particle
ask
events
Omar.
being predicted. And
He
then,
should be here still.
And then
He never
stopping
went
them,
with us.
right? So you said you can stop it and delay it, but you're talking about reversing. And the other thing I'd ask is you got a heavy particle event that's occurring in Russia? Because if we can, seems like the biggest decimation of humanity is the plague.
It is.
And we should stop the plague.
Did anyone
And
give
maybe
me?
the sinking of the
Did
ocean.
anyone give me a meteorology or an astronomy?
I
for
made
that?
the astronomy and failed by 3.
Failed by 3. I'd actually give you this.
Let's not hear
10
this.
years ago, there was a meteorite strike in Siberia, the Tunguska
Yeah.
event.
All right.
You're not sure about a future meteor unless it hits the same location he's talking about.
But-
That already happened. There was a meteorite strike.
Right, but it could be that the strike hit and now they're doing something with it, which then triggers the event.
That's
which is-
actually
About
that's
how
actually
far-
the history I have. They went back several years later. They found something. They took them years to figure it out. Somebody in British, they thought it was the military,
Yeah.
paid them to weaponize it,
Yeah, I read
and it
your
was
book.
being transferred
Yeah.
over
They
there,
believe
and that's when it happened.
some people in the British government believed that there was going to be some sort of action taken by the German army within the next. This is 1936,
Yeah.
mind you.
Yep.
About roughly where the meteorite landed and where that sigil where we...
The teleportation.
About how far would we guesstimate?
I'd want to say probably about 700 miles. I mean,
But I'd want to see if
planetarily speaking, that is pretty close.
There's also a bunch of things that are happening too. I think we gotta work on this one because there's also crap happening in the Dreamlands as well. Bad stuff.
But we stopped that.
No, there's Eater of Dreams is consuming the Dreamlands.
Give
Well,
the cats a fighting
We,
chance.
well, there you go. We helped try to level. We supported our allies.
Yeah, we.
But I don't really give a shit about the Dreamlands unless it somehow negatively impacts humanity.
Well,
does.
it was said that
Because every time
The
you
fact of the matter is,
dream
does
you
it
go to the
directly
Dreamlands.
kill humans? Because there might be
There you
things
go.
that directly
I'm
kill
gonna be honest
humans.
with you.
said it
Yes,
might
it can.
enter
Well, yeah, but it would be lower on the scale as opposed to stopping plagues that for sure kill
I
people.
think we have to stop.
I
this
gotta be
master
drugged
shit
now to go to
first.
sleep.
Okay. I sleep just fine.
Well, I don't anymore.
Something's always watching you, though.
How do we get?
Always watching
I'm
you.
dealing with that.
How are we gonna,
That was fine until you brought it up.
How are we gonna get together with this new guy?
Which
I'd
new
like-
guy?
His new guy. I'd like to
Oh,
do some research.
So, what is it? During this hassle, ultimately, there is an individual sitting here with a briefcase, other things of that nature. Most of the people, I would say that Jason Eiholt, the guy who runs the show after B leaves, he's the special projects director. He's the one who built those, telegraph rings. He'll introduce you to some of the people here. He does realize that some of the context of the things that are being said, so he does kind of keep you up front. But he will mention that to B and Riker that somebody from the Browning Company was sent here for certain prototypes that had been forwarded from a British agent. And they were talking about testing and other things of that nature. He does even mention specifically a G.U.R.P pistol that had been handed off at one point in time. So apparently there's a man out front that has brought certain demo objects with him. But everyone else is, most of everyone else is kind of getting things together. The security people are still kind of on the lookout, but they're kind of your standard suburban security forces here. They occasionally deal with like Jeb coming in the middle of the night, and it's like there's police officers behind me, and they're like, what?
It's only happened once.
The other,
Fix that problem.
the other thing we could think about doing.
Fixed it by cursing the police car to spiral at a small turn.
I hope so.
Yeah.
The other thing we could potentially do is contact our deep one contact and see if he would give anything as far as if the deep ones are planning something, i.e., sinking, the British Isles.
I mean, we all got to go a lot of different directions. I mean,
So-
if somebody wants to try to get a hold of the Chantry and try to get those factions on board with a neutral faction, try to figure
What
out all those
happened is
factions and
the
order
group had
Hermes and-
the group had been teleported here with you. Ultimately, Mark, when he was here, he was playing the Chinaman, and he was trying to convince.
He tried to kill us.
He tried to convince Urquhart that the only way to save humanity was by destroying everyone at the site. So ultimately, with some fast 13 diplomacy, he had converted. Urquhart attempted to teleport the people out of the region into high orbit, but he had purchased wine of Bast for everyone in the group, which protects them from extreme.
So everybody's floating around up in
It's like, hey, look at me!
Yep.
And,
All right,
and
let's
then
go back
Beast, and then Beast Knight in white armor showed, or with the white
Who
horse
sent
showed
us?
up.
Who sent us in orbit?
Urquhart.
You don't know for
Oh, the-
certain. Things were happening too quickly.
right.
You're not.
you
You're
sent
not
us
aware
in
of Mark
orbit?
saying,
I swear,
"Kill
you
them all,
teleport us everywhere."
kill them all." Charisma, diplomacy.
Before I get into
So we need to
the
probably
group, I was
ask
trying to see if I could make
the
those,
Selkie.
those bang sticks for everyone.
Elvis, because he's no longer neutral.
That's something you'd easily throw together.
in a
I wouldn't worry
situation
about
like
getting
this.
it right
Okay.
now.
Right. I guess the reason I'm asking about these other things is because my theory is that these other events are now happening faster.
However, I
And
would
you're
say
talking
that
about
for the
trying
most
to
part, people
turn
aren't
back the
watching you,
clock
so
on
you
something.
can walk into the back
So
and start
to
listening.
Probably
stop
walk
these
in
events
first.
from occurring, screw the madness guy because you can turn the clock back whenever you want.
At this point,
Right.
you can describe
It
your
doesn't matter
character,
if it's
Ben.
now or a year from now. You can erase somebody from
He's
reality. and
long
that's a
as
very,
we're
that's
still
a very
here.
good point. Because if we can stop the white flowers, we can keep like
a
90%
lot
of
of people
humanity
around
alive.
to make a better fighting chance.
And from what
to
your
do other
your
things.
understanding of events
Just
that
more
took
minions.
place, not only are you seeing more
Well,
elements
maybe,
of
but
high
maybe.
tech
What
crap
if we just go
happening
straight
way
to-
too early,
To Carmichael.
there's no white
None of this
flower
would happen.
epidemic here.
Yeah,
Well,
white
that
flowers
one
would happen
wouldn't
until
happen. Madness
37.
God wouldn't happen.
Like
Then you
30,
could have the Lily
late
thing
36,
happen.
yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Or
But-
they're going to sink the British Isles.
I just
or,
read my old notes.
you know.
It's a seed company in
There's
Russia is
other
working on
things that are
this.
going to happen.
Government seed company.
So that one slipped
When
through
they
the
find
net.
it, they work on
They
it.
just got a point on the board.
So if they
walk
got more
away,
high tech,
try to
maybe
keep
they're
any
more
points from
advanced
getting
in
on the
it
board.
That's
And
a
then
potential thing
when
that
we're
could
done
happen
with those,
because this
when
timeline
we
seems
got
to be
the time,
different
then you
from
go
your
back and
Question
timeline.
is, do we do this?
Otherwise, as I had said before, this individual has walked in with a briefcase and some weird elements.
We're arguing.
You can discuss. Yep, and that's why nobody's really
Yeah.
checked and balanced, stopped him at the front. Everyone's running. They're getting
Yep.
equipment to
Well, then
work on the
you
relay.
describe, 'cause I'm
Do you have a
all
gun in your
paying
hand?
Uh,
A fancy looking gun.
You
If
got
so,
a
I would
briefcase.
walk
I have a
over to you.
briefcase.
This
No.
is like a gun.
Yeah.
It's like a gun.
Essentially, you see this guy about.
That's right. We just came back
5'10",
from. I was taking my
heavily
sword, my
muscled.
Thompson, my
He does have like a
chuck.
huge scar across his neck. Like it looks like doesn't look like a clean job to anyone. It looks like shrapnel wounds actually.
Okay.
He does have red curly hair, kind of like he'll set the case up on the thing, flip it open, and start rummaging through it. You'll see him set out what looks like some advanced G.U.R.P.S pistol rounds. This new rifle that you guys have never seen before. It's a let's get Ian in a picture of it.
Yep, I do.
So what if we go and get rid of Russia right now to the seed company? Stop it.
Oh my god.
Also-
you guys.
Why don't
Let's take care of this like one thing at a time. Pastor.
Another thing to pull out is that he has about
Madness
6.
happened. You're not getting to. We need to move on to things that haven't happened yet.
We can still stop
Ooh.
at that.
striker?
It's very impressive. What I'm saying is there's events that are happening that we need to stop. From
Yeah, like
occurring.
he said, like years from now.
Well, we don't know that because we haven't
No,
talked
what-
about how to find out when the next city
Timeline,
is.
from my viewpoint, is that the white flowers happened in 36, 37. But this level of technology is more advanced than I believe my reality was. There's more high-tech influence into this reality than what I saw. And if that's so, then this Russian seed company could have access to some of it, and they're more
But
advanced.
there's still a chance for us to stop the madness from happening if we can find the source of what gave him the information. We could take out that source.
And that's fine. I agree we should do that, but not at the expense of sacrificing the stoppage of
Yeah.
events that have not yet occurred. Because again, if I can erase that in time, what's the difference of erasing it today versus a year from in the future? Either
Yeah.
way, I've undone it.
the reality is my worst case scenario, that pamphlet I had told you we lose basically all of Australia. They sink the British Isles. The madness happens in Everest and it encompasses much of China.
New York gets wiped out.
New York gets wiped out.
So there's things
something
that we can
something
do to
bad is
stop
in
that.
Texas. Something bad. What was the other town? You said
California.
California.
I wouldn't say it's a town.
I
But
mean,
mind you, a lot of people are already dead.
yeah.
Have you circulated this information to other authorities?
How much to buck?
I
He
gave
had
it
given a while ago.
The best dime seller ever.
I gave it to Nathan Dweller, and I brought it and discussed it with
Michael Larson.
Michael Larson, and he told me that it was 80% correct on their plans for expansion.
You were identifying not only individuals but future developments of the Chantry that were too unlikely for you to know, especially since they've never come across you before.
Yeah. Okay, like, I this new guy.
Yeah.
So,
The idea is that
So are you
600
guys going
nitro
to
zip
help
gun?
stop the
Yep.
madness?
yes.
That just sounds like
But-
broken arms or something.
In
The-
fairness,
the
don't you
viewpoint-
deal in broken arms?
The viewpoint
I do.
the viewpoints
the rest of
that
them have a 12
Hunter's
inch
putting
plug.
forward is that the reality is that I specify like 5
I'll
or 6
describe-
bad things that are happening in my
Now, are you
future.
wearing that, or do you have that in a case
I
in
have
your
that
car?
in case in the car.
So
The madness has already happened,
Buddy,
but
I'm
the
not sure what
big,
you're here
big
for, but
bad one
we got
is the
things
white
going
flower.
Okay.
If we can stop the white flower, there'll be enough humanity left to support us while we go back and melt the time. Or hunt for Frank's spirit, or Carmichael's spirit. Carmichael's spirit, I don't think we need unless we need his spirit in order to erase him
hand
from
out free
time.
candy. I'll take free candy.
Also, I've also been trying to demo this rifle, so we'll see what it's all.
Dibs.
Alright.
Okay.
I'll hand over to
All right, thanks. I'll turn you around. Walk out of the building.
I thought B would definitely up the security
I
in these
would
door-to-door
like to
salesmen.
contact Althea
I have an
Montrose
appointment.
Okay.
and some of my other scholarly contacts to help me
So do you know how to handle
process
yourself
the
now?
information that the police have come
You seen
across,
weird things?
or
ever?
any that was in that house about where he
How are
was
you
living.
contacting
Stuff
Althea
here. Have you seen
Montrose?
any outer gods or?
I would have to
I
go
know
to
some
the
things.
chantry
All
and
right. Do you know magic at all?
update them. Have they been updated with information?
Okay.
You're not cheered. They
I'm gonna
teleported
go-
away.
Should I
I'm gonna
change
go
for him?
to the chantry,
Alright.
contact them about
You've seen
what
things, right?
occurred,
You know what a deep one
and
is?
then for them to contact
Yes.
Althea.
So have you
and
dealt with them physically? Have
Whoever
you had one
wants to
fight you
help me,
or
like
off?
Excel Duke
Okay.
can help. But I need
Well, if you head to the
Well, not bite.
if you head to the
Slice.
Chantry, that's
I
4
did.
hours away
Mine
right
was good
now.
enough. I think
And it's
you
in
Hybrid
the
cutoff.
different direction from Seljuk
Here's
and
that,
the other people.
Here's for that gun.
So,
The
Professor,
auto or
Can I call the chantry then?
There's, I have
So
Can I call the chantry?
You can attempt to call
What's
the
your
Chantry,
handle?
yeah.
That's what I'll do.
my character handle or
yeah,
um
I know you're bad.
Ultimately, you spend probably about 30 minutes, and the operator isn't able to connect you. She says that the various other
David
calls are
Browner?
coming in.
All right, David. Nice to meet you.
Which one is it?
It's the
Ordnance 15.
Auto
Auto
Ordnance
Hunter.
15Z.
That's Jeb over there. That's Thomas, Burton, and Miffin. I did Burton on purpose.
Yep.
Just
Can I
so
do?
everyone
Can I
knows
say
there.
that too on
I
purpose?
have 48 of those rounds, so it's like 2 magazines worth of.
I did it. Hunter did it. He did
if
it
we,
mistakenly.
I will
You
show
would see
you
that
my
he has
round and
diagrams
explain
for
it
strange
quickly,
weapons,
like
a
what
lot
I
of
did
which
with
seem
it.
to be
'Cause I have,
serial
like, the
codes
anti-life
that are
missiles,
listed as
the
42nd
rockets.
Infantry. But part of these are
But
developed
I'll
out of the
give them
Browning
to you. I'm
Company.
just giving them to you as a thing. If anyone's also interested, there were close in tubes for defense. Basically, they were screwed in tubes that had 12 gauge rounds in them. Slug rounds, basically, if you got too close and something's up in your grill, you just real quick will detonate it when you hit it.
So
the
wolf
chantry
killers.
is 4 hours. How far is the police
So
station?
each one of you got one of those. So if
and
you want to write
the
it down.
Police station from
mansion.
here, I'd probably say 20 minutes. Your mansion's probably about
Not my mansion, his mansion.
No, they're not on
whose
there.
mansion?
Okay.
Yours fits the 600 nitro.
Carmichael's in New York
He's
City.
in Long Island, so shit. Is Long
Also, I
Island?
was
hour and a
going to
half.
discuss with
Long
you
Island
this.
is
You
just
thought
north of
about
Oakland.
45
Is it
minutes.
like
someone
is it
with,
north?
one
30,
of
40
those
blocks?
inscribed
It's
rounds
kind
you
of well,
have
it's up the island.
with the,
But from where
the
we are to
transport signal,
where that is, it's
and
about
Only a
45
secret.
minutes.
and then,
Yeah, 30 minutes,
teleporting
something like
your
that.
aids
Because
into
if
them.
it's yeah.
Hunter drives is 30 minutes. Anybody else is 45 minutes.
Um,
From what you've seen, actually, if I think Hunter Jones.
Yes.
So
As of late, since it's become too irritating to deal
You have
with
occasionally found that when you're driving around, it takes much longer to get to the location that you're trying to go to. But between all the bitching, it's hard to tell.
So, there's one thing we're not in agreement on here. How are we dealing with the plateau of Leng guy? Like, going back in time, we don't even know how.
Okay.
Yep.
So,
it'll
that
say
might
too
not
as
be
well.
our
What
plausible
is it? I'll say
solution,
that
so
B
we
has
might
two
not be able to
phone
put
lines
that
here.
off. So
But
before we
it probably
start
takes
thinking about
close to
other
about an
we
hour to
should
get
develop
through
a strategy
to
for
his
this.
facility.
And then I
He
would
says that he
agree
does
that
have the
sounds like it
shipment
is
for
the more
the
plausible
purpose that you
thing,
ordered the
but
tubing.
we should develop a strategy so that we know we're
I
not
would
going to be
say
letting this go at
even
the expense of,
She
being
has the
wrong
one.
and screwing ourselves that way.
It's already
I
happened.
think the one, not the
So
other one.
if you're gonna try to develop a way to reverse the clock,
Well,
other
you'd say
than what
one is
we've already
sitting here,
had,
the
at
other
the
one hasn't
expense
been
of letting
delivered
something
yet.
else happen,
Casey's
now you're
out
gonna
on
suddenly let
various
people work on
errands.
something.
From what she
But if we're
hints
not
at,
just
she
going to
seems
go
a bit
back in
distressed.
time, if we're going to take a more offensive approach,
She
that
said that
actually
she would call.
require
Was it
our,
Casey's
time
been called
now,
in by the order?
then maybe
Apparently
doing,
there's some
know,
issue with that.
letting
This
them put
individual
other
is
pieces
part of
that might not happen
the
if
small
we're
cafe
getting
shop.
rid of the
She
football
does know you.
situation.
She recognizes your
Those other
voice.
events are going to
She
happen.
just says that he's
That's my whole
busy on
point.
various
Okay.
These other things are going to happen. We've already
It doesn't
stopped
sound
some
like
of
it,
them, so
but
they're all going to happen.
from what she understands,
It's just a
business has
question
been
of
really
when
light
they're
today.
gonna
Nobody's been
happen.
coming
And if we
in.
can get to them before they occur,
She says everything else is
stop
fine though. There's been
delaying.
any traffic.
So your argument is it's
in
easier
the
to stop
region
it
and-
before it happens?
So he's
Okay.
in Boston.
Because
right now?
otherwise, what happens is we spend our
he'll
time tied
say
up there
that he
trying to
headed
put
out
it
to
into a smaller
Massachusetts.
model or try to erase it entirely.
Probably about
Meanwhile,
an hour and
other
a half
things
ago.
are blowing up
Do you know
elsewhere.
anything with the package
Whereas that thing happened, it's a shitstorm already. Just let
She
it
does know
be.
that this is available and you
Stop the
can
other
pick it
bombs
up, but she
from
tells you
blowing
that Casey hasn't finished
And
the
then
other order
once
yet.
we're done with that,
Will this
then we
have
can go
any
back and
effect
deal
on
with the
power?
shitstorm. Either try to make it smaller or make it go away entirely.
How
She's
about
not
we look at the
specific,
research that
or is it she
Carmichael
doesn't know
has to see if
specifically?
there is an easy
She
solution?
doesn't think so,
Because if we can
but
get
she's
rid
not
of
an
this
expert.
situation like that,
Right.
And
then
she'll
it
tell you
wouldn't
that she
make
prefers
sense.
not
I'm
to
fine
talk
with that. The
such
only thing
things
I want
over
to know is
the
when
phone.
these
No
other
problem.
things occur.
All right,
We'll be talking
I'll try to be
to
there as soon as I can.
So,
when the
Uh,
next heavy
and then-
particle event is going to occur.
what if we leave
I
a
might go
group
see
here
what's
to
going on with these.
research the stuff and, you know,
Find
Her
out
location
about
is
it.
and then we
inside
send
Brooklyn, so it'll
another
take you an
group
additional
to
20 minutes to
Russia.
get there.
We don't need to go to Russia. We need to talk
But she
to
just
Bob.
to
Where's
tell
the
you in
last
the
thing gonna
future
go?
he could use
That's
like
what you want to do?
cafe
Right,
or
he's going to
sandwich
tell us when the next
related
event's going to occur.
talks
It
about
might not be
packages
Russia,
and
it might be
orders,
something else.
Well,
things of that
clearly,
nature. She doesn't like
Russia's
that sort of
portrayed as
talk
the
on the
worst.
phone.
Not a
So.
problem.
It
You-
is.
you've
but
heard
it
that
might
from
be that
Casey
Texas is
before,
going to break next, or it could
but-
be California that's going to break next, or it
So,
could be one of
I guess
another.
certain
how
circumstances
urgent
call
would it
for
have to be that another situation
Uh,
can break before you
anybody
go
wanna
to the
go to
big
Brooklyn?
bomb?
Yeah,
Brooklyn.
because
Dirty.
He might not be
You're
able to
down
detect
Yeah.
or point us in the direction. we
Because
want.
if somebody wants to go through Carmichael's
Okay.
That's the
belongings-
point. Is that he's
Yeah.
he's our lead into
But
finding out where these
my
things are.
contact
So right now
is
we don't know
actually-
where
And
it's
of
at.
course, him telling us this might be the thing that makes it happen. We have
It
to
happens in
consider
this one
this.
instant. It hasn't
The
happened. in
order
40
is
instances,
actually
so
called
you can't take
in
one and extrapolate.
Not a bad meeting.
If you get a second one, then we
But
get
a
a
meeting.
line. Right now we're
Or call me, whatever.
Okay.
If
You are aware that Casey is an order of the, is a member of the Ordo Hermes,
For the
but he's
research.
kind of,
Okay.
what the hell are you? He works more as like a contractor,
He's a
and
consultant.
yeah, that's kind of his capacity. So it is unusual that they would have him come in for anything, unless it's like, it looks like 4 bodies went missing in this particular region, and we're missing like the hat of Zadu, and he's like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Which I've been trying to
Really?
get the entire time.
Your signature playing card was left in the box.
He has
So-
no such trademarks.
We're not doing anything here at B's facility as of yet.
It seems like B's people are setting something up, and depending on how much time you guys are spending here, it looks like they're getting
Bees
B's
processed.
needs is not us. We need to either go check out Carmichael,
However, what was your geography?
Pony up
we
in
skipped over
Brooklyn.
that last
I
time.
did
and
it.
make our way to the
roll by
Chantry.
3.
By 3?
Once in Brooklyn, maybe we could talk to Elvis.
I think I agree with Hunter that
I mean, I get some names
Yep.
here from.
You're not
we
sure
should see
specifically.
Bowden
I
first.
think we just talk about and then find out when the next event occurs. If
And-
we got time before that event, then we can do all this other stuff.
and of course, we should also send a group to do Carmichael's research to see if there is an easy way of stopping the plateau of Leng.
There will be no easy way.
No,
to stop
because
it.
we know the order of Hermes told us that there is a book
Yep.
that they thought they had all the copies, but
Should be at the
Carmichael
Chantry,
found
though.
one, and it's the play that leads to the God of
Yep,
Madness.
it opens the door.
Yeah, it
The
opens the
Chantry
door.
sent a team to get all that crap.
Supposedly, you had told them about it.
Yeah.
Did they have a ring?
They never called you back regarding it. it.
They might-
the only
they do
thing that
have
you
a
guys
way.
did have to do was they talked about infectious memories and essentially the door to madness, and that they had to remove certain sections of your memory because in one instance in France, I want to say 1881 or something like that, the government in France was advised to collect all these people that come into contact with the plague from spreading the infected madness to other people.
Just so I don't forget, you should think about using your foxfire or fairy fire, whatever it is, to draw your mu symbols on people. Just a thought.
I thought about that.
Have you tried that already?
I thought about it.
You should do it.
I'm gonna go outside and try it on a tree.
If the chantry's the one that has information, I want to
That
know the
works.
chantry then.
So that's the
'Cause
same
then I can
rockets as the
contact
pistol?
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And
Actually, it does not.
That's your delivery system.
From what the looks of it,
Excuse me, guys,
these G.U.R.P.S rounds
right
are these G.U.R.P rounds are similar to the ones that B has. I mean, the pistol actually looks very close. It does seem as though this is like very close to the G.U.R.P pistols that B develops, but they are specifically different. These are fin stabilized, and they are not. They don't have an iron ferrous metal kind of coating it, so it can be shot out with a rail. With a magnetic field. They have a. You can give me a small arms armory.
Do they do more
Never,
cars than these
never
normal?
invested.
They look slightly different, but they look very close to B's originally work.
I give you all my old rounds, I take your new rounds.
Yeah, they're the ones that suck.
Mind you, these don't fit in the one that you have.
Oh, okay.
They're slightly different.
Needs a new pistol.
Potentially, yeah.
No. Rifle versus
I'll go
pistol.
outside.
However, do you have small arms armory? Okay. They look a
Does
little.
it have a trigger? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they look a little bit different. These are kind of
are you
fin
taking
stabilized, and
that?
there's less metal on the object itself. But as we were talking before, we kind of skipped over it. You were asking about the silver ladder. In your timeline, there was an individual called La Na, and they believed that these entities known as the Gith or the Yith, these time travelers who are from the past and the present. It's actually one of the reasons that you think that you might have got stuck in that time period was because of tampering with shit regarding that.
Magic's learned.
But this individual, La Na, was found in stasis somewhere, you want to say 1938, something like that. And he apparently was taken during the time of the Cataclysm on the continent of Mu. He was the only person that knew the full alphabet. He was the individual that was critical in part of the development of later systems. If you remember this individual or anything I'm talking
Also
about.
part of my flying device that we were going to make before.
Yes, because you say he's like the guy they would sweep in and he'd do something to the battle suits and sweep them
Yeah.
out.
And you knew that you never came into contact with him because he was treated like the Pope. They didn't let anyone near him, and supposedly he did a lot of the raw translations as the only living person of Mu that they knew of on this planet. There theoretically could be more, but they stumbled. You don't know how they found him.
oh, no, the chantry.
The Yith had stasis, so it's in some kind
The
of
Yith are fairly known for like taking either
can't read.
taking people's bodies over telepathically or keeping people in stasis for research later on. And there's a few people that have been recovered even from like what the hell is it? Early Neanderthals that have been found in these stasis chambers in the middle of nowhere. Sometimes even in, like under Antarctic ice or in the middle of the ocean or in kind of volcanoes. These sites are damn near indestructible. It was what is it? If you remember the site up in northern, I want to say near Edensboro. You remember Charles? What's his face? I can't remember what the hell his name was.
Charles Holt.
Not Charles Holt. It was
You got Gillian Buldor.
Was this in his timeline?
This is in his timeline. You remember the young lady that her father had whimsical tales of fighting unicorns and battling dragons and things of that nature? It's
Chester Crispin.
Chester Crispin. There you go. You remember that one of these sites is the location where him and his boy companion of the time
The place I was talking about doing a team
was
there
sealed
and-
off. That was a location that you believed was from the Yith. All the proportions were different. It looked as though these Yith were probably close to about 12 to 15 feet tall, and everything in there was carved with strange ruins that didn't seem to degrade over time. It was a step above the stuff even that the Steely stones were made out of. But supposedly, you'd asked me before about whether or not that site existed, and I said you don't know in this time period.
Okay.
Theoretically, Chester
So
Crispin.
we want to break our teams up and start getting some stuff done.
Yep, I'm gonna
So-
go chantry.
So you want to go champion and start researching Carmichael.
Yep.
Okay. What else do
I'll
we
go
want
with
to
the
do?
chantry, but I'm gonna have to stop at Brooklyn and make my way there.
What's that, Brooklyn?
I just need to pick up a package.
Okay.
They'll probably
Where's Bahawd at? Is he in New York or Brooklyn?
He is actually at the facility, but he has a larger, what the hell is it, experimental lab, probably about, I'd say 5 blocks north of here.
So why don't we go 5 blocks as a group and hear what the man has to say?
Yep, you could.
That works. And then I'll go.
We'll do it.
Why don't you take along there, pedal your wares? You bring anything to actually use yourself?
On the way, we're walking the 5 blocks. I'll try to do Hunter's suggestion of Foxfire.
How many
And then I'll try to
rounds
Foxfire a
of the
tree
rockets
with
did
a
you give us?
new symbol of
What?
disintegration.
Okay, you can give me a Foxfire.
What's the clip size? 24? Or
Roll low. I want to see this thing happen, man.
I know. Huh?
If you actually say that in character, my character will just look at you.
By 4.
Okay.
Actually,
I
nothing
don't know how to
from
read this.
Scarlet. Though.
Nothing from Scarlet right now.
Put your
You generally know that
quintessence
like the
into it.
more
24,
in the thick of you are dealing with extra dimensional
24,
entities,
5
that seems to
bursts.
spur it
By
on.
4?
I think so,
And you have
yeah.
occasionally seen that when you drink heavily, for whatever reason, you get extra bonuses, but that's not necessarily proactive to you
Here you go,
accomplishing
drunken
shit.
master.
We'll find that out later.
And I talked about other things that might be in her realm, but
24
Yeah,
shots.
4.
It takes you 5 seconds
Foxfire.
to load a round.
Oh, that's what
Like hand load?
depending,
Yep.
Or if
it's a bit
it's equipped,
tricky.
it
Do you have
takes
a
you 5
3D
seconds to
spatial
change
sense?
No.
Okay, then you can give me a.
Do I need that? I take it.
It would help.
It's 40 though that I really need, so I would have
Yep.
to pick a 40 spatial sense. Can I put a point 40 spatial sense after
Not at
this?
the moment, but you can give me a disintegration rune.
Is that a skill or what is that?
It's an advantage, 3D spatial sense.
Okay.
What
He's
are you
trying to
doing?
ultimately use a foxfire to create a
a
fourth dimensional
dimensional
object. Now, the interesting thing out of that is, since it is a mystical flame, it theoretically could conform to those. It's just hard in somebody's head looking at it and like, yep, I'm going to do all this astronomy in my head here.
Exactly. You gotta make it happen. Do the calculus.
Yep.
In your head.
Technically, Dusty, your character should have 3D spatial sense. Haven't been a fighter pilot?
Listed by 4.
No, it's up from low.
Yeah.
For the most
I don't
part,
think I took that event. I took
the
acceleration
difficulties.
tolerance or whatever.
Okay. You probably have that one too.
I probably
Nothing
there's
that you're
so many
aware of,
advantages
maybe-
Could
I
I
probably didn't
put a
know.
point in disintegration because I have been using it?
Again,
I'll give
I
you
still
that.
say you should have start teleporting grenades to where you just hit people with those teleport bullets.
Well, if I ever got the time to put points into the what was it, transpose or no, the
Oh, that's what it's called. New change.
apportation, which is the telekinesis one, then I can have the bullets in my, on like a.
No, it's called mu change, right? I missed it. by
No,
one.
change
on
is
my belt.
Oh, no,
change
no,
is the
it's
sigil in which
teleport
it
it,
can
accelerate
Yeah,
it.
you're with that.
In
I
teleportation space, and then shoot you in the back with it.
You don't even need that gravity ripple. You just make it dense, so that it's more dense at the bottom, and then your bullet accelerates.
okay, nothing happened.
That's not actually teleporting the bullet.
No, but
No,
Nothing
you already
happens.
have
this is
them on the.
telekinesis.
Now that you can
You
tell, I
already
didn't
have them
quite
on the
feel
bullet,
right, but
so
you're not
it's
quite
I don't
used
know
to
if I
it.
can do that with
All right, I'll try one more and then.
Yeah,
space
good
of the
point.
teleport. So I know that one works in the whatever space between the teleport.
And there's not really a
and
tree out on
goes.
B's lot. A
I
lot
can
of it's
do
been
that.
cleared out for the array, but you could find a
Use
wooden
telekinesis
box that you
on
don't would have a low likelihood of
It's
spreading.
there.
Yeah, it might be useful. Just teleport grenades into somebody.
What I really need to do is get my hand on some 155 howitzer shells.
By 1.
And then teleport them and have
Nothing
them
has
with
me
like
yet.
a airdrop fuse,
Foxfire?
20 foot fall.
I'll
And
do the Foxfire again.
So, 'cause that's what Urquhart did with
Yep.
the Goddard.
Like
tubes.
Remember those,
7, 6.
It
Let's
can be
get-
used against you, though.
And then
The Foxfire seems to be good. It's
What's
just
that?
you're having a hard time
Create a gravity field
visualizing.
right beneath it, so when it's
Your
on
edict
belt-
memory, I think you have edict memory.
Yep.
That
Either
is
that or
definitely
they have
helping in this
cement tubes
instance,
that are like
but
10 foot in
it's
diameter, 20 foot tall.
it's very
It's like
difficult. Normally, when you create
squish.
this sigil, it takes you like a 5-10 minute period. So just kind of visualizing it at how it's supposed to be completed is very difficult.
I'll beat it by 1.
So far, I mean, you can
I kind
keep
of
trying
over
at
your
it.
shoulders.
One more, and then we're heading my way to Bohowden.
By the way, at the time period, we're both back up
9.
to 1 vital essence.
By 4 on
Unless you did
Foxfire.
I found out that my research is going to lead me
The original
into
Foxfire, you can
so I'm
still
gonna
hold it and
go
change
another
the shape
route.
of it.
My other plan is
Beat it by
to-
2.
apparently
One
people
stealth.
have
So.
this, right?
I'll stop
You don't
Just
think
make
that this
my
is
skin
impossible.
off the top.
It's just right now you've only today started to do this. You think it's theoretically possible. You're not sure what
I
the
know.
effects are specifically because the Foxfire.
We put Tucson right next
But
to
no,
it
it's the
before we went in the dark
you have thaumatology, right?
You had your hand
It
up.
sounds sound.
Yeah, I would have.
Another two.
He doesn't.
And if you could perfect it, it would allow you to
Since you
create
got
the
primal
sigil
conduit, that's the
above or touching the target, and it would
And in
be
turn, if you
relatively
can
instantaneous
use it
rather
in
than having to
miles of
carve the
water.
object.
Well, I already know I can do that.
But the thing is, you
So
have to
go
know
a
Foxfire,
whole-
and you have to
take
get good at
one
using the two in
contestant off, you haven't
combination.
harmed him. You still got, say,
Foxfire
2, 3,
something like
4 or
that?
something left over.
You're not
And
sure.
the
You're not
next
sure
guy,
what
the
they're.
next guy, the next
I would
guy.
say you can give me
I already know
thaumatology.
that I can distill the algae water into the vital essence.
But you
But-
need water, you need algae, you need time. Right?
Straight up.
My math.
It's a little bit weird. It's not like the order spells. It almost gives you a feeling of kind of like a fey dance.
You just
Go and hold on.
you just
You've
stand
at
on the
one point in
street
time
corner
seen
of
that
New
the
York and walk by.
yep. You've at one
Take
point
what they don't
seen
even know they
time
have.
seen that the cats have done something similar.
Yeah, that's right.
So it seems like gesturing or even your full body motions are more important than necessarily your memorization of how it works.
But I'm sure that some would consider that a form of vampirism.
It's a weird type of spell. It's not like what the order uses. It's more of a gesture or dance. It gives you a feeling as though it has some sort of fairy or fey origins.
Oh, okay.
What's odd is how it's different from your standard order spell or incantation or rite. Is it's not so much about getting it right, but making it feel right.
Where he's like, yeah, I'll make you.
So if you're close, you're subtle with it, you work it, it'll have more effect whether or not if you did it exactly how the guy that taught you how to do it did it, because it seems to change from person to person how they invoke it, rather than a rite where it's like, oh, you fucked up the rite, it's not going to work right.
This is much more. It's like art.
With practice, you might have it.
I think I can do it.
I would keep practicing.
I will.
I think that's the delivery system.
Yeah, it could be.
Delivery system for what?
Anything we want.
The shit. That's what that is.
So
That's
is
the delivery system
anyone
of
going
the
to
shit.
go see Omar Bahawden first?
Well,
You get us
they
away,
took some time, but
explosion.
all of
Yeah.
you could make it
We're heading
to
out there.
Omar's.
Well, then
But we
let's
need to learn
go.
other ones. You
Yep.
can do all kinds of crazy shit.
And then I want
I
to
got
go
a
to the
double.
chantry.
There you go.
So what does
Did anyone look over the pamphlet that he had made prior?
I would
Yeah.
have looked at it. Yeah.
You're vaguely aware that he had mentioned things about apparently at some point in time some people had learned how to use these sigils, and they were using them on the war front. I mean, they were making things in combinations with these sigils because these sigils didn't quite work like magic. They worked like real world things. And they primarily were used to enchant or change other objects around them, but they were literally able to make objects to fight things that can't be fought.
Right. And that's why the humanity that knew Mew got destroyed. So they knew the shit.
The story, you remember the story that I don't think I think you might have learned his name at some point in time, but he called himself Pastor. The Deep One had said at some point in time that humans were punished for something that they did, so it never would spread.
Right.
And there was mention of a second serpent god, but you guys with your mythos don't know anything of a second serpent
That's because
god.
humanity smoked his ass once before.
Theoretically, nobody's here to tell you.
Yeah. That's my theory.
was
That's why we
removed
got
from
small.
existence.
We weren't strong enough at that time. So is this going to be the third or fourth apocalypse that humanity's lived through?
It's hard to tell.
Well, we know of at
history.
least- we know-
History
we
is
know of at
hard to
least-
hold on to during those apocalypses.
Right.
Like, eat the books for sustenance.
But we know of at least one, right?
You know of at least one.
Yeah. So
Let's go Bahawden. Let's see what he's got.
While we're walking, I will let everybody know that there was a person in my timeline, my other timeline, called Lana, that had been taken by the Yith. He's the only person who knew the full Mew language.
do you know where they found him at?
I have an idea.
Do you know where they found him?
Do I know? No.
You remember, what is it? That was what your geography rolls were for, and you weren't quite certain. You know that they found him in a Yith stasis. What the hell is it? Yith stasis.
Knowing and thinking are two different
And
things.
you're aware that there was something at the site, but essentially it had been abandoned by the Yith for whatever reason. And he had been left in stasis since the time of the Cataclysm. And the Yith now are in the future, so all that happened is somebody had found him and simply opened him up. But these sites are damn near invisible and impenetrable, so you would stumble upon them.
So was
Yith site I know
Carcosa,
of.
right? Carcosa was almost impenetrable to leave.
If you get enough powerful wizards together, you can break any kind of ward.
Yeah.
If it was just by pure luck and a lot of willpower.
Well, there might be some prophecy metaphysics there kind of helping you along, nudging you like,
Exactly.
yeah, sure you go, check that thing out of there. Yeah, check out the back of that dark cave.
I think
You know we're about riddles.
Why are we getting this power message from us?
Yep.
No red flags there. What? I got a +5? Kick ass!
Exactly. Woo, let's do more.
Yep.
so. I don't know what everybody else's plan is, but I was thinking I should try and get there before. Now it seems more imperative.
We've got a lot of irons in the fire. Let's go talk about them first. I don't think that we should be starting to split up our team to go and
Well,
do
Bahawden's
multiple
only 5
things.
blocks away. We'll do that.
Let's
Do that. Move down to Brooklyn, talk to Elvis, then we'll make our way to the Chantry and go from there.
This is, I don't know, the Daywalker.
Daywalker.
Daywalker, David Browning.
Yeah, I do. I did wrong. I do have a.
So you're
yeah.
not a door-to-door salesman.
No.
Right. You're white, right?
So did you get that
Yeah.
Because a
shaving,
redheaded
or
black guy would be kind of
Huh?
weird.
did you get that shaven, or did you actually earn it somehow?
No, it was in the trenches on Silverside.
Okay.
I know you're doing a voice, Ben, but try to project a little
Sorry.
bit more.
You got a mic here.
Yeah, I got a mic.
You're playing for the
They're
crowd.
gonna accuse you of being me. So
He said
you
he
gotta
got it in the
object.
trenches or vagina.
So for just game purposes, I do have the
Talking
extreme
roughly.
voice, yeah. But,
Yeah.
So I will just say for game purposes.
All right.
I like that.
And you can do that. I just
Yeah.
What was
just
your
get
name
used
again?
to it and try to
David
project a little bit
Brown.
better.
Daywalker, apparently.
Daywalker.
Yep.
Virgin.
What is it about your character that is associated with Daywalker?
Just
Just
from
said it.
He's a-
South Park.
he's
I
a
have
redhead.
Oh,
So I'm
okay.
walking around that
I
side.
didn't make the connection. Proceed.
Yeah. I did.
It might not be an appropriate nickname for 1930s, but
No one knows what you're talking about. But okay, yeah. So
okay.
Right,
So
we'll
you
get
know
to-
how to handle yourself then in situations
I do.
of extreme violence. Okay.
Who's Bowden?
Our chaos.
He's a
mathematician.
chaos
He's the one
mathematician.
that told
That's
us.
the guy. Okay.
Yep. He can sense heavy particle in. So we're knocking on his door.
All right. He'll answer readily. He looks like he's
Bowden, you dirty
obviously.
Turk, are you in there?
He doesn't seem to respond this time. Ultimately, he does seem to be very rattled. He's obviously very stressed. A lot of the color has kind of left his face.
He's just joking. He didn't really mean to call you dirty Turk. He just meant to call you Turk.
He frankly didn't even hear it anymore. He said it so many times to him that he just hears it as hello. How's it going? So he'll open up his door.
Like, hey, thanks, buddy.
He'll
for
invite
destroying
you
the
in.
fucking Earth.
All right. It's not said with malice.
Gotta keep some type of humor somehow.
Do you have any additional heavy particle events?
He says it's been difficult. He's been spending the last few hours recalibrating his equipment because everything seems to be relatively high now. He's kind of getting awashed with heavy particle reactions. And the only thing he can see out to is about 3 days from now somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. It just blankets out from there.
Like
Are
down
we
in
gonna
the
cause it
down in
though?
the southern hemisphere of the Pacific Ocean, i.e.
He would say,
Australia?
Or-
he wouldn't say no near, what is it, not necessarily Australia, but yeah, Southern Hemisphere, Pacific Ocean.
Near where,
Australia.
and I kind of remember from the maps. Would that near? Isn't that where Ryla is?
Actually, yeah, we can put out our map of where there's new continents and stuff.
Can you give me a mythos roll, perception-based mythos?
What's perception based mythos?
Mythos with perception skill.
What new maps?
See, I pull out a map.
So it's the same.
I'll just burn my normal luck because I still have a luck charm.
There's something in the Pacific.
He pulls out a map, and you don't have geography, but the map has an additional continent in it,
I made it
and
by
everything is kind of
4.
shifted towards a central mass of continents. I suppose he looks like he has a map with not only a missing continent, but more of a Pangea type map.
By 5.
Actually, a
Okay.
couple missing continents.
By 4.
So this is mythos perception.
Yep.
4.
4.
Mythos.
5.
So by 5.
It's hard to determine the exact epicenter, but it seems as though something happens in that rough region on the southern tip of what used to be the Mu continent.
That would be.
Was that island we were on before?
Is that from the dream that I had? Do I
You
remember
were
the
on
southern
that
tip?
island.
Yeah. The book.
Yeah, you got Jack Legs killed.
Oh no, this was something else when I touched the idol of Cthulhu.
I
That's
thought
right,
you
that's
gave
where
him
you
that
got bit,
last
didn't
name, Jack Legs.
Yeah.
It could be, I mean, you only
Between you
really
and Mifflin.
saw the location specifically, not where.
Does the southern tip mean anything?
Yeah,
Because I remember.
that.
That was the.
Neither
Was
one
it,
of
that
them were
was
pulling
the.
too hard.
I wouldn't want to say that was kind
I
of the
wasn't
main
there for the
central
part
area
where
that the
they
deep
decided
ones
he was gonna go beat Shark
had
Face.
owned during the time of the
They
cataclysm,
should've
from
stuck
what
with
you've been
that
told.
plan.
Okay.
That used to be their holy land, but the continent doesn't exist anymore, so you don't know.
It does exist, just not right now.
So it's the deep ones that are bringing it back?
Most likely. Hey, do you know what deep ones
He's never seen them.
He's vaguely aware, but he doesn't seem to have any kind of predisposition. He just points to an area in the ocean, and you guys are.
We had a guy that walked around in their skin, and he thought it was the funnest thing in the world.
Do we want to?
The only thing
talk
that
to
he
our-
has noticed is he says that there is a very specific peak and a drop-off point for this. Anyone can give me an electronics operation pair chronic. I know B has it, but she's not here. She's working with her husband. I would give it default to a perception hypertech.
Things I don't
So
know
what's happening?
Do you have hypertech?
No.
They're looking at fucking dots on graphs and map locations, and you're looking at like scatter charts.
I
And you're like,
By one, then.
Cartography?
Yep, 3 days from now.
not specifically cartography.
The southern
Hypertech
hemisphere,
by
Pacific
one.
Ocean.
6.
6.
I don't think we should go.
The deep ones are going to bring back that.
It does look like
don't
odd,
think we
like
should go.
mechanical.
I think we
6,
should
I would
just put
tell
it off
you.
a
Do
day.
you want me to tell you side or tell you the group here? Or?
Tell the group.
You're dumb.
It looks. What is it? There's a high point and then a drop off, and this actually happens 3 days from now, but all within the
Put it
span
off
of
a
probably
day,
about
see if it
5
changes.
seconds.
If it
It seems
changes,
very.
Don't go.
What's the bad
Like a
thing
flash.
about them bringing back moon?
There's a drop off point, and then it starts to eventually fade
Anything
to background.
that's happening with these heavy
I
particle
suppose it
events
gives
we
you
don't
a-
want to have happen.
It doesn't feel like an
How do
event
you know
building up.
that?
It almost seems
Like,
like
what
a
if they're bringing
reaction
up,
or something.
help with the
You
Hester
can give me
situation?
Not, though.
an,
It's like a
Hy-
switchy read.
you
give me a
Thomas,
hypertech
pamphlet
IQ
here.
or an
All
enigma.
these things were happening at the same time.
Crimes of opportunity.
Humanity's in the middle of the big fight of the superpowers, and we just get churned under the foot in the bloody messes.
Get a hypertech again, or what's
Otherworldly entities need followers too.
Exactly.
There's always a place for human cultists.
Damn it, I'm here to stop it.
Jim's already got people that know. Like,
Yeah, I know.
like, guys, we're gonna lose this, but I can get us in with the right people.
Ground level.
Yep. I
We
got
have to
my
be
badge
different guys.
here, and
Do I have to be down?
hypertech IQ by
I
5.
still got the scar.
it gives you the feeling of some sort of detonation, or like some because it's too close together, kind of like a large bomb. But you're not sure what would cause something like that. Other
This
than
is what happens in the Pacific.
yeah, it looks too organic. Or no, excuse me. It doesn't look. The rest of the particles are kind of everywhere, and it kind of looks organic. This is very mechanical looking in nature, and it happens over 3 seconds. It gives you kind of a feeling like a bomb or an event horizon or something like more technological based than necessarily mystical based.
Well, it could be the accumulation of a ritual, too, couldn't it?
Theoretically,
The
but
triggering event of a ritual.
it could be the very pinnacle point of some ritual that has kind of wide reaching applications, but it's very quick and it's very clean.
Like a cut
Like a cut.
from a deep line.
Well, usually there's like 3 cuts and
Send
only
out
one of them is all the way
dolphins
through.
with
The rest of it
mines
just
to
kind of
take
leaves
the deep
you
one.
with
they-
ham slices on your arm. You're like,
they-
oh, yep, yep.
But they are all clean. We could talk to our deep one. He might not be in on that program.
It's all the way in Scotland.
No, we talked to him in
The
Scotland.
master?
Scotland's connected to right there.
We've talked to him.
through-
We've talked to him in Scotland, but
What
we've also
else
talked to him
can
in
Bahudin tell
off
us?
of New York.
From what do you guys understand? You've thrown that. You didn't necessarily have the abilities prior, but looking back, every time you threw that stone in, there was a strange, weird red flash of light off into the water.
Okay.
It
So
might
he
have
was
been.
teleporting or something.
It could be something associated with the salt water and the stone that you have. It could be spatial. This is retroactive. However, you would be vaguely aware that whoever's holding that has had a mild spatial link at some point in time.
Oh, okay.
I totally forgot about that, but yeah.
Okay. Well, here you can teleport. I'll give it back.
I want to teleport.
Alright, so in the Pacific, that's where we're going to be looking.
Right.
Somewhere.
But again, I think we should talk to him because he wasn't in on the whole high priest, and he seemed to be out on the outs a little bit with his people.
Or his hand is like this, and the strings are just coming right off of it.
It could be.
Can Bahudin tell us anything else?
The only thing he doesn't predict anything regarding like apocalypses or events in solar, or not events in solar, but like he'll tell you what happens there. All he can tell you is on his chart, there's a massive amount of particles, and every time there's an association with this particle, that means that there is a rupture point between this reality and another one, and often that means that something bad's happening there.
Is there a way to?
But he's
Not,
just
not often, always.
He says that they happen everywhere across the planet, hundreds of thousands of times per day. He only picks out the big, like the top for the month.
Exactly.
He's like, this one here, you see the one that's circled?
five.
That one's pretty big.
Exactly.
He can't
That-
predict
so-
apocalypse.
So
You
he
say.
has no information other than he is looking at radiation from an event that's in the future or from a possible future that's hitting him backwards in time, and he predicts where the planet is going to be positioned at that point in time in the future and what landmass that might
Did you
be.
take your measurement again to see if it's changed since you told us these facts? Just to
He can. He'll tell you it takes probably about another hour or two before he can
Okay.
interpret the reading.
Go back outside.
Can I ask him if there's...
Where do we want
Is
to
there
go?
any way he can look at past readings
He can look at past readings.
easily?
He'd have to go through his records, but he says part of the process of clearing up and like deciding what location happens, he says occasionally there are heavy particle events that aren't coming from directly above you. It's coming from what he theorizes are mirror universes or alternate futures, because sometimes an event will happen, but as he gets week after week closer, he'll find out that it's not coming from your line. It's coming from an adjacent line. So he thinks that as you pass through, you eventually get through the disturbance and nothing happens.
Right.
So yeah, he can...
When was the meteor
He says the
shower?
particles move backwards, forwards, and then sideways through time.
The meteor shower is not relevant. It's when they weaponize whatever they found.
Well,
on the meteor.
I feel like the meteor shower might have caused a little disturbance or something. And I guess if
It was an event that occurred 8 years ago. Were you taking measurements 8 years ago?
He doesn't know if he can actually get any kind of... No, he hasn't been making measurements, but he could theoretically detect something that happened prior to him setting up the device, because they would also he says they travel in all directions from their point of origin, so they move backwards and forwards through time, so he
So
can pick
you've
up
got a
something
good
that happened
point.
before.
So maybe he
However,
can-
he'll say that 8 years ago is pretty hard. Actually, it's I think now 11 years ago, because it happened in 1918. He'll say that will be incredibly hard to pick up through background radiation,
Okay.
unless it was huge.
it might
Well,
have
take it on.
cascading effects into the present, so that might help. But
He says it might take him a few days to go through that and realign his sensors to actually pick something up. And he ultimately has kind of like a small astronomy lab, and a lot of this technology, unless you have high levels of hypertech, you just don't understand it.
So we got an event happening
So
in 3
I
days
get-
in the Pacific. Do we want to try to address it? Or are we gonna...
can we explain to him
It's
that we'd
a-
like to know more about future events?
I'm a
But
little more
this would be
concerned
nice
about the event,
also
but it's
to
not
know.
Yep.
a...
He tells you they
I mean,
spent the
it's
last
a
few
bang.
hours. The
It's okay,
baseline
it's
used
done.
to be here.
But it's a bang on
now the
Ryla.
baseline is here, so he's been recalibrating.
But if they bring it back,
And I'm just going to suggest
The yellow
to him
or
that
the white flower is the
when
least of our
he's
concerns.
taking these readings, he should start thinking
Well,
about.
it's gonna be
I'm
a
not
concern
going to tell my
somehow.
researchers
Yeah,
for
but
X amount of time
Ryla-
and change X at a non-linear rate.
Flower.
So
It's the first
He
time
can
that's happened to him, but he's
I know.
aware of that
Or
now.
death.
So
But it's
he
already
has
happened.
corrective
This heavy
mechanisms in
particle event
place.
could be an attack
Okay.
on this area.
we don't know that it's spreading.
For our side, yeah.
That huge bang around Ryla could have
However,
been
he will
a
tell you
ritual
that the
to open
PCs
up
have
the
volunteered to
seals
go
on
ahead of time
Cthulhu
to
or
try to prevent
something.
something that was
Exactly.
happening, giving them a week or two advanced warning. If that is the case and he wants to put a mechanism into play which does not change the future event, he would only be able to give you a short amount of window prior to the event taking place. However, it would drastically cut down the likelihood that he's accelerating the event from happening if you are somehow involved in the cause.
I'm just going to explain. There are probably mental procedures he could go through to convince himself he's not going to tell us about this event for a certain amount of times, and then record, the differences between these, and if there are differences, he shouldn't tell us until,
Yep. But he's just telling you that the first few times he does it, he'll give you a very narrow window from which to operate. So he won't be telling you about an event that happens 2 weeks from now and then immediately watch if it shortens up. He'll be telling you that he'll know for 3 weeks, and you should probably avoid contact with him unless he contacts you or you need information, because he's not poker faced. So if he's shaking and crap, you're like, you know something, don't you? And he's like, no, I can't tell you. So
We'll wait
he
the
can try to
hour.
set some things up. That he'll try to come up with some other means of controlling those situations, but
So we let the hour go
We'll
by.
wait the hour and we'll discuss what we're discussing right now during the hour.
So what do we want to tackle?
Let's see what the hour brings up.
Okay.
So what's happening in the
Let's wait.
Pacific Ocean?
I think if anything,
We don't know
we'll get
yet.
to Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely contact Elvis.
Yeah. Maybe we start
He
with
is a
him on
neutral
this.
faction. Powerful neutral faction.
Yeah.
And so maybe he can come on board with the Chantry.
While they're doing that, why don't
They
we
might not be
check
so
out
neutral anymore.
Felix,
Magic's coming back to the world.
You know?
the new dom?
Yeah.
That's right.
from what you guys understand of the limited time, because you guys will hear stuff when you were you've spent hours sitting in the bar, and there is a little bit of, I suppose, well, they don't necessarily affiliate with demons and outer gods and things of that nature. There are things that humans do that are destroying their ways of life, that are
Exactly.
essentially barring them from even coming back to this world. And while they might be at threat too, it's going to return to a type of world in which they thrived.
Exactly.
The Fae, cosmic entities, things of that nature. They're more adapted to that sort of style rather than your modern city, New York styles type
Probably
stuff.
cheering for the apocalypse.
They might not want to be here during the process, but after everything's terraformed,
Exactly.
they might start popping back up here and there.
They'll crawl into the bunkers. Oh, yeah.
So is that Elvis's
So
people?
I'm just saying, I don't think there's neutrals.
There's good Fae and there's bad Fae, and they're a separate entity
We
from.
could still ask him if the routes we're going is.
I mean, we can use them just like we have in the past.
Yeah.
He seems to be fairly old and has a lot of information.
Right.
So. We'll use
Plus,
them.
he's just fun to talk to.
Not for you.
What was the limitation on questions you could answer?
He doesn't seem to. What is it? He has told you in the past that he can't alter your choice. He'll try to provide you with as much information, but he's bound from giving you information that drastically changes your course of action. Once you've already made a course of action, he can help you from that point, and he can provide you background information that you might be able to otherwise come across or otherwise not hugely affect your decision. But when the core mechanics are there, if you tell him, like, should I cut the blue wire or the red wire, it seems as though he might know the two outcomes, but he can't change your destiny.
Right. He'll say it's within your power to know which one you should cut.
Yes.
Both colors provide the choices that you would want.
Both
One of those wires will lead to
both
result
wires
that you're
will
happy
end
with.
up in a result.
So, all right, the hour goes by.
So he's the indecisive Wikipedia.
No, you just have to
You just have to
understand
know how
the
to go
parameters.
around this questions.
Just don't ask him stupid questions like, which wire do I cut? And then get frustrated. Tell me, damn it, what wire?
Yeah, but no, in all fairness, what wire do I cut? He's like, now that you've asked it a fourth time.
Yep, now, okay, now I can tell you, finally.
Yeah. Otherwise, you will hear from Jason Ihalt that they're attempting to, what he'll say is overcharge the relay. And for the most part, I mean, those of you that hypertech, you're not quite sure what he's stating, but you get the body language from him that he feels as though overcharge the relay, and he's not necessarily confident about it, but they're attempting to, I suppose, break through the pinnacle point and contact the separate entity, and they prefer that either you're going to be inside or far away from the relay.
So, are you in the bunker then, and how deep is it underground?
They're heading back to the facility, and he says it isn't a physical bunker. They're using the relay itself as a type of shielding against
It's
this.
indestructible.
But he says he doesn't want anyone just roaming a route here in the array field.
Like a bunch of cats in a cat temple.
So, what's the radius of the explosion that you think will be?
He doesn't think that there will be any kind of explosion. There's a fair amount of competent people between Mechlot and Dr. Riker. He doesn't think that there'll be any catastrophic failures. But he says, technically speaking, it's a interstellar gateway, so the distance
Do we need to
might
evacuate
be
nearby
variable.
towns?
variable. But no, he doesn't think that anything catastrophic should happen. But he would prefer that anyone be at least without, outside of about 1,000 meters.
Are your cats
think-
safe then? How close?
5
were they?
acres, 10 acres.
And they've called the local power
That's
company
outside
about
the-
what is it?
way
They've
away.
called the local power company and the nearby police about a chemical spill. And within the next 4 hours, the road should be closed down heading up to here.
So, do we want to take Bahad and his gear and drive outside of the circle and let them do their thing?
Is he within the circle?
Yes.
He is, but he can get back to the facility.
We'll do it.
Or do we go back to the facility?
I say we should get out of town, get out of Dodge, and start our own thing.
We don't
It's a
want
couple
the-
hours
we don't want
before
the
they're gonna-
results tainted, so we might as well.
It's a couple hours before they're going to start.
Leave the circle.
He'll tell you that there'll be a momentary blackout period for the telegraph rings, but he says if you don't see anything off in the horizon, then assume that you'll be able to contact him within the next 20-30
The
minutes.
purpose of contacting the Silver Ladder entity is because
From what
they're
he-
going to have answers.
From what he understands, Riker believes that while there's a rip in the fabric, but it hasn't ripped all the way, and he believes that they can shut it from their end, and he says it's kind of like a Band-Aid on a larger wound. If anything, it's going to slow down this degradation of the weave for decades. But he says that that's decades that otherwise you don't have. And apparently, from what Riker says, is other things have slipped through already. But a lot of the bigger things have to wait for the rip to get wider, and they hope to stop it before anything a Mack truck size can get
Then
through.
we should
Do you know?
probably-
Been a while.
Do you
Shot
know what
up
slipped
here.
through?
We should be in that conversation.
He hasn't detailed specifically, and he's a little bit afraid to ask. But he's never seen Walter Riker concerned to this level, even when dealing with that research associate Griffin.
Can you ask him what slipped through and where it slipped?
He can check on if there's a lot of other important things happening right now.
We should be there for the conversation.
He's not sure if Walter
What is
Riker
the
knows.
chambering action
He
on
says that
this
the
rifle?
equipment that came with
I
him,
think
he
it's
had
just,
mentioned that something about it being created with matter outside this
I know
universe
you're
wanna
really
pump
honing
caused
on
it
the
to not.
chantry, but
It would start to unmake
there's
itself.
important
I'll put
things
that into
happening.
my-
He says if the RIP was fully
Guys,
complete,
raise
then
me.
I feel
the
like you
move
could
could
easily
move
add a partial
technology in
side,
here,
'cause it's just so you just
unrestrained.
put a metal bar under it.
But currently, it was it. Unless they want to rip the hole wider, they can't put anything through.
We'll go in there and we'll ask.
He even mentioned that the ring that B has right now was actually made out of pocket change Walter Riker had prior to leaving.
We'll ask Riker. We'll go to Riker and be like, hey, do you know what slipped through the rip?
He says that as soon as it happened, he imagines that all sorts of foot soldiers or lieutenants started to put into the points of their staging areas, and they're just waiting for the rupture to get large enough for the generals and the what have you to come through. So he imagines that in the days to come, people are going to start to disappear. Strange things are going to happen in cities. He would recommend that if you have any friends or loved ones, you would need to get them to a secure location now, if it wasn't evident.
Thank God we don't know anybody in China, India, or Central Asia.
He says that the closer you are to the rupture point, the most likely it's going to be flooded with everywhere. He doesn't know what to do as of right now regarding the area that is the Mount Everest, Indonesia, Budapest.
We should tell Chinatown if they got any loved ones to evacuate. We should.
When we go back to New York.
Yep. So, but we still should be on this conversation so we can
think
figure
so.
out what's going on.
I think all of us need to be in that conversation. What's got your pants in such a bunch that you need to get back to the chantry a little faster?
I have to research to see how they got a hold of that information. I have to contact my contacts. We have to see if we can get Frank back.
But you can speed read, right?
Well, yes.
Okay. So
Well-
then this hour isn't going to hurt you.
Unless it turns into 2 hours, 3 hours. Let's wait an hour.
Let's go to the Pacific
We could always
Ocean.
teleport there.
I'm sure that won't be the case.
Yeah, you
Right?
can
We could always
teleport.
teleport.
Why are you? You can teleport to the chantry. Why are you?
Because the longer the distance, the more is it a risk to teleport.
Yeah.
And from what you're aware, unless you call the chantry that is in Massachusetts ahead of time, there's no gate there.
Right. That's why you open up your tunnel, you do the fairy fire gate, and then you
I don't have
teleport.
fairy fire.
Pudding does. She can do it for you. You just try.
Can I try to call the chantry again?
Yep. You'll get a lot of the same over the next probably 15 minutes because you're not wanting to spend as much time. But it seems like their operator is literally overwhelmed with the amount of people trying to communicate just at the Massachusetts Chantry location. Now they're just a bookstore in Providence. It wasn't at Providence, but off in Massachusetts. But it seems like they're overwhelmed. Whoever the operator is for that region.
Then can I call Althea and Seljuk and Jason Gricoli?
You'll be able to contact. Was it calling Althea Montrose? You do know that she was. What the hell is it? She wasn't part of that expedition. But the calls to her house will go unavailable. It doesn't seem like she's there. But she has been spending a fair amount of time at the chantry. So it might be that she's just not at home when this happens. That's not unusual. Seljuk, you'll be able to. It probably takes about 5 minutes for you to call Seljuk. And ultimately a young boy picks up. Can I help you?
I need to talk to Seljuk.
What is this regarding?
He'll know. I'm Professor Frank Graham.
He'll probably take probably about 30 seconds, and you kind of hear in the back. Do you know Arabic?
No.
You hear something in a foreign language. The boy comes back. He's like, Seljuk is busy at the moment dealing with other things coming in. Can I take a message for Seljuk?
I don't know what I should tell him. We're trying to research where the source of the madness has begun. I need his help with this research and to
At this
save
point in
one of my
time, you end up hearing
companions.
what is it? It sounds like Seljuk say something in Arabic. Then there's a rattling on the phone, and then you end up hearing Seljuk. Professor, I'm sorry to interrupt you. It is very important that you get it's somewhere out. either stay inside of Brooklyn. There is the Rainbow Division with you, or you had mentioned the Order, right? It may be good for you to get whatever family you have currently and get to the Order. Something has occurred. I'm currently taking a look at it, but I cannot deal with these.
What has occurred with you?
He says something of grave importance has come up. There's an issue
grave
in.
importance.
He says he understands that, but what he's trying to relay to you is that something big has happened off in the Asian continent, and it is very important, and he just can't deal with this. He says, get supplies and whatever you just need in your family, and I wish you good luck.
Alright, so he already
Next
knows
response
what
should be,
he's saying.
yes, I know, I was there. What do you want to know?
Hey, Seljuk, my bad.
We can't open the door.
So he's not going to be a good help. What about Jason recalling?
You could actually tell him that you're trying to work on that.
You can try to call him
Yeah,
back
I
at this point in
think
time, but there
that
was a dead period which he heard has got it. Click.
No, I think he already knows what's going to happen and he's trying to get his family.
He's doing things, but he doesn't know you're working on it, so that's what you could tell him. And then maybe he'd work on it with
You
you.
have to call him back. It took a couple minutes the first time to get a hold of him.
Yeah, but I already told him I'm working on it.
Just teleport to him and be like,
Fine, I'll recall him.
Roll those dice.
At this point in time, it probably takes about 5 minutes. Nobody's picking up so far. Depends on how much time you want to invest into it.
A little more time, I guess.
After about 15 minutes, additionally, nobody answers the phone.
Alright, then he's not going to pick up then. Alright, then go to Jason recalling.
You want to take these guys from your seat? Or
I'm Ben.
Ben? There you go. Ben.
Nice to meet you, Ben.
Jason Kakali will answer the phone. It does take him about 5 minutes as well. However, he picks up the phone. Yes?
Jason, I need your help.
Yes, of course. Let me put on a robe. What seems to be the issue?
I want to tell him about what happened with the Mountain of Madness or whatever, and what things may lie ahead, and I need his help with research.
He says he needs to make some phone calls then. Is there a number he can reach you at?
Bahowden. He can tell you more about what's going on.
Omar, you hear some pages flipping. I think I have his contact information here.
This isn't Omar with the Pneumometric Society?
He is. He'll confirm with you. Is this new number at Walker? Was it the Riker Foundation?
Yeah.
Okay. Just let him get his things together and he'll make some phone calls. What is it? He'll contact Omar. Is there some way of getting hold of you in the future? Or?
I suppose leave a message with aren't they at these facility gonna leave?
Supposedly, some people are staying here at the facility. Some people, I would say pretty much everyone's here.
Morton's, because that's our Obduro group, and if they, what?
Lisa Morton's going to be sent to the Chantry.
Then I guess, well, the thing is, he can't contact the Chantry if everyone's contacting the Chantry.
Have him contact B's office. Because they're going to have the rings and we can get...
Then contact B's office and leave a message if I'm not able to pick up.
Otherwise, he'll tell you that he'll be here at his home. Otherwise, he's going to be spending some time, so give him about an hour. Otherwise, you might not be able to get through.
Okay.
He thanks you for the information.
And I can't contact Althea, so...
You get through to her home phone, but nobody answers.
We just have to get to the Chantry. Once we get out of
You could try. She's in the British Isles, right?
Supposedly.
You could try calling the British Chantry.
Well, she was working with the Chantry.
She got moved to the one here in the US.
So I want to get to the Chantry.
You do know that back in the day you had used, if anyone has those communication candles Althea has, she did use those ones.
I burned them up to a nub.
I have Candle. I can't contact her though. I don't have that.
Do you want me to help you with that?
I don't know. I just want to get to the Chantry. Seljuk's not going to help. He's rounding up his family and getting them out.
So why don't you go to the professor or to the Chantry then, Professor?
I want to go to the Chantry.
So, before you go though, we should devise our overall plan here. because we have a Pacific Ocean event, correct? And otherwise, we'd still like to be able to end this.
I think the faster I can get that information, we may not even have to deal with the madness crap if the Chantry can use this information.
Okay.
So,
Go.
oh, are you teleporting?
No, I'm going to the Chantry.
Alright.
It's teleportation.
Here's your car keys.
It's the end of the world. You can teleport there.
I don't know, I may teleport myself onto a moving truck and get killed. That's the thing.
Wait, the weave's stronger now, so magic is a little bit easier to use.
That's actually starting to happen from what you can tell.
So you could use your magic,
Yeah.
because it's actually being reinforced right now.
But I have no, thing at the Chantry.
But you do know that you are familiar with.
Those are just suggestions.
Yep, they're just
Only in my
suggestions. You
car.
are aware that it is much more difficult to teleport to some location that you don't have an anchor point to, that depending on the distance you teleport...
It's just difficult. It's
Yep.
not impossible.
Yep. And also that, what is it?
That's some good research.
2% off on a 300-mile trip is still 2% off on there. You're like, where the hell am I?
He's
There's a
also-
cabin out here.
It's only 6 miles.
David Browning's offered to help with paperwork and research.
Okay.
Know how to do this stuff, yeah.
Actually, if you come with us when we go to Brooklyn, I'm going to try to quickly produce a few more of the special rockets that can kill these beasties.
I'll hook up with you. We'll eventually hook up. I think research. If you guys just learn this information, then relate to us. We better find
I'll
each
ask
other.
for a few more rockets so I can make the
If
special
you know
guns.
what I
If
got.
you want to go with them, you can. I have Jason Gricoli.
Nah, I'll help you
Do you
out
have
with
some
this
extra
one.
rockets there?
Okay.
What's that?
Do you have some extra
we're
rockets
going.
you won't be using?
You gave him the
really.
4
The
or the
carbine
8 drums that he had?
Yeah.
I don't have any
Sorry.
carbine.
Yeah, remember you had 2 of
Yeah,
those
I gave
guns
you
and then
the
8 drums.
I gave them to you as
Yeah,
soon
I
as
gave
saw
him
they were working pistols.
8 drums.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry,
Just
I
to
messed up.
clarify,
You had 8
what he
drums.
had in his 2 demos was 2 of those weapons and 8 drums. Each one of the drums holds 24 15mm rockets. So what it gives you is a couple of hundred miniature rockets.
We didn't hear 100.
Yep. Now
8
he is
drums,
aware of
8
what I
times
told him
24.
earlier. He had
Okay.
8 magazines and then he just looked at the sheet now and was like, oh, yeah, there we go.
Well, it wouldn't
Mind you,
always-
these are different from the G.U.R.P.S
Yeah.
rounds that you guys have.
You
But they do
notice-
look oddly similar.
You do notice that some of the one of the drums is a little is what's called on short.
Okay.
Let's go to the Chantry. No time to wait.
All right, yep, let's go.
We go hook up with V right here in the bunker.
Okay. For the most part, they're still getting ready for the process. It looks as though anyone can give me a perception hypertech.
We ask them where we can stand so we're out of their way and still in the
They say
safety
anywhere
zone.
was roughly within this facility in the main chambers, and they kind of give you an area. Not near any kind of window or anything else of that matter.
That's big.
However, then one of the researchers really says that if something goes wrong, it really doesn't matter where you're standing in this building.
That's
However,
fine.
the rest of them kind of like, we gotta be optimistic. Don't say those sorts of things. You're ruining morale. But yeah.
I roll out one of my sigils and I stand in it.
Okay.
I invite anybody else that wants to stand on my sigil with
I step next to him.
Yep.
Otherwise, as this process is currently happening, you are getting, I suppose.
me. I got my parachute on.
Does anyone have? Did anyone have Akkadian Acheron or linguistics?
I
should say, do you have
Akkadian
Akkadian-
Acheron.
You can give me a linguistics roll if you have it. Otherwise,
You don't have
IQ.
linguistics.
We're not
No,
there.
that's the. I have Latin and Deep 1 in linguistics.
So,
So-
one of the 3 skills that would work at this point.
IQ by 2.
For the most part, Riker is
I speak-
talking
I speak
through the
Latin,
radio
actually, 3 languages.
to some individual that seems to have
Belgian,
almost what you would
French,
say is a
Belgian,
near perfect Acheron accent.
In English.
However, it does sound human, as though a human is speaking the tongue, but perfectly trained to do so. Not only that, but you come across certain phrases that you're not aware of, but they do sound Acheron. Otherwise, you have noticed what appears to be certain symbols in Akkadian, and occasionally what seems to be Mu sigils, but nobody has ever pronounced anything. They're always talking in Acheron. This is coming across that display screen.
I try to memorize the new sigils.
Okay.
Because I figure I don't need to say anything. I can just draw it out. And
Well, you do know that drawing them out is part of a 4th dimensional process. So just seeing one in flat text doesn't necessarily do anything. And that's probably why the screen hasn't exploded.
Right. So when it's 4-dimensional and it activates.
However, it does seem as though they have a manner in which to represent these sigils without actually activating them, which you guys haven't really accomplished other than failing to draw them. You're like, yeah, it kind of looks close. Oh, it's squiggly. We missed a squiggly.
Yeah,
What?
Chris, you have high tech as well.
Yeah.
Otherwise, their process is going. Who's going to the chantry? Or the
Higher
car?
ultra tech.
Those two.
Hi.
All right.
I guess. Are you guys leaving before, or this is happening, right? So we can leave after.
They're in the
communication's
process. It
over?
seems like they're probably pretty close to getting ready, but it seems like they'd contacted the local police department and the power company regarding a chemical spill, and that they should cordon off the road in a certain area, and they're waiting by the phone.
Does Bowden come to us?
You're gonna go via Brooklyn?
But Howden will come to the main
I
facility
have
here.
stand inside the
Which one are
signal.
we
Can
going
you
to?
teleport us to
The Chantry, but
Brooklyn?
it's in Boston. But
There's a signal in Brooklyn.
you're gonna take the main road there.
So you're stepping in the teleport
I
sigil
don't know
here.
how to get there.
Yeah, basically I
we-
take that signal and I fold it out so that it's now active.
You do know that there's going to be difficulty compensating for that buffer zone, but you are aware it's there rather than just totally smacking against it.
Right. But my thought is that, okay, if it's a choice between, okay, just utter having your atoms spread across the universe,
if
or,
there's enough conscious time for you to react, you could theoretically not be there when it hits.
Right.
However, if it's something like, and my face is melting, all right.
And I arrive in New York with my face melted.
But I have high pain there as well,
Are
so
we
yeah.
going past Brooklyn to get to the chantry?
Not necessarily. It would probably add about 45 minutes to your time. I'd probably say 30 minutes, because then, I mean, ultimately you're going to be coming down here, heading Massachusetts, or from Brooklyn.
You haven't
kind of
tapped out
here.
all your quintessence, have you?
Well, we
Do
need
you
to
want
one.
to go with us?
I'm talking
He
Thomas.
needs to get
I paid
to one of his
2
contacts.
and I
Okay.
haven't had a
Yeah,
lot
we
of time
can
to
give you
recover.
Then
that.
that's how Obduro.
I'll go with those 2.
When did you pay 2 though?
The night of the party.
Then you would have 1 back.
Been long enough?
About a month has passed, I think,
Yeah.
at least. Yeah, you'd have the
How
one
many
back.
researchers are here?
Mind you,
You might even have-
you don't.
The group?
No, and B's.
Primal flare is the only means to tell, and you never come like empty. You think so? You don't. Your brain doesn't really have a function that you're aware of that interprets how much you have at a given instance.
Yeah. All I have is that they said they took 2.
Yeah. So, what was your questions?
How many researchers are there within the facility?
I would say 14 for security guards, and I would probably say 1 or 2 receptionists.
Okay. Ask B, will any type of thaumaturgy interfere with your high-tech stuff here?
She doesn't know of it, but she would recommend not doing anything during the procedure.
Okay. But you're not doing it technically right now, right?
She said no, they're getting ready to.
Okay.
But you would say try to avoid anything dealing with space, because the relay is, from what you understand, a
What I'm
permanently open gate.
What I'm going to do has nothing to do with space.
Okay.
So,
B has a little bit of thaumatology, so she'd probably ask you what you're trying to do and whether or not it might affect anything.
I'm just going to use primal conduit to siphon a little bit of quintessence from the various people here that don't have any use for it.
She says that it probably shouldn't be an issue, but don't go near any of the researchers in case something happens. She says use the back room, or better yet, use the sub-basement where
I'm
they
gonna
keep like the wines.
I'm going to start with the security guards first.
You'll have to give me a diplomacy. I'm not sure. Steve might be totally on board with that, or he might not be.
I'm just taking a small. It's like taking the cream off the top. and leaving
Yeah,
everything
I'm
else.
not sure if Steve's 100%
Just wait for the
involved with that.
hobos.
Not so much because it's unethical, more because it's his people.
It doesn't harm them.
It's
If
quintessence
it's done
green.
correctly, maybe.
Quintessence green.
If I
it's
took
people.
everything, then they'd be susceptible to pattern damage. But I'm not taking everything. I'm just taking a small bit.
Give me a diplomacy.
Well, that's nice of you.
Yeah, I'm not going to do what I did to Branton here.
Well, that was like do it or die. So you know what? I did it to myself first.
17.
17, but they're not Cthulhu dice, importantly.
Okay. It's still a critical failure. You're like,
Yeah.
no, I only take a little bit, and they're only just ever so slightly more susceptible to pattern damage. I mean, only if I fuck up. And I mean, it's only one dude if that happens, and it's the end of the world, right, B? And then she's like, no, done. You can, anyone that she says that volunteers that's not part of her team, totally up for.
So what happened to our protective?
She walks away.
However, she
tattoos?
says no trying to convince any of
Are
her
they
team
burned
members
up?
because they're pliable.
All right.
Our tattoos don't.
So she says limit yourself to these folk.
Does she walk away?
We just feel a
She stays within the area. She's perceptive.
because they burnt before.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. What are we 2 saying? You're currently en route to
What happened
Massachusetts.
to our
Us three.
tattoos that one time?
From what you are aware of, what have you?
Felt a burning sensation on it.
No, your tattoos are still intact, from what I can tell. The only thing is what you found out later on is when oh, actually, you haven't found that information out yet. So nothing.
So I'm going with them
unusual.
to the chantry.
You use a mirror and you look at your back, it's still there.
I could have just told you that.
Yeah, but then it's your word against hers. Like,
There you go.
It's like, is it really there? Is Hunter just saying that? He's like, yeah, just let me touch your shoulder here. Draw your life force.
I don't need to touch you to do that. It's a common misconception.
So reassuring.
I just have to remember from now on. It's easier to ask for forgiveness than permission.
I can't lean in.
Oh, she's watching me now. I'm not going to do it.
Yeah,
That's true. Well.
the ball of light happens.
So if we get in a position where I need to have it, I'll just take hers.
I have spells, but I'm not very good at them, so I don't rely on them.
Trust me, I'll take whatever you got too if I need it.
Be a little bit harder.
Not you, him.
Oh.
You use yours.
Yeah, he just said that he doesn't rely on his spells because they're not all that good, and he's like, alright, then I'll...
Yeah. I'm only going to take from people that can't use it. If you can use it, then why would I take
You know
it?
I use my spells.
Exactly.
Lies and blasphemy.
What?
Lies and blasphemy.
No, it's not.
What do you mean? Are you angry that you helped contribute to this?
I have
saving the
spells
group?
now.
But do you use them?
Yes.
How often?
But did you have spells when I drained you?
How often do you
I
use your
had
spells
to.
versus your gun?
Okay, and are you angry that you helped save the group?
I didn't help.
Yeah, you
You
did.
didn't?
Without me draining you.
Yeah, you
Sure.
siphoned. You saved us.
Exactly.
Way to go.
Sure.
There's a parade, a ticker tape parade, I tell you.
Exactly. You were direct. You
It's
were
in the alleyway.
You were integral to the survival of the group.
But have your wallet
Without
there.
you, we would have died.
Choose two some next time.
What's that?
Choose two some next time. He's
How
around.
good do you research, Mr.
Who?
Browning?
Toonses?
Tucson?
Quite well.
Tucson? Well, I'll use
Before
whoever's
this,
around.
I was
that
the
doesn't
general
cast
manager
spells.
of the Browning plant, so Holland, not Holland.
It's like, suddenly the gravity
in
feels a little
Belgium, so I
heavy.
do a lot of research on past influence
We
and
put
stuff
that
like
shit
that.
out, man.
For this, again,
Look at this. It's only a millimeter cut I put
I'm
in
doing
your
it
neck.
for
Do you know about the Order of Hermes?
I know a little bit about magic, that I know it exists, and I have some simple symbol drawing stuff that we did learn through stuff, but I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about this order. I understand it has something to do with magic, that's what it is.
You know of any other factions of magic? Or technology?
Our main technology, the only thing I know is what we've been producing at the Browning plant, and the stuff that come down.
You also
from-
do have, what is it? Theoretically, you're aware of where some of the other demos are stored, and they are not specifically developed by Browning, but you do know that they're kind of subcontracted out to Browning for testing. So, like, essentially, some of the items on that list I provided you.
Yep, so we'll kind of explain it. Yeah. You notice I did move a big casing back to
When we get there, there's three things I want to do. Is get the package, tell Mr. Soon to get
the Order of Silver Twilight or Golden Dawn.
into the chantry in Boston, and Lisa Mortensen sent her to Boston.
Yep. He's staying here for the time being, just waiting for some of his friends, or what he would say is his extended family, to come back in. He's been aware of the situation in China for some time now, and a lot of the prophecies talked about a madness and a coming of the, the Emperor Qingzhang, I want to say,
in
or
China, they said that they found Gravenhurst type entities.
zombies. So he's already aware. A lot of his family have been evacuated out of the mainland. He doesn't say where specifically, but he says they're no longer in Asia. Otherwise, he appreciates the information. He tells you that there's a strong, there's unfortunately a Chinese civil war happening right now, and he believes, from what he's heard already, people near, the area, was it southern, southwest China, have been coming out of the mist wrong, except they've had unusual abilities or powers, except they would freak. They would kill everyone around them, regardless of whose side they were on, and they've even heard word of somebody seeing a dole. And you can give me a mythos.
Can I hear this? Or-
No, this is in Brooklyn.
Well, they're
Or
with
did-
us.
Oh, you drove
No,
with
yeah,
them?
they're my drive.
So yes, you hear that. You can make a mythos roll if you want as well.
10, 9, weighted by 2.
By 2?
Maybe 3.
both of you know that they're mythical worms, sometimes associated with the dream world, but
But those
they're
are
like
balls.
2-mile-long worms. They're kind of like dune worms.
In Dreamlands,
They don't
they're
exist
balls.
anymore anywhere on the planet that you're aware of.
Okay. So that kind of makes sense if some of the things from the Dreamlands
Might be trying to escape.
or coming over.
Yeah.
Like
because everything
Queen
coming
Samantha
over,
told us.
which is that seal, you know. Well, then what about the thing you dreamed about?
That was just me going nuts. I need to get rid of my nightmares or things like that's going to occur a lot more. Nothing like Yog Shoggoth coming out of my dreams and eating my sock.
I developed dream powers and I have nightmares. Uh-oh.
It's kind of like having teleportation.
So if anything I could dream over, I mean, right
Teleporting
now,
while
if I
you're
could dream it in the
Yep.
Dreamlands,
Or
there's
teleporting
a good
objects you
chance
come
I
in
could
contact
bring it
with.
over.
Like, all I need with my
Is there a
bathrobe
way
is a
for
cup
you
of
to
cop.
contact
Shit.
psychosis as well?
Try to edit, and again, and again, and
Yes, but it's back at B's lab.
Okay.
But let's finish. Is there
Well,
anybody
yeah,
else that
we'll
you need
work
to
on
tell
that.
here in Brooklyn?
I
We'll
don't
make
know.
a quick stop by the police department, get any type of evidence that's there from the Carmichael case, and we'll head our
Well, you'll
ways.
be able to find out. I would say you guys are fairly well known within the NYPD.
Yeah, we helped that one
talking
guy
to
with
people.
the Turkish
What is it? There's a
people.
Kenneth.
We
damn
love
it.
killing Turks.
There's an individual on homicide that you guys have a contact with. I want to say is Detective Kenneth, or
Yeah.
let me double check what his name is.
It's mostly a nefarious reputation.
Well, you do accomplish your tasks.
We get it
However,
done.
No,
there
that one
there are
detective-
divisions just dealt with like
That one
controlling your
detective that,
chaos.
saw
Keith
that-
Johansson. He's he's part of the homicide in NYPD, and he can get you access to the information. From what he says is apparently what the hell is it? Apparently there is how the hell would that look like? He tells you that a lot of the material that was part of the what the hell is it? Part of the Carmichael case had been shipped over to a special research part of the Massachusetts State Police.
So it's there at the Chantry.
Okay.
He doesn't seem to know anything
I look
regarding
at
that.
I look
Other
at
than
it.
he's been told that a lot of he says it looks like there was a few books, pamphlets, notes, sheets, and a few weird objects that they shipped over, and they sent the whole thing.
Okay. All right, I'll pick up the package from
Okay.
the deli.
She can essentially have you sign off that you picked up the first one.
Okay. And if it comes in, can you send it to the Chantry?
She says, yeah, she can put it in the mail.
Okay.
She will tell you that, as before, Casey doesn't insure things over the normal postage mail.
Nope.
If they disappear and somebody in Utah gets them, then...
Just in case, we will need to find a way to. Do you have a courier that you trust?
Yeah, they have a courier.
Okay. Just to let you know.
He's been pretty busy, so it might be delayed depending on what time.
Okay.
It seems like people are cashing in a lot of their accounts and what have you. However, she seems completely and utterly oblivious at this point.
Everybody's leaving town. They're going to the cabin.
You know?
How long you been working with Casey?
She says that she is not normally here, and she is a younger girl. She says that she's helping out her family for the time period, and otherwise Casey is able to, I suppose, it pays very well. From what she understands, it's going into a college fund.
All right. Well then, I will see you next week.
She says, all right. She hopes that business kind of picks back up. I mean, otherwise it's just...
So do I. All right. Now we can.
But she
head to the
says,
Chantry.
remember the sandwich codes.
Yep. Yep. I
She
got
looks
you.
at her
More
sheet
money
and-
for the
Start
people
pastrami.
who survived the rapture
Yep.
that didn't cash in.
So you guys ever see that joke they did after the rapture came
Alright.
out? There's a thing they all said to the guy who did it. They took pairs of clothes and they put them on places, just laying there like they'd actually been raptured. And they take pictures and send it to the guy.
Yeah,
And
and
that's
he's probably
steering a
laughing
mental
because he's
warning.
got everyone's money.
Yep.
Yeah.
It'll get from... You don't know the specific things, but it'll give you a +2 will bonus, and then you also get a resistance bonus, which you're not aware of the benefit of that, to certain types of mental effects.
Madness.
However,
Kinda late now.
the will is for anything. Theoretically, you could burn that, but if you went to very low levels and took off the earring, your
I'm fucked.
your mental house of cards would start to collapse.
That happens. All right.
So all he told you is just don't take it off.
all
You can
I
do
hear.
it. Just don't take it
Now,
off.
if I wear the other one,
Yep. And then it's like, dodge, deep one.
and if I wear the other one, it stacks, right?
It does.
Poor Will.
Oh, you bastard. Not gonna share the stealth. See if they got
He's
2
doing
here.
this to help you guys. You should be
Exactly.
kissing his ass.
That's all right. I'll take his quintessence.
I don't know if I can block that one. I guess I could counter magic.
I'm pretty sure you could easily block a conduit or reverse it so it's like siphoning from himself or
Counter
something.
magics.
Can he fight like 30 cats?
I'm gonna make you develop an allergy to cats. Alright. We'll head to the chantry.
All right. It's going to be a few hours while you guys are driving. However, you guys can grab whatever you want from Brooklyn or what have you.
So what's happening to us?
So, they're amidst travel. Ultimately, they're preparing for some sort of communication. Riker seems to be the only individual that is even understanding of the language that these people are speaking to him.
I'm picking up bits of it.
You understand what they're saying. Ultimately, they're talking about various natures of parachronic dimensional sciences to which you're not fully privy to.
No,
You're
I'm
aware
not
that
finished.
B has said these things to you before when she's talking about event horizons and heavy particle bridge cancellations and emergence and black hole
I do have-
regions and things of that nature. But
Hunter.
you've never actually really
I do have
researched
one
it.
on back order.
Okay.
These individuals
It
seem
was
to
for
have...
me, but
She doesn't need willpower.
she's already nuts.
You get a feeling with your level of hypertech that Walter Riker is acting as a medium for the technology here, like they're trying to step down to this relay.
Because the relay's not high tech enough.
I'll sit inside the sigil. I'll pull out one of my adamantine axes just in case I want to chop the sigil. I will kind of be actively monitoring it just in case someone decides to do things with it. I can try to counter it.
So you either want to chop the sigil or jeb stick.
Otherwise, you've... okay, weird. A little off kilter there.
You've done it before.
So that was up the thigh, and it was really funny because it was, I got super armor, I got a super weapon.
Exactly.
You
Oh,
got,
super
chocolate
weapon
in my peanut butter.
super weapon wins.
What the hell have you? So, ultimately, as things start to get staged, it does seem as though while they are ready within, the next hour and a half, it seems like they're still waiting on police to call them back. And it does seem as though this Dr. Mechlot is having items transported in, and Dr. Riker does talk to him about it, and there's a little bit of arguing, because it seems clear that he's caching certain types of heavy elements somewhere that is not in this pocket space.
Bastard.
Like bombs?
Can I get the
You
feel?
don't know what.
Can I feel where they're sending stuff to?
You can give me a the sense stealing.
Can I do one too?
Oh yeah, if you have it. You have your sigil out with you, do you? Don't you?
Yeah, the one on my chest. We're still here.
Yep, that's fine.
Wait, the sense stealer, the one that I don't think
Sense space or sense stealing?
the sense stealy, right?
Yep.
I thought it was.
Made it by 9. What is it?
You're not trying to move anything.
No.
You're not trying to fold space. You're not trying to transpose. It's purely trying to detect where it is.
I'm just sensing.
Holy crap.
So by 9.
You can feel that from the outside, it is incredibly hard to gain entrance to this pocket space, but it's kind of similar to the Chantry pocket space, other than it has a mechanical feel, and you just think interacting with it is kind of a little bit like that Migo, strangely like that Migo vessel.
Okay.
But you believe that you could gain access to that area, but they're clearly sending a fair amount of stuff. You're not sure what, but it's heavy, it's voluminous.
Okay. Do I have a feel of where though? Like, so I'm here in New York, and the destination is there in, Madagascar.
It's in a sub-pocket that exists on the same location that B's lab exists.
Okay.
It's just
out of phase with this.
out of
right?
phase. They're overlapped. It's not a different dimension. It's just a point of space that's been pinched off where you can't get to.
And when you say volume, is it like they're filling tanker cars full of crude oil, or
You
they've
feel
got wheelbarrows full of dirt, or
based on like the 6-foot diameter. There's multiple 6-foot diameter objects or more
Okay.
being sent through at a time. So you feel as though there's crates or even potentially cars or something fairly large units.
Okay.
You wouldn't say anything the size of like a large ship, mind you.
it's not a
But
pipeline either, where it's just
yeah.
a constant flow.
Nope, there's and they're shifting it slightly as though they're coming in at a perfectly stacked location
Okay.
or
Like they're filling up crates, basically.
yeah.
Okay.
It gives you a feeling as though if you were to perfectly like move all the contents of a large warehouse to another location
Yeah.
and have them arrive exactly where you want, that's what
So
it feels like.
Basically, I'll relay it to Thomas. It's probably quicker at doing math in his head than I kind of tell him. Okay, if you got a space that's roughly this size, and you got these boxes that are roughly this size coming in, they all seem to be uniform as far as what's kind of going through the pipeline.
Some of them are heavier than others. Other ones seem to exist in multiple locations at the same time. The only other thing that has given you a feeling like that is the relay, because the relay seems to exist. So when you fold space and you make like the object and you kind of shift it around, this exists on the top of the sigil and below the sigil. So that relay technically exists here and in the pocket space. And you feel as though whatever they're moving, some of that stuff has the same consistency.
Right, but it might be another space that it exists in. Right.
But it's one of the spaces it's existing in is going to be this pocket dimension.
Right. It's in the pocket dimension, but then it's tied to someplace else. Not
Theoretically.
here, but someplace else.
Theoretically, it could be,
Yeah.
yes.
So anyways, I just tell you more about just the stuff within the pocket dimension so you can kind of calculate what they're filling the volume up with.
I don't know how many items.
You know, 900 crates of, you know, a 3x3 size or something. You know what I mean? That's kind of what I get.
I'm aware. Did you not say a mile too long, Dune Worm? I freaking said that. I said that.
Yeah,
Yes.
he totally said
And
that.
that's the shooting radius of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't go to
Mind
China.
you, there's only confirmed, or is it somebody, not confirmed, somebody rumored that it was up in the mountain range. But if somebody's like, hey, I don't remember that mountain range, why is that mountain range moving? Oh. So you can give me, I would say a freight handling.
I don't think there's anything better for that.
Burn, freight handling. They're moving a large cargo.
Yeah, so suck it.
Yeah. You give me an IQ roll, too.
See, you should have been here. You could have been useful. Instead, you're off being someplace not useful.
Be useful when I get back.
Yes. By
Not
3.
being useful right this second, though. That's the important
Not
thing.
being useful right to you. Getting a call, it's like, yeah, we found out this. Oh, thanks.
You would feel as though there's enough for kind of like a, almost like a medium to large size Ford plant moving through over the course of this next hour and a half. You're like, well, there's a crate. I mean, that's not a that's not a lot. That's not a lot, and this just keeps happening.
Excuse
Like,
me, Dr.
Unit.
Riker?
Unit. Yep.
Do you have a second I could bend your ear?
He essentially says something in a language that's very lispy. You've heard it before.
Okay.
And he does come back to you. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to let you know that this guy's moving freight through.
He does look down. He says he's fully aware,
Okay.
and there was an argument with him prior. He believes that he is supplying his allies or whoever else. However, they're letting us use the relay at the moment, so he finds it to be a necessary evil. He'll try to deal with the situation after this.
That's
But-
okay, as long as you're aware of it. I just want to.
Yeah,
make
he
sure
doesn't
wasn't
like
happening.
it, but right now it would take him hours to build a similar device
Nope,
to
that's
even
fine.
get part of the yield. So,
Again, I just wanted you to be aware of it. You are, and so I'm happy. So please go back
well,
to your work.
not specifically like this relay, but just something like a shitty shortwave radio, that supersonic shortwave radio, to get up there. Be like, can you hear me?
I hear you better when you don't go.
I'll remember that in the future.
Stop. Shh. What? Shh. I can't hear you over. Shh.
I let him go back to his work, and I sit there quietly.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to like it too much. B is obviously, she's very optimistic about things. You can tell that it's kind of a weird quirk of hers now. She does kind of giggle occasionally, but she kind of keeps it under
It's
wraps.
like a happy girl kind of.
Yeah, I mean, there's things that she should be happy about. Her husband definitely is back. I mean, she's been searching for some time. He seems to be not only healthy, but he's
Vigorous.
he's a lot more vigorous than he used to be. And she seems to be fully under the understanding that this is in fact Walter Riker, the person that she married.
Yeah. Well, that strikes me as odd. I never fancied their marriage to be one of emotion.
Both of them are fairly logical scientists, so it's varying levels.
There you go.
But yeah, it seems like she's
I've got a
handling
tab.
it.
You've got a slot. We should get together.
Apparently, that's all it takes. I respect your mind. I respect yours. We should
Otherwise, you
respect
can
each other.
give me. Do you have mathematics MG?
What's mathematics MG?
Am I? You mean?
MI? Yeah, that'll work. You can give me a mathematics MI.
What's MI?
Things.
Okay.
It's a type of subscience, they know.
Wow, there's a 16.
There we go.
Lock it, Chris. Lock it.
I don't have luck.
That's right, you don't.
Yeah, I missed my roll by.
So did you roll Cthulhu
3.
dice at least, so he's got something to record?
Oh yeah, he did.
Oh, 2. Missed my roll by 2. Damn. Curse you! Wait, you just did that to me.
Otherwise, you're kind of looking at some of the instrument readings coming out, and they look odd. Like you've seen some of them before, but obviously this is kind of like almost like a precursory technology that some of the people have installed here that the Riker team has installed to hook up to this other shit. And it is kind of interesting from that perspective. You do kind of check some.
Did memory assist at all?
Like I had mentioned before, this dusk technology seems to be very similar.
Mm-hmm.
However, this type of technology seems to be early. You haven't seen this stuff specifically, but it looks like the early type of technology that MI5 or what the hell is it? The Bureau of Water and Land, was it Water Reclamation would have used to interact with dusk technology. It's just you've never seen it before. By the time you got there, what the hell is it? Their technology had matured a little bit.
Okay.
I mean, you started getting the factions talking to each other, but it seems like they were aware of some of this dust technology when that happened. Prior to this, where it looks like they're just now discovering it. Otherwise, you come across one of the larger dark fluid conduits, as James Eichholt had said, as he's kind of running back, and ultimately you kind of just peek around and start looking around, and you're not paying attention too much, and there's just this spark of curiosity that hits you as you kind of touch back the unit. You're like, well, I don't get it. This one doesn't have the same conduit as the rest of these. And then ultimately you kind of touch it and you kind of jump back and your hair ends up standing on end. And James Eichholt yells at you. He says, no, that one's not shielded yet. And he just kind of looks at you and you're just standing there with your hair standing up. And are you all right?
Yeah, I think so.
He kind of walks off to another person and kind of whispers to them.
Do I sense that he's still in the same space, or?
It appears to be, yeah.
I mean, with my senses and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is something
Seems to
wrong?
be in this- He says, no, apparently not.
Never wanted to have children.
Okay, let me
That's
let
good,
me
you just
ask
killed
that
every
one
sperm in your
again and
body.
let you remind you that I hunt down things and kill them when they annoy me. Is there anything wrong, or do you suspect anything?
He says that they didn't finish all the conduiting. He said that you opened up one of the junction boxes to look, and he says they haven't finished all the high-end insulation for the dark fluid cabling.
So what kind of cancer do you get from dark fluid exposure?
So
He says none that they're aware of, but research is very primitive at the moment.
Exactly. I'm pretty sure it's a health additive.
He says he'll have you checked, but they're probably about 20 minutes out from the procedure, so he says they can't really stop this for
I can
your
wait.
potential cancer.
if the things I've seen have occurring, there's only like a 4% chance I'll survive anyway. So let's keep going. Don't worry about me.
All right. Ultimately, it looks like they use a series of devices like the EMS detector, and they're trying to get a good gauge where specifically the event is taking place. After the relay goes up and running, for the most part, you can see that there's a lot of power running in from some other area, a bunker somewhere in the facility. You're not sure where. B and Riker seem to have an understanding where it is. Also, this Dr. Mechlot seems to be kind of watching in. You get a strong feeling that wherever he is, he's not threatened by whatever's happening here, but he is really worried about what might happen to the Ray.
So, before this happens, like right when he throws out his mat, since I'm just pretty bored out of my mind, I'll be like, "Hey, you want to learn that spell you asked me about?"
No. You told us not to be doing any space spells. Didn't you
This
listen at all?
isn't. This is gravity.
I'm not doing spells while you're doing this shit. Yeah, look at gravity. Oh shit! I'm sorry. Did you need that? Was it important? Uh-oh, the building's falling on us. Just sit here quietly.
So you're that incompetent with your magic?
So
that you
gravity
feel
can
this
compress space?
So the only question I'm asking myself right now is it going to take me maybe 1 or 2 punches to your face to knock you out?
All right. So things start to gear up.
I do kind of let out a big sigh and then I go back to just sitting there quietly.
Things start to gear up at this point in time. And from what you understand, what the hell have you... Yeah, there's a fair amount of stuff occurring. However, the relay seems to amp up to a certain degree. At one point later in the... what the hell is later in things ramping up, Captain Thomas does start to float at one point in time, which essentially they get some long...
Tether, please.
They get you some long aperture, not aperture, but grasping poles, and they pull you down. It seems like initially somebody runs up to grab your feet, and they're like, "Ew!" and they kind of pull
Like,
back, and they
dude,
grab
touch that.
they grab the pole and kind of pull you down. Otherwise, there's an incredibly strange sensation. It's not necessarily dealing with space initially, but then you feel that there's a point that opens up and flies kind of bentwards towards, almost kind of like you'd imagine the direction a spaceship would have to take to gain an orbit around the planet. And it seems to be heading towards Everest. There does seem to be a large feedback. You can feel that, I suppose, the space being dealt with here, if you were to have a team of people, would be around 40 to 50 successes or made buys, and to be in the ballpark of what's happening. It peaks at about 80, and then ultimately there's a point at which you leave. There's a point at which it goes an infinite amount of distance, but you can still see it because the ray is opening it up, and then there's no space. There's things out there, but there's no space.
They've gone beyond creation.
They've gone beyond. You've gone to the edge of your piece of paper, but there's other things out there, and you can detect that there's space on these small little ripped pieces of paper out here, but there's no space in between them. You have non-existence or something. You don't fucking know. It's definitely not space.
Sure
Shortly
those things
thereafter,
can
what the hell is it? After this is opened up, you need to be aware of that. Ultimately, some readings come back in, and
It's not good.
everything seems to start to power down. People are fairly happy with what has happened thus far. And then you can see off in some adjacent rooms that there's a bright yellow light that probably comes closer to about a couple minutes in afterwards.
Who sees it? Just me or everybody? Or?
A few people can see that I would say it's... and then back here it would be... What time is it?
Currently?
No, I'm thinking here. It travels west. Yeah, it's starting to get dark outside, and there seems to be almost what looks like a pure yellow light coming through, like dawn, and then it just kind of subsides. Everything's fairly quiet at this point. There seem to be various individuals checking gauges and other things of that nature. It definitely seems like Dr. Mechlot has calmed down quite a bit from prior.
But we made contact, B.
He said, B will tell you that the people that were speaking in Acheron were apparently the people that had found her husband in wherever the hell he went to, past the deep horizon. And it seems like their initial readings indicate that they have put a few stitches in the gaping hole above the location, and they're holding it there for the time being, but they don't think it'll last more than 20, 30 years.
So we got our decade.
You have your decade, but there's still blood loss, if you will. There's stuff leaking in, but nothing to the point of hemorrhage, like severely hemorrhaging out.
So the actual deity has not crossed over.
Mm-hmm. And she doesn't know how these people on the other side are protecting themselves from the other things out there in the mists, but apparently they're able to... The only reason they had come through before was if they came back, they would destroy the barrier which they helped put in place. As in, they were the gatekeeper on the far side of the door.
Yeah. Well, when you live in unreality, you can't live in reality. Okay.
So everything seems to be fine right now.
So we're done then?
For the time being, Walter Riker is going to be constantly maintaining this. But she says that they're going to be selling off a lot of their assets. They're going to be trying to pull as much money as they can spend to bring in resources into this region. They're selling off patents and other things like that, and she talks about the technical aspects of it. Walter Riker is going to be modifying the lab here. The technicians are essentially pulling their families, and along with the security forces, they're going to see if they can get some contractors paid at quadruple their normal rate to try to put up additional housing, and they're going to put up cots here, and they're going to try to make this a base of operations for the time being.
Will there be room for us in your hardened bunker?
She says she believes so, and while she doesn't necessarily, I suppose she's a little bit more ambivalent, like she has been in the past regarding these other people. She believes that it's better to be in their fort and not know their exact ambitions than rather being out in the wilds.
Right.
So otherwise, they're going to pull in the researchers for the time being, and Walter Riker, like right away, people will be bringing him coffee and kind of a sandwich treat, and you'll see he eats a glazed donut, and he's like, "Oh my god!" and kind of puts that down. He's like, "All right, I get back to that."
And tone.
Yep. Yep.
Back to normal.
Yeah.
But otherwise, he seems to be starting to scrap together and break down certain pieces of equipment, other things of that nature. It looks as though he's doing an inventory. He'll throw things out, and yeah.
All right, let's get going to Brooklyn then, boys.
Otherwise, B says that she'll be constantly near the telegraph ring. They'll have, what the hell is it? They have that device from Scythoses here. So they'll have some sort of communication to other people. And they have the main phone line, but they're not sure how long that's going to be good for, if anything happens. Walter Riker said that the North American continent is going to be a lot less affected than the Asiatic continent, and especially heading down into Indonesia, India, Budapest, and even the tips of North Australia.
Okay.
So it may take some time before stuff gets here, but you'd imagine you're going to start hearing things on the radio.
Okay. Ask Bahowden if he can call up and leave messages with Lisa Mortensen. As far as
Yeah, he can dial out.
his events and he's looking to see if the thing still happens in the year, etc. Or the 3-day thing if it changed
Yeah.
or whatever. And then the professor is his house in New York or
It's in Upper New York.
Near Canada.
State.
No, it's closer to Vermont. It's not too far from B's facility. It's only probably
Northern
about
New York,
it's probably about 30 minutes away from here.
surrounded by state park.
Yep.
Okay.
Otherwise, Elisa Mortens is pretty surprised. After she probably about 30 minutes later, after she relays this to Nathan Dweller, she will ask you, what the hell is it? She says, is there some area that you want her to be other than Nathan Dweller has told her about a safe house in Maine that she's going to be heading to for the time period?
You could come to B's facility as well.
Okay. Otherwise, Nathan Dweller is based out of Massachusetts as well, so she'll tell you that to use his number for the time being.
Okay. All right. Bring your family if you got enough.
That's what she'd been told.
Out to lunch.
All right.
Otherwise, she says that she'll lock the doors. She says you guys never needed a key before. You seem to get in just fine. So.
Yep.
We know.
We know you guys are going to Brooklyn, right?
We already left Brooklyn. We're on our way. We should be at the Chantry by now.
Okay.
Yep, you guys are about an hour away, but yeah, pretty close.
I guess we'll get a car and drive on down to the Chantry.
You can beat us there.
I drive. No, you can't have the keys.
You're driving?
Yes, I'm driving.
What about that teleportation rod?
Well, the whole weave of the world isn't freed up yet. Otherwise, I will be teleporting everywhere.
Yeah. You still think it's dangerous in this particular region, but you imagine the closer you get to the shit zone, though, it's like, well, there might be giant super worms, but I'm not getting any kind of backlash here, so look at the upside.
A portion, teleport. I'm a kung fu ninja.
Yup.
Right now, I'm dealing with a little weave tear of my own, and I don't need any paradox backlash at this point in time. So,
During that period, I mean, what is it, the weeks that it passed by, a certain amount of it is degraded, but
yeah, it's still there.
yeah. Otherwise, initially they do stop you. They do ask if you can take some time to take a look at Thomas. They tell you that he came into contact with a type of they wouldn't even say that dark fluid is energy. It's more of the compression of space.
Well, having experienced the compression of space and its rapid expansion, you might want to have them look at you.
Yeah, whatever.
I can just tell you, having your skin smeared across the multiverse can hurt.
Just a little bit, huh?
Ultimately, they take some readings. It seems as though
You can catch up with us at the Chantry.
Nice knowing you, Tommy.
for the most part, they believe that you've come into contact with dark fluid, and while you probably don't notice it, you're currently...
A psychic detective.
Sure, let's go with a psychic detective. That sounds a lot better than actuality. You've currently soaked up You've currently soaked up a quantity of dark fluid from the reaction that was going through the shielded units. They don't think it'll have any immediate effect on your health, but they want to keep tabs on you.
Do you feel any gain in magical ability?
No, this is all negative. There's no pluses here.
From what they'll tell you is kind of the theories with dark matter and dark energy, that they're kind of the same thing. And as matter as matter clusters an area, space compresses and creates this dark fluid. That's not really a thing. It's more like wrinkles and a piece of fabric. And as this matter collects, the spaces in between these pieces of matters expand. So it's not that objects are moving away from you, it's that everything is moving away from everything else.
That can
And
only
he's
be,
coming to contact with some of this.
that can only be good inside the human body.
Yes.
They say that their research is very early in the their research is still fairly early. A lot of the information they know is from these people, and they'll have to keep taking an eye on you. But I suppose they'll tell
But
you,
it's-
they'll hand off like a journal with you and just have you talk about what's going on
So this is
under normal
Are they saying
circumstances.
this when we're still here? Or
Yep,
is-
they will.
So do they think when his body explodes, is it going to be any worse than just his bone shard shrapnel, or is there going to be other?
From what they understand, from what the people at Dusk have told them, that it should just dissipate
off.
over time because he can't actually hold it.
Okay.
But he'll say that theoretically he is exceptionally volatile. But given the nature of the world as it is right now, they don't know if he can sit down for a few weeks and just sit in a room,
Right.
drink some
Why
tea.
sit when he can fly now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They say that other than they'll try to have to move you around certain pieces of equipment, because the array fields outside redirect and channel in dark fluid, which is run into capacitors, and now kind of like Ernest Goes to Jail, you're magnetically aligned to it.
So you're telling him we can fly?
They wouldn't say
taking
fly
no.
so much as like
fly
an
right
object
into the
floating
turbine
above
of
an
the plane.
oppositely polarized magnet.
So I can fly.
You don't yeah.
But essentially, he's not bound by gravity anymore.
They'll say he has no control over it, but then yeah, essentially sure, he can fly.
So what I'm hearing.
I have infused the matter of
He says not matter and not technically energy, compressed reality.
There you go. But you said I could fly.
As
He's over
people
there,
say
put his head in there.
as they say that, you can see that like all the researchers have far more distance between you and him.
High five, guys. No, we're good.
Is this something that'll bleed off? Like if he touches somebody, it'll.
Technically speaking, his body should never have been able to hold this, so they think that it should bleed out pretty quickly.
So you're telling
But is it going to
him-
bleed into other people that come into contact with him, or things that he comes into contact, or just
Potentially,
back to
but those makeups shouldn't be able to hold it either. It's only specialized equipment. It should bleed through you, kind of like gamma radiation. One of the interns like fucking nudges like, don't tell me it's like gamma radiation. He's like, well, it is kind of like gamma radiation. Like, yeah, but that makes it sound worse than it is. And he's like, really? And they're like, all right.
so this
Under different circumstances, they would quarantine him for about 2 to 3 months.
You get to ride in the trunk.
backseat's mine.
What are you guys doing? We're going through New York, and that's why it does not exist in his world. touch, 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 touch.
I may need to move to Iowa.
Try not to touch anything. We take him to the chantry.
If they put him in the car, he make it a flying car? Because now he can affect reality.
Sure, if you somehow manage to coordinate his inability to fly and pull up the trunk of the car as you're flying into the...
He's the Hulk, though.
Sure,
Really.
okay.
Put him in the boot.
All right. You guys continue to drive at this point. You guys will reach the chantry first.
Okay. I guess we'll get out and we'll
We're
Wait,
gonna
why are we
update
going to the
them
chantry?
on what had
where they
occurred
are.
on the mountain and what
We wanted to go to the
thus
warehouse.
far.
They're already aware. Have you remembered
Yeah.
Michael Larson was there and teleported away, and they said they were going to start getting things at the chantry.
Is there any way-
They've already started to close a lot of the entryways into the chantry.
Actually, my
Just straight
board wanna go
up,
down.
he says that the only active ones right now are in Cairo, Australia, and Massachusetts.
Is there any way to get
Probably
drunk
12.
back?
In London. London would
Is
still be
there
open.
any way to get drunk back from Carcosa?
And what did you want to do there, Thomas?
Because we can't survive there.
I want to go to that YIS site in
I
northern.
can try to put up a fight.
They can provide you with the research material for
Right.
trying to go to
Which we do have
Carcosa, but they
somebody
don't
who-
recommend anything like that.
I think the sooner the better because
want
that's
us
the
to
new
go to
language,
Carcosa.
and that becomes instrumental in.
They're not going to
survival
devote
when they go
resources to
wrong.
head to Carcosa
Right.
themselves.
Stop
I don't
everything
know,
going
yeah.
wrong.
I'm not
It's
asking
survival.
this.
Well,
Can they
yes,
retrieve
but
his spirit through a
it's
ritual.
better to be
Or do
prepared
they know
because you
someone that
lose
we can
that.
contact? Can they
From
also?
what
We've
they
got 2 days to
understand,
figure out what's
if
going on
his
in the
spirit is
Pacific
still
Side.
intact and in Carcosa,
Yeah, that too.
it is bound to Carcosa, so someone will physically need to go there to bring it back.
We could call MI5.
But technically
or
speaking,
flying
spirits stay
ship
forever in
and about
Carcosa.
20
How do you
And
hours.
Carcosa doesn't have time.
If we really want to go there, I'll just tell
Yeah,
them
but
we're
it,
going to be there.
it's
Problem
like
is, it's the middle of
our
the freaking ocean. We
minds.
don't know.
Is there a way
what's
to
there.
unbind?
They understand that they would never recommend
it's
someone
just-
going to
If
Carcosa.
the
Is there a way to
continent
unbind
your
a
map
spirit in
shows
Carcosa?
is going to arise.
They imagine so if you had something
it
precious to
hasn't
him,
Well,
a
if
fetish,
we're going
an
to the
item,
Pacific, we gotta talk to Chan.
something important to them or a person, you could attempt to bind the spirit, but they
Right,
say
so
that
my first
Carcosa is
ship.
filled with madness.
So
rather
if
trust magicians who do
and
it
let's say a
faster.
spirit is bound to Carcosa,
The problem is you have to stay on station over
the
the
spirit
site
be
until
wiped-
it happens. So you try and fight
gone
it, or
from
you know
Carcosa?
it's- you know how
Could it
to
be destroyed
fight
from Carcosa?
a continent coming into our dimension.
They'll tell you that a spirit can be
It's a ritual
destroyed,
or-
but
or
if
something,
you're relating
you
to
just need to stop
unmade,
that.
So somebody's there.
they're only a way of certain rituals
be
to
underwater,
send
too.
somebody
Most likely they are.
backwards
We
through
need to find
time,
out. They'll operate on the
and
bottom of the
if they
ocean.
ever succeeded, they would technically destroy that version of themselves.
Drum-sized explosives.
As in, the
dropped from
person that they
Fairweather.
sent back in time
Will be
would cease to
not
exist, but the prior version of them would live on.
No memory.
I think we just suffuse
Because
some
it never
water
happened.
with the
Yeah.
death
Are there
light
ways
force
to
and
protect
just drop
ourselves
that
from
in.
madness then?
They say
don't
things
know
like
what we're
mental
killing, but
wards.
that's like how deep ones
Not
are
they don't
for
mention
sure.
the object that you have, but they'll tell you things like the mental wards.
Here's our new
Um,
deep one
Okay,
defense.
well,
the hell is it?
Infuse
that
the
on the
water with
side
stuff
then,
and put the bullets, the
They will tell you that
force.
those
Mix that
Aztec
with some of the
runes
normal water.
don't prevent the madness, but they
Kill
do
everything
prevent
in
the.
water.
They don't
Not
prevent.
bad ideas.
They drastically slow down the change. Like once you've reached the threshold.
Maybe they're in a little pool.
Spirit
A little pool.
Yeah, it takes much longer for your physical form to actually be drawn into Carcosa. Meaning that there's just going to be a long period in which you're just dead or mad.
Is there a way to reverse what is going on?
They're currently looking into it right
This
now.
rocket's got
In the
physical
short term, they're
impact as well.
battening the hatches and closing off the weak entry points to the chantry. Most of the people that are associated with the order are escaping into this region that is underneath normal space.
I
Um,
think
So
that
you only have
that-
a point back every week, right?
You're aware that the chantry connects to
We
some
were
sort
all
of
at full will.
subspace, and they don't relate
We
to
took a
where
lot of
the
damage.
subspace is,
But only 4 weeks.
and they won't if you inquire about it. It seems like a
Correct.
lot of people don't even know,
I think
but everyone
all
treats
of
it
us
as though it's a
except Jeff
secret.
were
So
at
there's
minus
probably
3.
some people
He
that
was at
know where
minus
it is,
4.
but it's like the Coca-Cola
So-
formula.
I
They
was
don't
at
tell
minus
people
7, so-
shit.
Do you guys have contact with other groups like Golden Dawn and Human Metric Society?
Some of their
like
members
that?
are members of the Golden Dawn. They don't have anyone specific. Oh, is it? They have 2 people that are part of the Numismatic Society.
Because
um,
did they read what he said that in the future the way we fight these things off is that all the factions get together and communicate and not just
Some of the
like,
documentation
I
they don't
believe
have.
you.
The people that you're talking to immediately don't have access to it.
Okay.
But they've been told that there have been changes to their layouts, and there have been gates that have been made going to regions that don't really have it they don't go to anywhere yet, and they've just been ordered in construction.
I think-
He says that they think that there's some sort of preparedness
We
plan.
need to also do like a communication relay because the phones may not be.
They're aware. They're already taxing. Their
Okay.
phones are already being taxed. They're having difficulty calling out
Yeah.
to people because everyone's calling in.
Is that why that one character that I told you about wouldn't be good?
What?
Because they're mass communications, like underground communications.
Have you seen Casey?
They'll take a look around. They had registered Casey. What is the description? Casey from Brooklyn.
Yeah.
In the chantry, and they don't know where he is right now.
Okay.
Can we take a look at the materials that?
They'll tell you that they're aware of a few different, what the hell is it? Council meetings that are taking place currently, and then a lot of people have been ordered to either fortify certain areas, get people coordinated, and then start literally shutting down the entry points to chantry positions, meaning that they don't go anywhere. That little weird space of a wall or that picture in the back of a bookshop or a coffee shop or a incense parlor, they don't go anywhere anymore.
It's now a wall.
It's now a wall.
Do you want to finish researching with them? I'm gonna go find Casey.
Yeah, I'm gonna start researching.
I'll help with any research that needs to get done.
I'm gonna have Scarlet go look for Casey.
Right now, from what you're aware of, what the hell is it? It may take you a couple hours to get
I'm thinking we should
processed.
relocate
It seems like a fair amount of things are chaotic at the moment, but there are people researching the Carcosa issue, and you can get yourself in with them specifically, but it just takes a while for you to check in with this individual. He redirects you to a new location.
Administration will help you process that?
Yeah, administration might help.
Alongside the river.
I'm going to give you a penalty because you're not actually a member here. Well, right now you're with another honored member, and they're not turning away a lot of people that get through the wards. They'll have you like, can you step through this area here? And then they look if they're getting ready for something to happen, and you're like, ah, no beep, let him in.
By 5.
Bees. She's about 30 minutes away.
It takes you probably about an hour to get into the research, but yeah.
Okay.
Forest land.
And then those are
Well,
Cthulhu dice.
Yep.
With the
Yep.
pool we have, we might be able to get a couple
Do an
of
auto
those.
hypnosis to.
There's a smaller subsect of the people here researching ways
That's all
to
we really need.
It would be nice
try to
if
prevent,
there
I suppose,
was a building.
Do they
there's
find
80% of the
out-
people here trying to deal with the imminent issue of Carcosa, and about 15% to 20% are dealing with alternative or strange means in which dealing with Carcosa, even those of like reversing, sending somebody back through time, using a sort of a series of rituals, and maybe to an earlier point in which Stonehenge existed in a certain formation. You know,
The one.
Do an auto hypnosis to concentrate.
you're not doing anything. What the hell is it that would get benefit from auto hypnosis? Because all of this is creative, thought-provoking work. Because you're looking at all sorts of strange means in which to accomplish this. It's rigorous, but the thing is, you have to be fully aware of everything you're looking at. Auto hypnosis lets you go through that spreadsheet really quick. It's like 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7. Oh, here we go.
Gotcha.
Discrepancy. He paid $12 more than he should have. There we go. Mark
Scour
it.
that mansion.
From what you can tell, they weren't the first on the scene. The police officers collected the vast majority of it. They went in later on, and they do have a copy of The King in Yellow, essentially a play that was supposed to be destroyed in France, and it is a French copy. They believe that's where its origins laid.
Does it say where he got it from?
They're still going through the notes right now.
Then I'm gonna go through
the
the
Stop working around on this.
Make a few more of those rockets.
Do I need typing?
Have some
Typing
way
hasn't
to
come up
fight
at all.
NPCs. So
All that is P and a
I've got a. I think I've got a working
How
prototype.
can I get the P
I can't go back now. I'm planning on going back to Sarkosa.
looks like he had some too.
All right. It takes you guys, I would say, probably about 2 hours and 40 minutes to get to the Chantry. You make good time. Otherwise, you arrive there, and you can see that there's various people. It's obviously unusual and not normally what they would do because, I mean, this small bookshop has like 50 cars sitting in the parking lot, and there's police officer out there that initially looks like he was doing some tickets, and somebody just talked to him, and he just kind of left. Now there's just kind of a car sitting down, lying down the area, and it looks like people are literally taking like, what the hell is it, large cases of clothing with them, and there's a lot of, I suppose, younger crowd individuals, kids, family members, things of that nature, and it looks like they're taking shit and moving it into this chantry. And there's just people kind of sitting out, like looking over, like, I saw like 30 people enter this building,
It's a
and
circus.
where are they putting all these books, Bob? Where are they putting all these books?
Just mind your business, Martha. Just mind your business.
Yeah, you'll see a lot of that going
Is
on.
Althea here?
From what you can find out, eventually you'll find out that she was in the chantry when things happened. She wasn't fully... She was aware of this Carcosa thing, but she was back in the chantry doing research when essentially all the doors started to get locked up, and they told everyone who's staying here, well, to see what you can do regarding keeping yourself clean and grab whatever supplies you need. If you need anyone, call them or go out and come back to the chantry as quick as you can.
You're not here.
No, she is here.
You have somebody that can find her.
She's currently part of the 80% that are researching currently what tried to do with Carcosa.
Does B have any way of helping with the communications? Because, like, I don't know,
There's only 5 rings.
so I have to
Yep.
learn
Or you give it to somebody at the front of the chantry and let
Can she
them.
boost up that radio that we have?
You can't go inside an interdimensional space. It's static.
But you understand, because you have electronics op communications, and you also have, I think you have electronics operation communications, and you also have, the radio waves would never reach here. Theoretically, you could make some way to do that, but you're kind of opening up a hole to other things that could find that, like, hey, where are those radio emissions going to? Mind you, you'd need a very intuitive individual with a lot of understanding of spatial fields to actually manipulate that. But if there's a lot of old, there's a lot of original gangsters coming back into town, you might necessarily want not to open that up.
Exactly. They'd look at it and be like, "That's not even an old trick. That's just a stupid trick." But the rings work because they're all in the same space.
Technically speaking, it is only one stone, and 6 of those. The stone is in now like 5 or 6. It's in 6 locations, but
So you just have to figure out how to split it into 10 or 20 places.
they believe that was initially possible. But what James I. Holt had told people is, since the spring has to essentially ring all the rings, the more they make, the larger they have to make it. So it actually has enough force to ring all of them.
Right, but if you didn't want to have man-portable units, you could have stationary units. And then
Oh, then he could make a shitload of them. Theoretically
Do I
speaking, a
need to
shitload
make
of
any
them.
rolls for research speed reading?
Not as of yet. It's going to take some time. Then when the time has passed, you get your research rolls. So all the PCs are currently in the chantry. And you see a lot of the same thing. There's literally, even in a lot of the chantry halls, barricades going up, and there's a lot more dead ends from what people can see. And there's what the hell is it? Crossing guards telling people to head down to this particular region or what have you. And you'll notice that a lot of the, I suppose what's different this time is a lot of the locations that had been destroyed or like incursions had happened at, and then later on were kind of rebuilt upon or just left abandoned. There's actually barricades there now that never existed in your timeline.
They're taking what I said and acting preemptively on it.
You assume so. It seems like some of the things that you had mentioned about, like, well, I remember in the 3rd month in this particular year, something had gotten into this particular chamber and killed a lot of people, and they weren't quite sure how it got past the barricade. Well, there's no room there anymore. There's no door. There's just a wall, and then it doesn't connect to anything. However, that might mean that different things happen now, but at least the things that you were aware of don't happen.
Yeah. So,
Mass slaughter.
question:
You change something, you don't know how it's gonna.
I know the chantry goes
Butterfly
to go
effect.
to wherever it is in Boston,
that
and
movie. It only
also
turns out
in
good.
the London.
Yep.
Does it go any other
What'd you
places
say?
in the interior
I saw that movie. It only turns out good.
North America?
What is it? It originally went to, I want to say, Massachusetts and California, and they'll tell you that the California one is going to be closing within the next probably 48 hours.
And you have no other.
No, excuse me. There's one in Chicago, there's one in San Francisco, and there's one in Massachusetts. And the one in California is shutting in 48 hours. The other one is up for debate. It depends on what the council members tell them.
Chicago.
It might be either the Massachusetts location that closes, or it might be the Chicago location that closes.
Can I just say that?
From what you understand, what is it? The one in Massachusetts was open, but the one in Chicago wasn't anymore. And you remember at one point in time that it was vice versa, and they opened up an old one and shut the one that was open. You don't know why.
Okay.
You weren't there, and it didn't seem important at the period in time, so you don't know why that happened.
Is Larson around, available? I think he's probably tied
He's
up.
currently tied up in a meeting. It seems like a lot of the Michael Larson is technically the head of the Ordo Hermes, but he's not actually the most influential member. He's just the most diplomatic and willing to talk to other people. He's the what is it? The order member that with the
Interpersonal skills.
He's the
interpersonal skills and the least amount of stick up their ass.
He's the heads up.
There's far more older mages here with a lot more power and sway than him, but he's the go-between guy, and essentially he's a figurehead.
I will write out a note about the Chicago chantry, about
Okay.
what I remember from this, which wasn't, probably didn't put it in my notes because it was kind of consequential.
Yep.
And what I recall is that it was closed and then reopened at a different location, and this and that. I'll give what I remember about the locations, and then pass that along. Since you're, considering this is what I recall from my timeline.
What is it? One of the some of the people that you're talking to, at least the people around, have some understanding of the mythos. The Order of Hermes is a lot better than that. Your standard folk. They think the main concern about Massachusetts is they're worried about, theoretically in the future, invasions from the coast, and they think that, as sad as it is, it's most likely, from what MI5 has to deal with on a daily basis, it's very likely that their target within the next few months is going to be purely Britain. So they're not worried about closing the Massachusetts one. They want to close it initially. They might reopen it depending on when the deep ones stop coming up. because they imagine that different factions want different pieces of land. At least that's how it used to be back in the day. Deep Ones didn't own everything because they were pushed back by serpents or cultists or yada yada yada.
Did I find Casey?
Ah, you can give me a streetwise.
9. I got just FYI, I'm driving to our warehouse. I'm not going to the chantry.
Okay, so
Well,
you.
we probably stopped because that's what he went.
Yeah.
Beat it by 8.
Alright,
Alright,
so you
I give you
ultimately
the
will
keys
take
to
a
the car.
vehicle off by yourself.
I'll go with him. So, I mean,
Beat it by 8.
Then never mind anything that happened here. Then.
Well,
Unless you wait.
I was assuming I was going to the chantry then leaving.
Okay, then you can do that.
Beat it by 8.
then I'll.
For the most part, you can. Yeah, what is it? It'll take probably about 2 to 3 hours, but you can get a hold of Casey. He's moving in between. It seems like he has like 3 or 4 people that are kind of underneath him, and it seems like they're trying to. From the talks, it seems as though they're moving large shipments from somewhere to somewhere else.
Casey, what's going on?
He says a lot apparently.
Looks like you got quite the following.
He says that he's going to be pretty busy moving shipments. He doesn't really detail anything about the shipments other than the order has requested certain resources to be liquidated and moved.
Anything I can help you with?
He says, yeah, there might be some need of some things in the future. He will give you probably. He'll give you what looks to be a small butterfly token. He says just break the wings off. He says they come back, so don't worry about it.
Okay. Alright, that's if you need me or if I need you.
Yeah. He tells you that there's some certain assets he needs moved around. Depending on how things go in the next few days, he might be looking for some people to pick up some equipment that might be in areas that people don't want to go to anymore, but he's willing to give a cut to individuals willing to pick up caches.
I know my contacts if that's the case.
He says that's in the process. He can take a look at that. He's aware of it. He says the other one's sitting in what the hell is it? Sitting back at the
I already picked one up.
sandwich shop.
The sandwich shop.
He says, "All right." He says he frankly doesn't care if you sign the paperwork right now. So yeah.
Give us a call if you need us. I think we're gonna go try to find something that's going on in the Pacific Ocean.
He says, "Really? The ocean? Really the most prudent time to go to the ocean?"
I think it's around there's 2 locations, Russia, the ocean. One's Ryla, the other one's something else.
Yeah, that's not where I would plan on going right now at the end of the world is.
Well, they haven't really gave us directions to go anywhere in Asia yet, so
He says that he would recommend just staying in place right now and kind of keeping your ear, but he understands that you guys do the cowboy save the world type stuff, and that's all the better for you.
you've had a hand in every
It's
single
been working out so well.
He says, yeah, sure, he's helped in some small way.
Good luck with that.
Alright, we'll be here until we'll hear something from Michael Larson.
Yep. He's going to be in and out. Otherwise, he can contact you.
Get a hold of me if you need me.
Yep. All right. You're driving back to your warehouse in Brooklands?
Correct. I plan to take some of these new rockets, and I have a ton of the wax now, like 19 in my warehouse. 4 weeks. And I had a bunch
There was
before
4
that.
weeks. I think I
And
said
there
that you
was
lost.
1 week where I just said I had 0 batches that week because of the dog stuff. So, and
Okay.
I would kind of like to.
You haven't fully implemented the system. Was it recycling the life resonance yet? But the quintessence, I think. Yeah.
It was the biological component.
The biological resonance, yeah. But the rest of the stuff you have.
Yeah. Or no, I set that up. I spent a
finished
week.
that?
I spent a week putting the stuff in.
I can't remember, and I didn't record anything, so I'll just take your word on that. All right. That generally takes, I want to think. There hasn't been any yields on those yet, because those take a lot longer. 4 weeks. Ultimately, they produce. If given another week, you'd have enough for one that's biological in nature. Because I think it takes 20 weeks for one, and if you're running 4 in parallel.
I want to get rid of the biological component. Remember?
Okay. Then never mind.
That was explained to me to be really quick.
So, Then you'd end up having the 4 times 4, so the 16, and then whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever else
So
you
I
have.
have that. I have 19 in the warehouse, and
Okay.
and there's a few more at B's, and 6 at B's. That sounds low, but
You had 3 at your warehouse and
No,
1 at
si-
B's.
yeah, okay, 6 sounds about right.
So I think you have 16, and what is it? You'd have the 4 weeks for 4, so 16.
But I had both of them accumulating before the whole big
Yep.
play, so there was a little bit before that. That's why I believe I have 19 and 6.
Okay.
And then,
Alright. Just keep track of that.
so can I make put 12 of them into the ballistic tips for the carbine rockets?
Well, what?
Can you give me a small arms armory?
Didn't have it before, but I have experience doing this. And
They're slightly different rounds. You'll have to give me an IQ roll.
There's girls that I know she knows, but I don't know all of her spells. I did get one gravity ripple. And we really didn't get too much into it because we were working
Is
on the
3 enough, or should I lock that?
the dreamland stuff.
Once I tell you the result, you can't luck it.
Luck?
So I did research on how she does it. Basically, she uses full pace, so she makes the signal with the fairy fire.
Same thing.
She uses her sense space to sense another location where she wants
That's
to
by
go.
4.
And she uses
So you're gonna
full
try to
space
convert
to
all of
bring
them
that
into,
location closer
The
to
destroy
the
life
where she is
concept was it
physically.
construction of the
And
destroy
when
trying
it's
to
close
make
enough, then
12
she
of
uses
them.
the
Yep.
fairy fire to create
For the
carbine.
carbine. And if that seems to be taking too long, I'm just going to make the pistol rounds that I already
You
have.
think you can accomplish probably 2 to 3 a day with render.
So anyway,
Once
so
you
I
have the
explained- I'll
wax,
explain it to
you think you can make 2 to 3 of those a day, depending.
So the thing
You know
would
in
be is
alchemy
if
you can
can
do
make
larger
fairy
batches,
fire.
but you're not quite at a comfortable level where. I suppose
The
if you
thing
want
that
to try
would
to
be
make all of them
beneficial
within a
for
few
you in
days, you're
fairy
taking a
fire,
penalty, and you might
So
be
you could
having
use that
some
to draw
loss.
any area
So it's up to you to decide how quickly you want to
say
process
the
them,
deep
how
ones are
efficient
coming,
you want to
could
be.
do the Holy Spirit and stronghold group
Well,
with it. And like,
Because I had a really good process for making the pistol ones. Remember, I had that down. I think I rolled a 3 on
Yep,
it.
and that's allowing you a default onto these ones. But you still don't have small arms armory.
So
okay.
could I just
But
make
you
the
know
pistol
other-
ones in less time?
You know
then?
wards, right? Or some wards.
Yeah, you'd have a little
So I'm
bit
just saying
easier
you
ones
could use
doing
your
it for
fairy
the
fire hydraulic and
what the hell is it?
ward.
The
You know,
bullets
it's
for
like, I
the
need one now,
45.
boom, fairy
Or you're
fire.
talking about the other G.U.R.P.S.
Gyrocket pistol.
Just a suggestion.
Both of these are
I want
G.U.R.P.
to- I think you could
Yes.
use it.
And they're kind of the same size, just these are slightly different. Ultimately, there's no metal casing around these new ones. They have fin stabilizers, and there seems to be a what the hell is it? A black powder or gunpowder charge at the back. So there's different mechanics to how this works.
Okay, I guess I will make the pistol rounds then.
Okay.
12 of those.
You're looking at probably about 4 or 5 a day for those.
Okay.
You could do larger batches, but you take a penalty, which may lose you some of your
And
results.
how much of that is active time?
I would say probably about 6 to 8 hours of that is active time, and the rest is kind of just checking on it every few hours or something like that. Or if you go to bed and you're sleeping in the nearby vicinity, just at the end of it, you're waking up.
Well, I'll start that, and then I believe we were going to check on the dog at the first possible down.
All right. Checking the dog's still doing fairly fine. I mean, you've only really done it not too long ago. The skin sampling was kind of the last week, so his skin seems to be still fine. It's fairly supple. You imagine that there could be positive, permanent effects if you continue to. Well, I should say, you're not sure if these effects are permanent, but you believe that he could benefit from additional treatments as you go along. Now, the cream isn't really suitable for deep tissue injections, but you imagine that it would have maybe even a supplement or some sort of a suppository, sure, if you want to go that way, could have effects on rejuvenating
It's only if you
tissues
have bad drawings.
for like damaged liver tissue or things of that nature. But that's not quite what you built this for. I'm just saying, there's ideas, there's plans there.
Can I cast a primal flare and see if there's anything funky
Yep.
going on that way?
You guys are both in your lab space, or
Well, I think he left because I did the stuff with the chantry, so I'll follow an hour behind
Well,
him.
I figured I was going to the chantry and then coming here.
you didn't spend
Okay.
more than like 20 minutes there, so he could.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I'm there too.
I'm going to cast the second one. The first one went poop. I'm thinking... that one might...
The dog does look overall healthier.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as it opens its mouth, I mean, you can tell that it's kind of a it's had a hard life.
Third one.
Because the outside looks, it's weird. It's like if you kind of put like new skin on Barbara Walters. You're like, oh, the skin's kind of nice, but you're still old.
So,
He's got old eyes.
pass
Yeah,
by
he has
3.
old eyes and teeth and mouth. And
My third flare works pass by 3.
did you fail any of them by?
Not epically, no.
Not epically. What's not epically?
I got like 13s and I have an 11.
Okay. So like 13s or like?
I believe I got a 13 and a 14.
Okay.
So that
For me next time.
There were no Cthulhu dice rolled.
I know, but even a 3 failure could be.
Yep. If you try something difficult, there could be a modifier, and if you fail by 5 with certain types of magics, there's effects.
Then it's tears in your pattern deck.
Well, Primal
Paradox.
Flare is, super easy.
All right. You can give me a thaumatology.
It can still screw you. So
What's 3D space? What's
I was
3D
never
or
told
4D
this.
yeah,
I think it's spatial awareness. It's an advantage.
Hunter would tell you need to do your magic often and frequently
You don't need it, mind you. It's just
to get better at it.
without it, you need more practice doing it because you're doing such a complex
Do I get
sigil
any
and
pluses
mirror
if I have it,
seconds.
though?
Yeah, you do.
Oh, I need to
Because
know.
3D spatial sense is like, all right, I'm going to put you in a gyroscope here and spin you all around and throw you up really high, and you're like, know exactly where you're pointing.
Failed by 1 on the thaumatology.
Okay. You can give me a thaumatology as well.
Spatial what?
It's like 3D spatial sense, so it might actually be in numbers. As in, it might be at the beginning of
So it
advantages.
sounds like it's gonna be difficult.
By 9?
By 9. You have somehow displaced all. What is it? When he does the primal flare, I mean, for the most part, everything seems to be fine from what he can tell. The skin is still slightly kind of rejuvenated.
If the spirit isn't on this ground.
Chris
think
is
so, maybe.
slightly glowing, and it's not kind of an organic glow. It is kind of like a hum coming off an old radiator. And you have somehow displaced all the quintessence in your system with something else.
Interesting.
I would
Primal
say you
flare.
shouldn't use
Initially,
magic.
you're like, the dog looks fine. What the fuck? Oh my goodness! And you're like, am I glowing?
What? What? Cool.
So what do you see on the dog?
What do I see in the dog?
Once you kind of cut out the, you use a rag and cut out the glare from primal flare, you can see that it does seem as though there is a fair amount of. It looks like a very minor amount of this might be permanent, but you've kind of aged it back a few weeks permanently at best. But the temporary results are very promising. But the right potency, the right mixture, you could make
Which one?
creams that are permanent, or even
Supplements.
supplements that could permanently reverse aging in some individuals in certain tissues.
So we
DNC
think
starts
that if we gave them a regiment of
Full
pills,
muscle building, endurance, expanding.
so a regiment of small
Demand base has been
tablets
eliminated.
taken daily
Big
would
jars
be the
of protein.
continuous dosing.
Sure,
would-
jars of protein.
It could be at higher concentrations, yes.
All from Jack.
So if we just
I got some
distill
jars of protein for it.
down to
You've seen that South Park,
tablet
right?
size, and then took them.
Butters, his energy drink.
It would have an effect
Oh,
on
yeah.
your digestive system first, and then would irradiate out
It's all
from
his
there.
happiness and good dreams.
But the rest of your
It's
tissues
just
would
happiness
start
and
to.
good dreams.
But that's
What is
not a
it?
bad thing. So it's going to do
It's
the this side
it's
and
good
that
feeling.
side
Good feeling.
first, and
It's
then
good
radiate
It's like, oh,
outwards
my
for
good
getting
feelings are
all
leaking out of me, so I
organ
bottled it
health.
all up.
It is because the digestive system has the only cells that are continuously reproducing throughout your body,
How did
thus
you know what it was right away?
hella
There's a
cancer.
question for you.
You don't want to because remember
Yeah.
we got into this idea
Theoretically,
about
you're kind of-
internet
you're not
that was
sure-
Selling it as the-
protein.
Oh, yeah.
There's not a lot of sciences regarding
Because
DNA
it's
at this
what
time
was
period. I mean, like Rosalind Franklin, I think it's like
Sarcastic ball, that's the name
1940s.
of the
Sarcastic,
episode.
yeah.
So
Sarcastic.
something's happening in the cells,
You gotta
and you're not
watch it.
quite sure
It's on
what's
Netflix.
happening.
I have Netflix.
With a little bit of your
So there was
hypertech,
an
you're aware that
energy
there's some
drink,
other
like, to
things in
promote
play there.
teamwork.
You're definitely reversing.
Because everyone was
You're
like,
reversing and
lackluster
empowering
about
some of the cell
the
tissue,
sports that
but
they were playing.
what initially a lot of your research was about was making sure that
Taking
none of it was
sarcasm as a
empowering it to a point where it's like, I don't need the rest
why
of
would
you
you say
cells.
we're all
Get the F out of here. I'm going to steal all your resources and become malignant.
He's like, no.
So yeah, and then it gets out of hand. Completely.
Yeah.
So can I spend 5 points to bring it from absolute direction to 3D spatial sense?
I would allow
He's
that.
such an
Because that's what it
entrepreneur.
is. It's just
He is
absolute
an
direction.
entrepreneur.
Oh, okay.
This is
Oh, yeah.
fun.
I would allow that.
Yeah.
You already have the basic one. Now I'll give you I think a plus like 3 or 4 on your body sense.
So-
I don't have body sense.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's only a -2 then.
So in my previous research,
it was said that I might be able to take the like algae water and turn that into like quintessence.
Well, part of what you're doing right now, I think you're talking about primal conduit. You theoretically could rip primal energy directly from the algae water, but that's kind of what you're doing alchemically and a lot more efficiently. It's just, I think we were talking about primal conduit.
Were we?
I think so.
We were talking about a way of like bottling quintessence.
Ah. Well, what you're doing right now is ultimately you take that kind of concentrated formula and you mix that with wax and it hardens.
Mm-hmm.
So you're kind of bottling it right now.
A way of restoring quintessence, though.
Oh, you imagine that you can add this to,
Let's see if I can get 4D.
you'd say deionized water. Like if you could somehow make it clear. I mean, I'm not sure when they developed molecular filters, but if you can get very clean, crystal clear water without any kind of resonance attached to it, you think for a limited amount of time, probably months on end, if it was properly sealed in a warded jar, it might last a very long period of time. But
Tears of a saint.
yeah.
Well, assuming someone could
But
use
theoretically,
primal
if you
conduit, though.
You still have that?
if you were low
quintessence.
and you drank that, it would
among those
immediately try to
tears?
diffuse outwards, and your
Whore.
pattern
You
would
sure
pick it
that?
up first.
But if a storage container, assuming
It's an artifact.
that I could use primal
Tears from a
conduit
saint.
to take
If we
it
ever
out.
want more, we just gotta go back and be like, hey,
You could do that with the wax, you
Exactly.
believe.
you produce
It would
it.
lose
It's like
part of its resonance of being life
we
related.
don't have to use algae. We got like tears from a
but-
saint.
Exactly.
That doesn't really matter for
Think
the
about
purposes
it.
You
of
need to
quintessence,
teleport over
though.
there and get that.
Not. There's different
vials.
things that happen, but if you're just trying to use it for some sort of
I got
spell,
the saint on my side.
generally speaking, you can use quintessence. If you had things aligned with it,
He's
as
not
in
technically
destroy
guarding
life, and you
anything.
use the wax,
It's
that actually is a little bit better
Look
because
at the book.
it has alignment. Like things, if you had
No, I'm just talking about like
'Cause I think
We're
you
both
could take
down a
good
lot.
I think you could
just
take
restoring it,
yeah, or
you
But
could
Please don't take him and put him in a pepper.
not even without warded jar, but a very clean crystal.
Saint Mongo.
Essentially, very heavily filtered water could temporarily store the quintessence.
What's he doing?
There's a book.
And if you
So-
drink that, it would
Wait,
restore
No,
the
that's what
available
I'm saying.
in your
What he
system
said,
over the
like, he's not
over a
guarding
period
anything,
of
isn't he?
the amount of
And he
time
said,
for
"Yeah, the
your
book."
body
I'm
to
like,
pick up
"Yeah,
the water.
please don't take
so I could
Put him on
just
a
literally
backpack,
take
a little patch
the
underneath his-
like
Put
algae
him in a
water
hydration
life
pack.
force from wax and turn that into
Like a beer helmet?
quintessence. Like,
Using primal conduit,
Yeah.
you could.
Go Mongo!
But what would happen is it'd be much more inefficient, and you'd end up mostly
only take a
killing your
little bit.
tank every time and having to reset it.
I mean, killing your tank.
So when you're pulling the vital essence that is currently in the algae,
That was so much more work.
it's very fragile.
I just meant from the wax blocks that I've made.
Oh, the max you can do that.
Okay.
You'll lose a little bit of the flavor that has been added to the wax blocks, but ultimately you can pull raw primal energy from the wax blocks using
I-
primal conduit. But you wouldn't be able to break down the wax in your stomach effectively.
But I'm not talking about eating it.
Well, you said something that you could take.
Yeah, that, and then I moved on to
Okay.
primal conduit use.
I just want to make sure that we're
Okay.
talking about the same things here. People that don't know primal conduit can't really do much with the wax.
Okay. Finally, last thing. Do I think that I could primal conduit from a person into a wax block?
The wax would have to be prepared in a special manner. That's kind of what you do in the process
Yeah.
of.
Could I just take like some of those extra wax blocks I have and, like fill them up?
It would take some preparation,
make those
and you'd
wax
still need to do a little bit of time with alchemy. But yeah, you could theoretically.
Could I do that in my downtime of the missile prep then?
I'm proud of you, Grasshopper.
Well, you don't have too much downtime in the missile prep. Most of it is
backfire in
you're
your
physically
Yeah.
kind of putting in the wax element here, so there's no downtime in that.
It's
Or
a
are you talking
necessary
about
step.
while you're currently brewing them?
Siphon
Yeah.
off you. No, you're not.
If you don't mind losing a little bit of sleep, yeah,
Okay.
you could.
I'm okay with this.
You lose 1 point of fatigue, and you'll have a
What is
-1 to your perception and IQ related tasks the next day.
Okay.
And will.
Otherwise, you can give me an alchemy roll. You'll use up some of the resources that you currently have here for the wax blocks.
Alchemy.
Yep.
So pass by 6?
Pass by 6. Yeah, you could easily make. Depending on how much materials you have, you'd have to go out and purchase more. But you could process any remaining units that you have for wax blocks as that. And do you have anything written down? Otherwise, I'd probably say you have enough for.
I believe. I don't have anything written down, but I believe I purchased enough for 6 weeks in advance. So,
Okay. So you,
I would have at least 6 wax blocks sitting around.
yeah, I can say that. So you can make those 6, and otherwise you can give me an alchemy for the destroy life wax
Okay.
that ultimately you make the projectile tips out of.
So, it's another 8. And so, again, pass by 6.
Pass by 6. I'd say they could process 5 today,
Okay.
and they seem to be pretty good.
How do they compare to my 2 magic missiles?
How much did you try to use on each individual tip?
Well, I'm still thinking
Remember
one
that
block,
languages are
one
all
block,
one.
one
I
tip.
know I have that.
So
I have
pretty
that noted on the
powerful
sheet, I just can't
was
do it.
You're definitely getting more comfortable making these things.
So I have
It's a little bit easier for you, and you'd say that if not comparable, they might be a
Yes,
little
I
bit
do.
better.
Okay.
I mean, you're only using a certain threshold, but you're kind of working on that last kind of 10-20% efficiency.
And I'm going to put these in my, storage bag that
Okay.
I have.
And mark those separately from the ones you have prior.
Okay.
Have you shot anything with those yet? Find a cow. Shoot the cow.
Yeah. Sure.
Well, scientifically speaking, they will work.
Okay.
Is Puddin helping you guys research?
How much life force they
I don't
drain?
think Puddin can do that kind of
So
stuff.
the thing about
What? Are you putting down Puddin? This is what you do. Puddin,
have a-
help me find the answer.
Pudding will be able to do.
Clockwork
The thing about Pudding is
full
you can do 2
prototype?
research projects at once.
You don't have any prototypes. You do have concepts. If you remember those suits I'd given you prior, you don't have a concept really for the full enchantments just because you don't have the skills for performing that. But you had
You should look it
one
up or down. I
prior
don't know
for a
which book to pick.
hypertech
I'll
suit,
pick both of them.
and you were working on a clockwork variant piece.
So maybe it
So
takes
you have the
twice
basic
time to
concepts
advance
for
Or
it.
twice as fast.
It just you'd actually need to start building the
She's probably telling you
subunits,
both books
kind of
to
like
get.
your electric motors, your
One
spring
isn't
works,
helpful,
your
one is.
metal plating.
So I've proven most of the design with a clockwork.
Your concept seems sound. You haven't physically started building large sections of it. You could get to a certain point where you're like, the concept looks sound, and then your test guy turns his back all the way 180, and you're like, all right, that's a bug we have.
Scratch that test pilot.
Irony.
Yep.
Irony.
Well, so if I can move forward like the motors,
Our game plan from
Or
this,
something of
from,
that
from the
nature.
beginning of the
Yep.
session.
I think, did you pick up small pieces of resistium?
yes, I have. So
Those would make
Everyone stop
excellent,
working,
since they work
Side
strangely with
project.
magnetic fields
Side projects.
and electricity. You could easily use those
That's why I
properties
don't
to
know
create
why we let these
very
people back.
small, powerful
even
electric
started
motors
it.
beyond the
Well,
timeline.
No, this is
I shouldn't say beyond the
This is
timeline.
research
What's
and
not
altogether.
commonly
this is
available.
Not my side project.
Yep.
Well, that's true.
well, I kind of hate to start on that.
These 2 guys are loose cannons. Just need to
These
cut
are all
those.
loose cannons.
I'm with you guys still. I didn't go anywhere.
I'm still sitting in the chantry.
How long will it take me to?
The only thing I
Pack
did
up
was
my
told the Chinese
entire
guys
lab.
to hit
Was
the
that-
higher
How
ground.
long would it take me
Yeah.
to
Lisa
pack up
Morton's
and move
in the
my
higher
entire
ground.
lab?
Oh, good God. If you had freight handling,
I'm just
sorry to
thinking
hit you
about
there
walking out
again.
on
I
the
can
street
pick
and
up
saying
freight
to
handling.
people, I was
Initially,
thinking
it
of
took
just
you
leaving the
about a
chantry to
week,
go
but you were
siphon some
fairly
regular
careful and
people.
meticulous.
Oh, you store it.
You think 3 days
I
and
don't
access
have
to a
any.
large
I
truck,
completed my store.
you could
so
get
this
it
is to
done
replenish
maybe
my
faster if you had
stores.
freight handling,
So I've got one left. So
and more if you had more people helping you.
Because you only
How big
get
a
one
truck?
back per month.
How many
Just like a
keys?
small mid-sized
I got 5.
flatbed, you
Used
only
all
have
of
kind of
the
like
last to get us out of
workbenches. And
that hellhole.
imagine you're
Wholesale.
packing up the equivalent of that desk around there, the units,
how
the
many
fridge,
wheel
the
points
side
do you
things.
get back?
You just need something that you can't
Exactly,
pack
so I'm
crap
still
into
down
Well, I
another
have
truck.
that
Better
ice
than
truck
4.
thing with the back.
What's
you know,
that?
Better than
Can
4.
I shove it in there?
Yeah,
I got 4
you
back.
can do that. It
That's
would take
good.
you like
Still
2 or
down
3
3.
trips with that, but yeah, you could do that. They would fit.
I got a question. Does St. Mongo's Tears has more of a resonance than Wax Tas?
Do you have what the hell have you? Do you have a how are you determining that?
Oh no, I was just wondering.
You
Could
don't
I go
know,
ask
man.
Hunter and the Primal Conduit?
You can try. I would need a primal flare and then thaumatology.
Okay.
Because that could also answer what we're going to be doing next. We're going to go visit St. Mongo.
I was suggesting that because in the 1920s they still had those like little
Just clear it
spiral
with,
wax things.
someone in the chantry. It's
Use
okay if we
wax
just do a
for
little
the
bit
tears
of
in there, and then just pull it out.
non-invasive magics.
But they
over
have
here in the
today,
corner. Are they
little
okay
juice
with
ones.
that? Or?
Yeah.
They will tell you that there are people actively monitoring, so don't do anything that looks threatening.
Can we go to the special rooms that they practice magic?
Yeah. I just tell them we need to do.
They say that even those rooms are being looked at. What you might want to do is
Go
just
outside.
step out.
go outside and go to one of the open chantry rooms and ultimately go to like the bookshop and do it there. Because they will tell you that a lot of people are actively watching anything that happens, and somebody might attempt to stop whatever you're doing if they deem that it's.
We'll
But
just
we
go-
tell him we're just doing primal fire and primal fire.
He understands that, but he's not
We'll
the
go
he's
to
not the dude in security
Yeah, we'll go
that is
outside.
watching from a crystal ball, waiting for somebody to.
We'll go outside.
Lightning bolt solve that problem.
Yeah.
All right,
We'll go outside.
and go outside then.
So,
One of our
Puddin
research-
can't help find the answer.
You know that Puddin is fairly powerful, but she doesn't know.
She's illiterate.
She doesn't seem to be the most wisest of people. And frankly, anytime that you've talked to her consistently over a period of time, she seems to sleep with her eyes open on occasion. And you're like, Puddin, Puddin. And she's like, huh? And you're like, you weren't listening at all. Where are you, Puddin?
You're
Well, it's
sleeping.
not that she's unwise, it's just
a
that
cat.
if she deems it important or not.
And she does seem to have like a short attention span, but she has other assets that.
She's
wanna borrow
got,
Scarlet?
she's got the
Her.
ADHD.
I'll ask
cat.
Scarlet if she would like to either help them or just wait around with us.
The cat
Scarlet
was-
Then
can
maybe
assist.
Puddin can assist them because she's got that fairy fire stuff.
That's fine. We'll switch cats for a little bit.
Alright.
Okay.
Can
I
you
look
do
at Puddin,
that?
I'm like, I'm not carrying you.
She just says,
Wow.
no.
You know, tell Puddin that she'll jump on your back and be like, now you're carrying me.
Scarlet seems to be fairly helpful. She'll. What the hell is it? Most
you
of the
can
people in
just
the
do that
order
with
immediately
flies?
recognize that that's a
Yeah, that's
familiar. So they'll kind of. She'll paw at books and people will pull them down and other things of that
But that's
nature.
what regular cats do. They're like, I like this paper.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're not going to let them touch like ancient manuscripts. You're like, oh, you want to play with the Necronomicon? Sure, here you go, kitty.
Exactly.
No, the cat, they'll say like, is this one here? And then Scarlet will seem to indicate and they'll put it down in front of her and she'll slowly kind of move over.
Kinda like
You get a look
the-
from Puddin like, Puddin didn't deem you, what's it, Puddin did not deem you worthy of picking her up, and she is fine with you not attempting to pull her up.
There we go, see?
It's like when you do Jenkins chooses your perfume.
I succeed my primal fire by 6.
Okay. Prior to that happening, though, you do seem to stop, and the cat seems to look at you.
Looks at me.
Yes.
I pick her up.
All right.
I try to do it in such a way that she's comfortable.
She seems to be all right with that. And you probably get like 5 minutes out from the chantry, and the cat just kind of gives you a look like. She doesn't say it specifically, she's like, but somebody is carrying me. And you are now deemed worthy of carrying the Puddin.
She's helped us out before, saved her bacon.
Looks good
so-
on you there. Looks good.
All right.
Scarlet would be jealous if I
what-
was
Maybe you need to
Wait,
start a
we get more
proselytizing and we'll all be members of Bast. We can all be running around with a herd of cats.
Okay.
Crazy cat people.
Yeah.
Exactly. Why not?
Maybe.
The crazy cat people that teleport. Kapow! And burn Mew symbols into you.
Yep. Yeah, the crazy cat people seem to be surviving this. I don't know why.
Exactly. Once we get to our destination, I do set her down
Yep.
so that I can do my thing. And
Hunter can have Maru. I don't know,
Yeah.
jumps in boxes. He's like, I'm gonna get in this Chinese rice box. I don't care if I can fit into it.
You did there.
Just give me a roll on your primal fire.
yeah, I made it by 6.
Off by 6. Then I need a thaumatology from both of you.
Hey, where is the chantry in Massachusetts? Is it in Boston?
Oh,
Or?
what is that?
I would say it's near Boston.
Yeah.
Um,
I had fun
Yeah.
once. I
yeah,
didn't like
around
it.
that area.
I teleported.
I never
once
said
today.
specifically, I'm not sure. I think I might have at one point in time said it was in Providence, Rhode Island, but
It wasn't too far from Arkham.
yeah.
5 and 6.
I got a 6, you got a 5.
Okay. From what you guys can tell, theoretically each ounce of this could be broken down into probably about 5 quintessence, but there is a disproportionate amount of resonance to this. It's crisp and clear. The resonance has a very powerful, how would I put it, divine origin. So I suppose you get a feeling as though it's much more powerful in the form it is now, rather than breaking it down into quintessence. It's a perfect element for the divine.
Okay.
You'd imagine that there are certain
I'm actually
there's certain resonances this will literally destroy. Like coming in contact with, they'll start to cancel each other out, and this would eat a large. You'd imagine if you splashed a ghoul with this, they might literally start breaking down.
Right. Or if you wanted to make like a holy sword or something, this would be a resonance that you could
Yep.
impart upon that.
Essentially, you'd bless the sword with blessed water, and
Right.
the sword would start to pick up a fair amount of
maybe so,
resonance,
but
and
I-
that sword now is going to
I
have a very
plans
powerful
to-
divine resonance.
Okay. And it could be accelerated if you have
You carry a lot of magical shit around with you.
and that could be accelerated.
You're like the
with
mystical version of that fucking dude from The Mummy, where you're like, hey, Christianity not working. Okay, what about Hindu? What about
Exactly.
Judaism? Huh? That's not working. Let me put on my magical gloves. What about my magical amulet? I got a magical hat. What about my magical pimp cane?
I'm still working on it.
So primal weave would allow you to
That's what happens other places.
imbue that into
But
the object
all of our
more
shit-
Along with
successfully
other
than-
thaumatology, it would allow you. It's kind of a process, and you definitely need a ritual. You didn't need to understand how that ritual works. You could develop your own with thaumatology and primal weave.
Okay.
But yes, those are the key
Okay.
ones that you require to make something like that. Because if you just splashed it on the sword, it would passively absorb part of it as it kind of breaks down and evaporates into the universe. But if you could imbue all of it, like the
Yeah.
vast majority of it, into the blade, it becomes very potent.
Gotcha.
If it already has something that's already imbued on it, can you add another?
When you're
Could it
dealing with
Stacking resonance.
Yeah, can it
when you're
stack?
dealing with resonances, it becomes fairly complex, if not kind of like a mechanical apparatus at that point. They all interact with each other, so they need to be layered in a manner which would not disturb any of the resonances or magical auras
Would it
placed
be
upon it.
complementary?
So it,
Could
yes,
be
it would.
like in the
As you would
hilt
start
of
to
the
add
sword,
more
like
things,
they
you
do
would
that water,
literally be
holy
taking,
water?
I suppose, like kind of like the room of an engine block. Well, if you put like a basic kind of like rotary engine in there, it's like, all right, now we need like an air conditioning system, and now at a point you're having to move objects, and the spark plugs have to be located on the bottom, and your intake for the oil is on top, and it can be done.
Could you make a compartment in the hilt that carried the water?
You could, but it'd still be the water itself that would be what is
You'd want to
potent.
imbue it into the weapon. Okay. So as far as quintessence that people carry naturally, is there resonance associated with that?
A lot of times there's faint resonances depending on where you get it. You've seen some of the stuff that he carries has like a life resonance to it and a biological.
Okay.
What did it taste like?
You can see what is it? You've come across other version.
So is life?
You haven't had Primal Flare a long time. You've gotten Thaumatology, and you imagine that there's various locations like that. What is the way that he accumulated resonances when he was with Father Jonas?
Place that might have been useful.
The place in Smallwood. That might have had a certain type of resonance for it, and that may be bad or good depending on what you're trying to use it for.
But as far as the extra quintessence that people carry around, it's got a life resonance.
It's got a slight life resonance
okay,
to
which
it.
is the same as what you have. So if you're siphoning
And
that,
provided you don't hurt them in the process, it just has a life resonance to it. But
Right.
there is there's a type of kind of a dark resonance associated with sacrifices, like
Right.
the Cthulhu statue probably had.
Right.
And once you get to kind of advanced levels of enchanting and weaving primal energies, resonances become a lot more important than the base quintessence that's in it.
right.
So like that Cthulhu statue where they were sacrificing people to it, it wasn't so much about what was inside of it or how brightly it glowed. It was about the flavor coming into it.
Right.
Was desecrated in a certain type of way at a certain time of the year, at a certain place like an altar or what have you. It just gave it that perfect like, season of seasoning and
It's a fine wine.
So
of
Yeah.
does some people or
So-
different types of people have better quintessence?
quintessence.
They have more.
Seems that
I
there are
glow
people that
bright.
it varies from people to people. The standard people on your street you've noticed are brighter or dimmer depending, and that doesn't necessarily mean anything regarding their person. It's just how much they naturally have, and it is somewhat correlated with the amount of will a person has. And they're not quite sure. I mean, there's a lot of metaphysics and philosophy to why this is, but it just is.
So if you go back to what I was gonna do with B's people,
Yep.
if you harvested quintessence like that, just a little bit from each person, so i.e. you got the canteen with the water, and I just take a sip.
It would
from you,
have a
sip from you.
human and life resonant, a
Right.
human and life related resonance, but a small amount of it.
Right, but if you're taking it just to replace your own quintessence, there's
That
really,
should be fine.
It'd be fine. And then, is there any risk to that individual as far as in doing that? Again,
The fact that
not-
you're
not
using
doing-
magical means to extract a type of metaphysical energy, if you fuck that up, you could really mess someone up. Imagine rolling.
Well, you do a critical failure, and it's like, oh, I just imploded them, or
Yeah, because you're literally
Permanently
You could have
nailed
just
down.
literally ripped apart part of their pattern
Right.
in their like torso, and
Yeah.
they'll never heal, and they may have just died.
right. So that's a risk.
Yeah, that's a risk. But no, if done safely,
If done safely,
You still have your luck, right?
other than they have the weakness of having less quintessence on you in certain situations,
right? It would be.
it shouldn't have any long-term effects.
Right. Yeah. So, but again, the idea is if you took just a small point a month, they're fine, and they never knew the difference.
Yeah,
So
potentially.
how much quintessence was in the task I had?
What is it? How many units of tasks do you have?
A little bit.
And where did you get it? It was a golden task? Or where did you get that task?
Just wax
Do you have
task.
the Hague
Wax
water?
task? And how much did you have of that again?
I'm
You
just
said
using a
all
cube right now to
I have
compare
not.
Mongo's tiers to the.
I thought about
Cube
putting it in a
task.
different
Oh,
container
the-
because it's in water. But
The cube,
it
I'm
stayed
assuming
there
that's
long enough,
something from
so
the Emporium in London. The one cube, and they're kind of
if
the
we have
base
to go
unit they
somewhere
had there was
right
kind of a
now-
brick like this.
There's
This
2
brick
units.
is about
Okay.
1/5 as much as this like tiers of
Would that be enough to replenish him, Hunter?
the brick.
Yeah.
From what he's sitting at right now,
I got 4 empty.
4 empty. Maybe 3 bricks.
Free verse
3
affiliate.
or 4 bricks.
Okay.
But he'd have to use primal conduit to break those down.
How does a brick compare to a wax block? What is the unit?
You're not sure what he has, so you're not sure.
You want 3 to bring you up to speed.
Well, if we're gonna go out to the Pacific and try to stop things, I'd like to try to have as many bullets in my gun as I can.
Casey told me to hold tight.
Or like this stuff.
Well, I'm sure he did. He's definitely the kind of guy that finds the deepest hole and crawls into it.
No. He's actually being used right now, so
Okay.
he said hold tight until they
Oh, okay.
see what's gonna go on.
Well, but he's not privy to our information either, so he could be
Everyone
thinking-
has their own motivations, and
Right. As far as he knows, it's an unstoppable event. It's just gonna be a shitstorm everywhere.
So
So we can try to make it a less of a shitstorm. Maybe only half the world sucks a lot.
Maybe only half the world gets eaten.
mind
by
you,
giant
I mean,
worms.
so far time has passed. You see other people on the road. You'll see somebody off at
So
like
can we track down Larson?
Michael Larson.
he's in meetings.
He's you can get a hold of him over some time, but most of the time he seems to be talking to other higher council
What
members.
is the name of that continent again that's coming back?
Ryla?
Ryla. So I sent him a note. Do you have any concerns about the continent of Ryla returning the next 3 days? If so, please come see me. Hunter.
Dot, dot, dot.
After really about 2 or 3 hours, he'll get into contact with you. He's aware that all sorts of things like that are he'll give you a list of probably 20 other locations, like, well, the Zodar of the North Woods, and he says some crap about here, and there's the Black Goat in this region, and there's some sort of, what is it, the Black Pharaoh in Cairo. You're looking at
The
what the
Black
hell
Gold,
is
we
it?
put that bitch down.
He says, well, apparently there's not too many blockades anymore, and things are kind of coming back in. He says, probably not her directly, but he wouldn't imagine, he wouldn't be surprised if shit started popping up around Stonehenge. He also mentions, like, some locations in Australia, and he says, yes, all of these are completely valid concerns about what's going to happen.
So can you put them in a hierarchy of which ones are really bad and really, least bad?
Tell him
He says the
there's Russia fit.
the plateau of Leng is here right now.
I understand that. That's the top. But that's here. I'm talking about ones that haven't occurred yet.
He says probably the next one is the deep ones might have saw this as the sign of their second coming, and he imagines that the Cold War in Britain is going to end fairly soon.
Okay.
He says that would probably be the next one because MI5 constantly fights them on a daily kind of a Cold War situation where it's like, well, it's like, what are you in my land? It's like, I don't know. Everyone was dead when we got there, and they're like, okay, it looks like we're just gonna bury this under the rug for another couple weeks.
Are you going to be in need of our help?
They would say also they're trying to evacuate people out of China and India.
So is it worth even trying to stop things anymore, or we should just put on our seatbelt, let the
He
everything melt
would
down
like
and
to
crawl out
stop
the bottom?
everything. He would like to reverse everything that has happened thus far, and he would like to put the world back in order. He's got a priority list, and he's essentially trying to work down from the top. He says the Raleigh, he says the Great Priest Cthulhu, all sorts of things like that, and that's related to the events taking on Britain, because he believes if ultimately the Great Priest Cthulhu is to come back into this world, Britain's pretty much done, and he doesn't imagine that MI5 is going to retreat.
Okay. So can it be stopped, or is it
He
worth
says-
trying to stop it?
He says potentially, yeah, but he has a limited amount of personnel.
Okay.
He can provide you with whatever resources you might need to, whatever books you need to look into. He's short on manpower at the moment, but anything short of that,
So really what we should do is go contact MI5, and they should give us all their resources. Since they're
He
the ones that are
imagines
gonna
that they would be
screwed.
much more likely. He's primarily concerned with a lot of his people are working in stopping the spread of the madness in mainland Asia.
How are they doing?
Where
that?
would you want us best used right now?
Essentially, what it'll tell you is the wards that had used to keep the wards that were used to keep the madness in place to begin with, spirit wards, barrings against certain creatures, and even dealing with cults in the area that are exacerbating the issue, trying to bring forth whatever the hell's out there. He says dealing with all that types of shit, putting a fence against, or is it up against the boundary zones?
I just remembered something. When we were driving to the chantry, I was carrying around that big chunk of stone with all the brains on it.
Yep.
Can I just say I gave that to someone at the chantry? Like,
I would say
Was
that
there
you would have
some-
left that at B's facility
Okay.
because it was kind of becoming to the point where it was like
Fragile.
clay, and you didn't like if you put it in your car with like 1920s suspension, you're like, well, it used to be a sigil here. I got a photograph of it.
okay.
So I'll
Can I
ask
say
Larson.
that I told them about it then?
Yep, and they could have put it in some soft area, and you think you can transport it given the proper procedure,
Well,
kind
I
of putting
mean,
in.
Tell someone at the chantry that that exists. Or,
All right,
So
he'll send somebody out for it, a courier.
I just wanted to make
Is
sure.
that the
I
same,
told
is that the
someone.
same chunk of stuff I have? I grabbed a big chunk of rocks.
Yep.
Just let me ask the question.
If it's the same thing, I'll throw mine up there.
Just let them deal
Like I
with
said,
that
it'd probably be
problem.
when you guys teleported out. I would have said
No
that
big deal,
part
it's
of
in
it broke
our house.
up, but the rest of it you
Got all
could
the
have collected
resources,
from
they've got all the
these.
things they
And
need.
you probably would have left it there because unless you can put it in some box that absorbs like 99% of the shock, it'd probably break apart coming to Massachusetts.
I picked up. I
Just give it to him. Just give it to him.
yeah, I got it.
Yep.
Just give it to him. Just give it to him. You get a question?
I'll ask Larson where he would best want us to be utilized.
He says that he could use your help in southwest China or even in Nepal at the moment, but he says that those are really dangerous areas at the region.
Let's go save Jamal.
He's even heard words of doles there, so
Okay. We've heard the same rumors.
Inform me what these doles are.
he says they're like 2-mile long worms.
Okay, that's gonna be a problem.
I kill
He
him.
says, yeah.
I don't know.
He says normally one doesn't kill them, you banish them back to the Dreamlands, but there might not be anywhere to banish them back to.
Oh, yeah,
So,
How'd you kill him?
he says with an extreme amount of force. It's a 2-mile long mystical worm.
Does
have
it tunnel
brain?
in the earth or does it crawl along? top?
He says it spits out the equivalent of skyscraper-sized balls of acid, which it uses to power tunnel through the continental masses.
Awesome.
Does it have
He says
brain?
all kinds of awesome.
Okay.
He says it has a limited understanding, but certain rituals can ultimately kind of move it around. And he says that's the type of shit that cultists are up to right now. Like, oh, this giant worm, we could point this towards a major city.
Right. So that's already here and happening. So how about things that we can stop so that they're not here and happening on top of things already here and happening?
He doesn't know too, like he's heard before about your talks of heavy particles from the futures. They have diviners. They don't seem to have the exact type of information that this mathematician has.
Yep.
But it seems like your guess is thus far. He says if you have some sort of location where you think something's going to happen, he's willing to devote as much resources as he can for the time being.
That's right.
He
That's
says his
right.
critical area right now is holding back the boundary because everyone that's infected by the madness becomes part of the madness and it just keeps infecting more people.
So why don't you focus on that? We go to MI5 because it's their island that's going to sink, and they're going to give us their resources to try to go and do that.
He says that he sounds good. What is it? He gave you guys a communication stone back at
Can we still walk
B's
to
facility.
London?
He says the London Chantry will likely be closing in the next few days. He says that'll change if, for whatever reason, the Deep Ones don't start their assault. But of course, MI5 is going to know more than we do regarding that sort of thing.
All right. Well, we can also try to provide you information on that as well. So,
He would really help. What is it? He says that would be very helpful.
we're all members. So.
He otherwise warns you that, your best bet would to be, if you're talking about the Pacific, is to stop whatever's going to happen. You shouldn't be there if you haven't stopped it. He doesn't think that you should fight whatever's coming through.
No.
That if the floodgates, what he equates to kind of like the Hoover Dam. That hasn't really been built yet, but he says if you start to see the crack at that point,
Just run.
just run.
And hope you're fast enough.
Yep, teleport.
So do you have any way of allowing us to live on the bottom of the ocean?
He says that there are resources, wines of Bast, He can see about devoting some to your cause. He'll give you a name to talk to.
All right.
Otherwise, you guys can give me your research rolls.
Alright,
What
speed reading
specifically
first, or-
aspect of... I'm taking your speed reading into account.
When we get to
what-
London,
yeah.
probably good to go up to.
What aspect of Carcosa were you trying to figure out?
Go visit the tomb of
So I think.
Saint Mongo,
Yeah.
and then
Or are we looking
your
at
adamantine
Carcosa
axes.
stuff?
Yeah.
Yep, you're doing research in Carcosa, and you have adequate resources here. But what aspects specifically are you looking for? Or are you just
Would be
looking
nice,
for
but
more
I don't know
general
how we do
information
it,
about
so.
Carcosa?
I have a rough idea of how to
I
do
don't
it,
know. I
but
thought we were.
I don't know the details of how to do it. I guess we could go have.
We were-
You were
Thomas
asking me prior
give
about
out some of his blood.
the spirits in
Well, Larson
Carcosa,
said
how to
they
extract
could
a
donate
spirit from
certain resources
Carcosa,
if
and
we
then
already have
information
the base
regarding that.
components.
Right.
We just need
And
somebody.
the
to
other
do it.
guys, like the 80
Right,
person,
but we're not
are
fighting
looking
demons or
up
anything. So.
Ways
how
to-
to stop
We don't know what we're fighting.
Pastor from coming.
If anything, I
here.
just want one axe to fight
They're
demons.
trying to
and one
figure
axe
ways
fight
of effectively
spirits or
barring
something
him and
else.
sealing off the contaminated regions.
So
So,
they would
it would be
know
nice to have,
the
but I don't know what
rituals
it's
of
almost.
summon and bind.
I mean,
They don't think they can
I would
bind
gladly gather some
Pastor, but
tears
they
to use
believe
for a
that they
future
can
day, especially if the whole
quarantine
island's
their
just gonna sink
followers
into
to a
those
certain
kinds of
region of mainland China.
Exactly.
And place essentially
we need to make a stop.
wards around the region.
Land here.
What they equate is it kind of
Yeah.
like
We
be
should
like
probably tell
keeping
Angus
a
he's
Red
probably
Hook
already
under
responded
quarantine. It's not a really permanent solution, but it'll buy
Yeah,
a
he was
couple
there.
weeks at max.
Big shindig.
Okay, so did you
I
go
would
back on that
continue research of seeing that spirit of Carcosa.
You already
We
know,
all,
right?
we all
So-
were.
You already know certain things.
That was the one who told you
That's
about.
what I'll do
No,
to.
not that
What did
one.
you make it by?
Yeah.
I told you guys that.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know who told me what.
Yeah. Remember, I made you swear to secrecy, or
Of course, secrecy.
not secrecy, but just that you wouldn't take action to oppose it.
I won't take action until he wants me to take action.
Which is at this point tentatively an ally, so
Tentatively to what?
an ally.
There are references to certain ancient rituals. Part of the problem you see is a lot of the madness that is
We've worked
infecting
peacefully with her in the past.
what is it coming from the plateau of Leng? The individuals that are swept up in
I
the
think as long as
madness,
our goals coincide
ultimately
with our goals,
part of
I
their
think we just
mind
want-
is being brought back to
Just like everything
Carcosa.
circles.
Meaning when you get back there, it's not going to be
A little
empty like it
riskier,
was
yeah.
before. You would need powerful wards to
We
protect
could
yourself
give it
if you can
King
get
Arthur's
back to
sword, give it to
Carcosa.
Thomas, he'd like that.
And at that point, you'll need to find wherever he was, wherever he seemed to fade away, which might be the location at the center of Carcosa. And from there, you'd need something very powerful of his nature to bind his spirit. So ultimately, you're going to need somebody that's very capable in spiritual magics, very powerful wards,
That
a
guy's
team of
dead.
people to head into that region,
Nope.
and some
With
powerful
Captain
artifact
Indian
to
guy.
bring back the spirit.
Or Chief. Chief.
Is there any way we can find out how
He's part of,
to
Big Shindig
cleanse
also.
people here of the madness, or is it just once they're infected, that's that?
What is it, like the serpents, the seal that the serpents left? Madness dwells within the mind. So one of the ways is destroying any memories or contact. If an individual ever came close to the madness, theoretically they could be saved by erasing the memories associated with it.
We don't have those
Wiping the
types of-
slight blank completely of an individual that had been to Carcosa in the midst of, like, I'm talking about the really bad shit, not even to the point where you guys have been. Theoretically, you could wipe them, and they wouldn't remember anything of who they were or what they could live a full life after that.
So,
But there's always a chance that they could remember something from Carcosa that starts
there's really
over.
not-
So
It's
you
kind of
wipe
like
it,
you
and
cut
then you
you
put a
cut
bullet
out the
through it.
cancerous tissue,
Exactly.
and maybe there was a little tiny bit left that starts to grow, and
But that's why you put a bullet right after the blink.
Yeah.
Look, you don't remember anything.
so the memories are what can be contaminated. So things that don't have memories or things that can have their memories erased could be brought back from this madness.
So, like, here in China, we
Psychosis.
couldn't unless we have spells to, like, erase memory.
We could go to
The
China.
best you could do is
run through a little Cthulhu 28 days later.
the best you could
And
either
that's why
do
you
is
would need a
either
holy axe.
Exactly.
deal with the individuals that have
Is
the
that
madness,
is that what
so they
covers
don't infect
madness?
other people,
Divine axe?
or seal them away so they can't get past
That's
certain
It's a first step.
boundaries.
I think it'd just be more portions.
Yeah.
Right now, you're kind of just trying to stop the zombie infection, and
portion.
it's
Portion.
long game is like how do you turn
Can
a
you
zombie
do it
into
longer?
a human?
I can throw them instead of making them just appear. And then it's like you're throwing a ribbon.
I wouldn't even say that because
We'll
there
just keep
are
on going
means in
through.
which you know of to reverse
I would try
the
to make a
process,
big enough mute
but
destruction.
just offhand, there's
It would be a race. Like,
once
who can
that
kill
ma-
what?
There you go.
once that madness reaches mainland China,
Got this big.
there might be quite a few
4-foot tall thing
individuals
that's
that
like boop, boop, boop.
it's just going to be too hard to
This
deal
is
with.
your half. This is my half.
Exactly.
I mean, you're not talking about all the tea in China. You're talking about all the people in China.
Professor throws his, so
Yep.
You don't.
usually I make it inside. people,
Mind
but
you,
I
on the
won't
other
throw
side
it
of
if I need
Everest
to.
is all the people in India.
Depends on if I want the object of my attack to have a chance to dodge.
They're researching how to quarantine these people.
Yep, it's a shitty situation.
Now you
So then can I relay that to these guys?
Yep.
It's starting to dawn on you. I would just need to stop other things and let that get contained. It's a shit sandwich. Just need to walk away from it. Come back and eat it later.
Well, I didn't hear
When it's
that,
had time to
that
ferment,
there really isn't
age
time for
appropriately.
But I'm just saying, you get a shit
So,
sandwich here.
I
We can
think
start
right
eating
now
it.
It's nutty. Is this maggots?
come back
Or-
to rescue the
and then-
No,
guys
it's
in
dole
there.
worms.
And then as
And then
we're
we
busy
could,
eating it,
we
there's
could
other
take
shit
care of the
sandwiches that
stuff
start
here
to
and come
line
back
up on
to
the
the
buffet
guys,
that you
so-
still have to eat those.
still
Or
cracking
you
that.
just
We can still
prevent
do
those
it.
shit sandwiches from appearing,
It's just
and
right
then
now,
come back to this
let's
one. And maybe
stop
it's like a
everything so we can
double
get more
stack shit
resources.
burger.
However you guys want to approach whatever the hell situation is, it's difficult.
That's why I'm just breaking it down for everybody.
I guess we'll
Sometimes you don't win them all.
Want to go meet up with the rest of the
Just
group?
right China
Maybe you
off.
can only handle a half of a shit sandwich today, and you'll take on the full buffet maybe tomorrow or 2 days from now.
But I don't want the buffet to show up. That's what I'm trying to stop the buffet from coming.
How do they? How are they quarantining?
Kind of involves
people?
stopping the first one.
For the most part, they're
It's
literally.
already there.
Or is it?
You're not gonna turn
It's a
the clock
huge
back.
area. They plan on using elder signs and very powerful
you're gonna solve
spiritual
this
words
problem in
to
3
keep
days.
the worst elements at play.
Exactly.
There's going to
So
be
then you're
people
gonna
that are
have
going to be
another
breaking
event
through.
that makes it harder to stop
They'll
the
try
next
to
one,
quarantine
which
as
is
best
stop
they
the next
can,
one.
but
So
it
down
will
goes
come
the
down to
altar.
them literally
Lost
burning
the first
certain
down.
regions
Now
that
you're
are
gonna stop the
infected,
second down.
just because they can't
Except
stop
we
it.
Try to stop it.
It's not the
Do
most
they have
ethical.
any kind of
The madness one?
spells
No, second
specifically
domino.
against
Second down? Yeah, it's the island.
caster followers,
That's what we're
things
working on
like
right
that
now.
that will
How do we
work
prevent
against
it?
them?
We'll go hook up with MI5 and then we're gonna stop.
They do have certain banishments for certain types of creatures
Do some
like
research
star
over there.
vampires and doles,
Jeez,
but
don't
they're
get hung
not
up
sure
on
if they're
the
going to be as
details.
effective anymore, and they're not sure if sending it back is going
Devils
to.
in them.
Right now, a lot of water is flooding in from the like think of a submarine. A lot of water is flooding in. It's not going to be very effective. You're like, I'm going to start pushing water back out. At this point, like you're just water's in the shithole right now. So just put.
You close the bulkhead and you tighten it
Yeah.
off, and you're like, well, the forward section is lost.
Yep. There's going to be water regardless.
But there's a guy on the outside trying to open the aft section, so we should stop him.
Well, the positive thing I guess about going to Carcosa is that time doesn't.
Time
matter.
doesn't technically exist there. I mean, you
Yeah,
guys get
so-
back. You could have came back prior to the event happening or afterwards, but
So Frank is still safe for the time being
Yep.
until we can
Get
devote
to
No
time
research
to.
into that. Yep.
you don't think anyone that perished or was taken to Carcosa went to their normal afterlife or whatever you may believe in. It's very
I know
likely that they are
that's
stuck to
why I want
Carcosa.
To try to get them. But can they give us some wards now for the madness to so we don't lose Will? Like an aluminum hat?
They can provide you with basic wards and it may protect you
They
from
go
the
out there,
barrier, but if they say that you go to Carcosa, you'll need something a lot
When
stronger.
we're fighting these other things right now,
Yep.
is there something that I can get?
Yep. They can provide you with runes that they'll draw on your head for the time period.
Okay.
It's like aluminum
with that.
foil.
It's well, the thing is, a lot of the wards that they have, the more stronger permanent ones, are going to the people that are literally
doing
fighting
it.
madness in the mists.
Yeah.
So like, well, what is it? Who's the guy who gets the flak jacket? Is the guy who's standing up in gunfire?
But if we have to go like they're talking about doing like the deep one stuff, what can we
They aren't talking about that at all. They're
These
aware
guys-
that bad shit's going to be happening to Britain right now, but they're handling the shit with the dimensional breakdown over here. Everyone's
They're-
got their own
they're
shit
eating
sandwich
the
to eat.
first sandwich.
This is theirs.
Yeah. And we're going to England to get the information.
There you go. See, we don't have to eat the one.
At the
They're
end of the
eating it.
day, tell him I'm driving back to the champ.
Okay, well then
Okay.
you guys
At the
comes with me
end of the day.
decide
Well, you spent 6
where
hours
you
or
want
something
to
like that.
devote
and
your time,
I spent about the same
and then we
fucking with
should
my stuff.
like super prepare
other
before
day I
going
say-
because they can give us some wards and stuff that we
I
don't
can't
have.
make enough progress here.
Otherwise, I'd say at this point in time, you guys
Take
are
Felix with you.
mostly running on adrenaline. You feel at some point you're might you might crash.
Take out the party sub.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I'm aware, but you've been running on adrenaline for the last 9 hours or so.
Retire for the night, and
Yep.
we'll get some sleep.
Okay.
Gonna have
4
sleep.
hours.
Party sub
I'll
out.
sleep outside of the chantry,
3 hours.
just in case.
So we're taking a nap at this point.
Just want to take a quick nap.
Probably be wise for us to sleep. So you
Yeah,
don't have
we should sleep.
fatigue.
Is it
I
wise
was
for you
thinking
to
that,
sleep?
I was
Is
thinking
it
that we
really?
could afford the fatigue in the front end when we're doing research and getting people geared up, and then we take.
What
a
happens
chance.
normally is that we do say that, and then all of a sudden shenanigans ensues. We're like,
Yep.
damn, I'm fatigued.
Should take a nap. now
I
and
should have
then chance.
slept.
I understand, but then we wouldn't have had an opportunity to get the other things in motion before the shenanigans started. So
Is there any way to contact B to contact Psychosis about what he can add?
It's waking up his buddies. That's what he's
Potentially.
doing right now.
Okay, then let's do that
Listen
so
up,
that she
serpent
could
people, shit's about to
ask
hit the
if she
fan.
gets a chance.
Wake up.
If I was a serpent people, I was a person, I'd probably wake up and be like, hey, there's shit happening, guys. Go team.
exactly.
Unless he
One
can
did not wake us up on this one. Bye bye.
Unless
No.
If you remember, he said that he was doing a lot of computer work, and clearly these other two individuals were trying to do some sort of coup in which he had to kill them in the reactor room, but he doesn't have footage for it, and things happened.
yeah, but his people used
But
humans.
thankfully, I was here, and the shit's set in the
So
fan
he
now,
can
guys.
use
So.
humans
Luckily,
to aid
Lucky
them.
Psychosis is here to save the day.
Exactly. Go team snake people. I'm just gonna go back to prod now.
Psychosis, people
All hail
used
my
humans.
overlords.
Well,
Yeah,
now-
he made them slaves.
Psychosis used humans, so if he can use humans before waking people up, then
Yeah. Anyway, nap time.
So it
You're
takes what?
assuming that he's not going to use humans now.
It takes what? 3 hours to get from here to London? Via
The chantry?
Yeah, the hallways.
30 minutes.
30 minutes.
Yep, inside the chantry, yes.
Okay, so let's just go sleep in London.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, we can get set up. We're gonna go to London.
So you were
does
waiting until I
anyone
was
have
done now.
talk to dead?
Yeah, I figured so. I mean, I figured I fussed with some stuff. I looked
When
at
we
some
get to
stuff.
London,
I
get
was
our
working on.
contact on.
Again,
What?
I'm designing that.
For MI5
I'm
right away.
packing
No,
out.
I don't do that.
Does
No,
anyone have
no.
talk
It is-
to dead?
What is it, early in the morning? And
No.
I'm not sure how much
Nobody-
time
the
passed.
only
I'll say
person
it's
that was
early in the
Frank.
morning as you guys come into London. One thing is all you guys can give me perception checks.
Are we
Visual
there,
or just straight up perception? Or?
They slept for 8 hours,
10.
so you guys could have gone wherever you wanted to.
Well, I believe we were headed there as soon as I was done.
Okay. You guys would probably be a few hours behind.
He probably slept in the warehouse.
I think that's critical.
Or in the car.
So you'd be at your penalty still
Yeah.
here.
He sleeps while I drive. We go to the chantry.
Yep.
I tell you.
Yeah, I sleep here. I'm a light sleeper. So.
There's a note there that says, went to London.
I'm a light sleeper.
Yeah.
There's a lot of chaos. It'll take you time for somebody to direct who you're talking to and where. And
We
I leave a note for
Do
Larson.
a fluffy
Okay.
bedroll and a pillow and a sleep mask and all
I
that
referenced the
shit.
documentation that I
For my
gave him.
roleplay
Yep.
suits.
I said I just remembered that there is a yith in the British Isles, north of Chester's house. That's where I'm headed. If the one person who knows the Mew language is there, I will attempt to retrieve him.
okay. You do see that it gets put on a stack of papers that is probably
The
Yeah.
heaviest of your
Larson.
resolution
Yeah, Larson
There's
is.
another one.
yeah.
your deep one suit.
I write.
And
Yeah,
all you'll see a lot of them say like urgent or emergency or as soon as possible, ASAP.
Well, it's why it's under the trash can because shit already hit the fan. You don't need that one.
Yeah, you
No,
have
I
double
just write what I'm doing.
Yep.
I write the time, the date, and my name.
Yep, it seems like they file it, and it's,
It is,
it's sitting
it's
there on
too.
the desk, and you see eventually somebody comes over and they grab a stack, and you're like, oh, mine's up next, and then somebody else puts down a stack.
Yeah.
You know what's
Information
interesting?
overload.
What,
We no longer work for
the thing that,
Obduro.
Yeah.
Frank
We are now
owns
freelance
the most with the most
order
residents
Hermes guys
that
now.
means deep one
Yeah,
suit
we're
because
order
everyone
Hermes guys,
knows
yeah.
him for his deep one.
not Obduro.
Yep.
He didn't wear that.
There's not gonna
that
be
day.
anything to
He was wearing
investigate
the
in a little
Othello
bit here.
costume.
Okay.
Can't investigate what's right there in front of you.
If you didn't realize that you're now a soldier, I got news for you.
His deep one suit.
For what? No, for what purpose? Is
Binding.
it
When you told us we needed an item.
With your thaumatology, you would say it would have Froc's resonance attached to it, but also a dead deep one's resonance strongly attached to it.
His alligator sitting out, that would be an alligator.
It doesn't matter, does it? Oh, it does.
Why do you make
We're
clothes
using
out of
this
dead
dead
know what?
things?
creature's skin to summon back
His
the
bow
dead.
gun.
Frank is who we're looking for, right?
His bow gun
No,
has
it's
a
the
resonance.
deep one. He's unhappy that you have a skin.
I carried that everywhere.
You did, but it used to belong physically on another entity for a very long period of time.
And he probably had some, feelings towards it.
Yeah, I imagine so. You might have been wearing that for a few years. I think that was one from, where the hell was that deep one from?
It would have been from.
That was from
It was a
England.
hybrid, and that was from England.
It's when we had
was in
the
the
island
village.
treasure. It's when he
That
was
individual was
That's when
supposed
he killed most of those people in the dang port in the
Yeah.
harbor.
Yeah.
That guy had been wearing that suit for 50 years.
So, what did Frank have some sort of like juju pouch or anything?
Blowgun.
Yeah.
Those little
Blowgun
flasks with
have
fire.
Was it
His
in?
blowgun.
You are aware that he did have a medicine pouch with him, but the last you had heard, you can give me an IQ roll, because you don't have eating
Brave
memory.
Robin.
But
You remember Jeb selling it to us.
Someone told you that his gear was sent back to his freak clinic in Brooklyn.
He lives in Green.
have several items.
They don't necessarily know that. He spends a lot of time out in Chicago, too, so they just send it as
At least it's
his
right then.
Yep.
like, work.
I
They would have
made-
tried to just find whatever
I
it's
made
supposed
my perception by 10.
By
to. So
nine.
10,
By
9, 8. Perception rolls?
Are we rolling?
I made it by either.
Yep.
Is it vision?
You guys, I'm assuming, would come in later, but yeah, you can. It is visual perception.
So 5.
5.
Why are we rolling?
Perception.
Because I said give me
Why?
a freaking roll. That's why
the
you
GM
Because
says
the
roll.
DM told you to.
Exactly.
So-
Don't be back talking, man.
You don't want to roll, you don't have
I
to roll.
rolled a 3,
Okay.
but after deduction.
Okay.
Perception by 8.
So that'd be 13
Yeah,
You made it by 13?
with the disadvantage.
Only Hunter on this one. This is really unusual. Hunter, ultimately, it seems like there's a few, a few ships above London. You'd say airships, but they're really high up. You can kind of see it vaguely up there. There are 5, but everyone else is like fucking Eagle-Eye Joe here. So what the hell is that's what you see? It does look like there are troops inside of London.
Okay. I didn't roll well. That's what he's saying.
Yeah.
Normally I roll well.
That's actually still pretty damn hard to see. It's relatively speaking. The rest of you can see objects that do not look like aircraft. Who made by 13? Are you going to share information on this, or do you want me to show you? Or
Well, okay. I will only share if it is not madness-inducing.
you don't know for certain.
Okay, can I see it?
Yeah, you
Make a
can come over
judgment
here.
call.
Just look in the window and then go nuts.
Excuse me, Chris.
I think that's actually. You have your own wiki page. So, the what is it? Dirigibles that are above London are not dirigibles. You don't know how the fuck they're up there.
That?
Yes, you see 3 of these, and you're like, "Oh yeah, dirigibles.
share
That's
that.
not dirigibles."
I will share your flying submarine with everyone.
It takes you guys a while. Ultimately, you have to take a look with the periscope or the spyglass. There are 3 of these vessels above London, but they're so high up that most people probably would just see them as an airship, like a dirigible, which is not uncommon.
I don't think they're going to evacuate that many people.
They're gonna take like the top.
I'm gonna go look for Sky
10%
Captain.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit difficult. But like this area of Britain, we need everyone here to go somewhere that is not here.
Exactly.
You need to go to France. Ooh, I'm just gonna die.
Actually, France is where I was fighting from.
Couldn't they evacuate them to somewhere like the dwarf kingdom for the time?
Does that
being?
look human
Borderline.
or...
Just gotta get them through the
Fucking
preamble.
dwarfs, it's like they're humans. They're like rats. They're everywhere now.
You've had experience with
Looking
deep
back in
ones,
for
right?
food drops,
Yep.
and I don't know what the hell's going on.
More than I
So
wanted.
does that look like deep one
They have to
technology,
work
or...
The
No.
dwarfs need to do is build an underground wall to keep them from coming in from their dimension. Maybe put up some border patrol. We need to talk about this right away.
Interdimensional
humans coming in
immigration.
here
Yeah,
taking all of our jobs.
I don't know. Those humans seem to be willing to work the hot crop fields out there. Maybe they can find their niche. I do need a sewer system plunged.
What are you gonna do? I'm gonna send them into that force that we don't like to go to.
You know, they do the jobs we don't want to.
It has
So there's a
goats
certain
in
amount of
it.
leniency.
I
I don't want them in my country unless they're doing the things I don't
And I
want.
don't mind
There you
sending
go.
them for
That's
the-
until there's 12 million of us. Then there's trouble.
The humans
That was our
who
safe
make
spot, I
delightful
tell you.
happiness
Squirtle
they do
high.
are awesome.
It still is.
We gotta make sure we
All right,
have
so you
our
guys are in London right now.
passport. For
Those
that.
aren't deep ones, are they? I mean, deep one tech, obviously, that's obviously.
No, it looks like fucking
That's it.
standard battleships. I suppose the battleships looks to be fairly from what you remember, specifically you, and I think you, I'm not sure if your character was here for this one, but when you were on Her Majesty's Guiding Light, the main dirigible, interior wasn't gas. It was some sort of weird gyro that kept it afloat.
Right.
And theoretically, a more advanced version could keep something like that in afloat, but you don't have, depending on your hypertech levels.
Well, he saw it too after I pointed it out, right?
Yep, I'm assuming everyone took out a spyglass, and people kind of see it there, but those of you that can actually see it clearly are like, no, I must be looking at that at a weird angle, and everyone else is like, oh, it's a dirigible. Or the vast majority of people, probably 60%, don't even see him up there. It's like, huh, what?
Alright,
Flying battleship.
you guys go to sleep. I'm gonna contact MI5.
Maybe MI5 has an aversion to the water.
I wonder why.
We're gonna build all these
wants
fucking
to be
ships
with
in the
me while
water?
Contacting MI5, they're welcome to join.
I'm gonna
Otherwise,
bed down.
I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yep.
Why don't we have one of those?
I would like to sleep this
You
time.
probably do.
Sure. No.
So I guess I'm the only one I
I think
call
America
up.
does.
No, I've
stars
slept,
bigger
so
and cheaper
I
than
go with you.
Okay.
Alright,
Get a hold of our contact for MI5.
I think it's Agent Ace.
Yep.
He's kind of a small sergeant now.
Yeah.
But yeah, he'll contact you. It does take close to about 20 minutes to get a hold of him.
Okay.
He
go to
tells
sleep
you
until he wakes- until
that
the
he,
call
what is
comes
it? He asks where you are right now.
We're in London.
He says that he would recommend that you get out of London.
Do you know that the British Isles have less than 3 days of existence still?
He doesn't know for certain, but in all the regions, it seems like they've pulled back off of kind of smaller island areas, and they're clustering together in certain points, major harbors and things of that nature. So he can't say for certain when it's going to happen, but he hasn't seen them move like that for a very long time.
3 days. That's when they. Well, I'd tell him the exact. This is how much time you've got left.
They're assuming that they have no time, so they're just taking it hour by hour at this point.
Do you have any intent to try to stop this?
Oh, he says that they fully intend on using whatever they have in their arsenal to wiping them off. They're not. They don't intend on leaving their own continent.
Okay.
I'm not sure if is Britain a continent?
No.
It's not, yeah,
It's
country.
an
Excuse me, there you go.
Isle.
So it's part of the Europe area, but they don't intend on leaving their own country. Frankly, they wouldn't have the means to evacuate people across the what the hell is it? The channel,
Yeah.
the strait.
Short swim.
Just a short trek across. That's where a lot of them seem to be amassing, and he believes that they're going to try to stop anything coming across the water and ultimately destroying everything that's here.
Has your government? Can you find out if your government's brought over a weapon from Russia yet?
He can take a look into it. He doesn't know offhand. He's not aware.
There's
of any
another
particular
event
weapon.
that will decimate humanity, which is basically hinges upon your government deciding to use some, weaponized technology from
Plant technology.
deep
Weaponized
space.
plant technology.
He's not aware of anything, but he'll start asking people. He'll see what he can do. His clearance doesn't go all the way up to the top. And there's a lot of other priorities, but he could find out something.
You want to run it up there and tell them that it's a Trojan horse. The deep ones intend to unleash it,
Yep.
so they need to stop.
I also asked the area north of Chester Crispin's where that Yithus
Yep.
tomb is. I asked what's the condition in the area around that.
He says it's a low priority area. He says there's farmlands, cottages, what have you. He doesn't ship from that location. Where are we sitting?
I don't remember how far it is, so we ride bicycles and motorcycles.
I'm trying to remember here offhand. He does know within about 40 miles there is a city, an underwater city there. He says that they're not amassing in that particular region, but he can't imagine it's going to be good. He doesn't know if they're going to attack there, but he says if you're trying to get away from them, then no. And from me, remember, it wasn't too far away from that region where there was that city that had a strange, almost a prediction chessboard.
The one that came up. Yeah. That was a city. That was a city ship.
It looked like, as I described before, it looked like there was more of it underwater, and there was a large section that essentially there was multiple buildings coming up and things of that nature.
Okay.
You weren't aware of a full city.
Okay, I thank him.
Two questions. First question for you: does MI5 have a team working on researching counter to this new offensive, or are you aware of the events occurring in the Pacific Ocean?
He's aware of the events in Carcosa. Oh, is it not Carcosa? He would say the Mount Everest region.
I'm talking about the event in southern hemisphere of the Pacific that's related to your island sinking.
No, he says that that's one of the Deep One's holy grounds.
Yeah.
He imagined that they might amass something there. He's not, as of current, aware of anything happening there, but they're essentially barricading all of London. They're moving a lot of people inward. He imagines that there's definitely going to be an attack at some point in time here, and I suppose they can't really they can't protect the land that currently is farmland. So he imagines that even if they survive the initial barricade, they're going to be starved out. However, he says that they're amassing various pieces of technology and things of that nature to use against the Deep Ones. So he'll look into something regarding a Russian connection. He says, can you be more specific?
I tell him the
You mentioned
meteorites.
space.
I tell him everything.
Yeah,
from
the
A to Z.
seed company, the name of the guy who was the contact, who the consultant went back and forth.
Just tell him A to Z. That
Yeah,
covers
the whole
everything.
thing.
All right. It seems like he's not. He takes his time. He asks a lot of questions. Doesn't seem like he has edict memory or terribly good. Dictation skills, but he seems like he gets it and reads back to you.
But tell him we're going to be here in this area for a while, so here's the number we can get a hold of us.
He'll tell you inside of London. You can meet with a what the hell is it?
But they don't have a central team someplace that's trying to research a counter-strike to this.
To the offensive so far, given that they're surrounded on each side, they believe that the Deep Ones are ultimately. He doesn't know where they could strike, where ultimately they would pull back forces.
Well, you're just
There's
looking at
various-
this as a military campaign, so you're looking, okay, I got troops on the borders here and there, and this is where the offensives are going to go. But you're not looking into the Pacific where
Not yet.
masterminds
They've
are
only
looking.
found out about this 24 hours. They're scrambling to get, I suppose, their pants on.
Okay.
After that, they're going to try to determine points at which they can counter-strike, pull people away, and all those sorts of kind of advanced battle tactics.
Try to point them into the Pacific. That's probably where the general staff is, and that's where you want.
Tell him it was a machine that probably caused it.
So the second question I have, first is for the DM. Theo Montrose, does she have any extended relatives or family still in England?
She knew that she has a grandmother in Wales, and then she has some like second or third cousins.
Okay. Do I know where they are? I mean, does any mention of those come up?
Didn't they already tell her the
Do you have edict?
backstory
You
then?
don't have edict memory. From what you're not sure.
Okay.
You don't know offhand.
Did they
You know that there's distant cousins. The only other major connection she had was her grandfather used to be in the occult, and he was in the British Army. And her grandmother is currently in Wales.
Okay. So I'll ask Ace if he can contact this individual in Wales.
He says there's a lot of VIPs being extracted. He'll look into it for you.
As a favor, I'd appreciate it.
Yep.
So we're basically on standby. Our team, we're willing to lend aid wherever. And again, our thought is taking a strike to the Pacific to cut off the head.
Did they not tell
Did
us
we get the line of
yet
Bast?
to evacuate her people?
No, we have to go talk to a guy.
Well, we're in the Chantry, so
You would need to go back to the Chantry, but so you were given a contact.
So we leave the information where we're at, and we've been up for 24 hours, so we're gonna start taking some.
Otherwise,
times.
he'll give you information regarding contacting a Captain Nathan Whale inside of London, and he says that they have. He said at the very least they have advanced equipment sitting there. He says R&D type shit that's only going to elite teams, but he says if you have some sort of hint about where something's going on, he doesn't think it's going to be a waste, and he can write you a requisition.
Okay, well, we'll go see this. You and I will go see this Captain Nathan Wales. Let's get our resources.
Alright. I think we do need to check out this
I'll
point
probably say 3.
before this attack comes, because if they overrun this island, the only reason they didn't overrun in my previous edition was the white flowers. They were concerned the white flowers would transfer to the Deep Ones.
Okay.
You literally saw caverns where they had removed infected Deep Ones, and they were piling up bodies.
Yeah, I mean
They were being hit equivalent to the humans. Well, I would say that for every 2 to 3 humans died, 1 Deep One died. But the fact of the matter is, there's far less Deep Ones. They're just
Right.
they don't die of old age.
Natural causes.
So that death ratio was definitely not acceptable for them.
So,
So that pulled them out. But mind you, most people in Britain were dead.
yeah,
It's just they're like, ooh, yeah, we'll hold off on this.
That was a scorched earth policy.
It's what gave me
I
a
might not see you
chance
guys
to.
50-50 at this point.
Okay, I'll try to get up the recording.
It's what gave me
for
a
what we
chance to
finished up with here.
organize
Oh, no.
the different groups and get them extracted.
I'm not saying that we can't do that, but we're gonna need some sleep. Let the rest of the team sleep. Let's go get this extra free stuff.
This is
Whenever he
MI5.
wakes up, we're probably not gonna have a
Althea was at the
solution for us,
Chantry.
and
They
we
don't
can
actually
go
have much knowledge of Althea
get this guy
Montrose.
or whatever. There's other places we
And
wanna go to as
Althea
well.
was at the
Well,
Chantry.
that's it. Why don't we load
You're
these
not
guys in
there
the car,
right now,
those
but
of
you're
us
pretty
who
sure
have
that she
slept
extracted her
drive,
family
and
prior.
those who haven't,
But he was asking about it.
get the hell out of
Because I
town
thought
now.
that
I'm not concerned about driving in front of us, and
Althea
we'll
must
teleport
have
there.
been-
We'll be there in a minute.
Althea was at the
Since it's
Chantry,
no
and it's
meeting.
very likely
yeah,
she's
but I don't
already
have
had
a-
her family sent for.
You haven't been there before. I have.
Doesn't matter.
However,
tell you.
he's talking to MI5.
Also, I'll warn you. Do
Yes.
not try and draw quintessence
In London
from me.
you
I don't
are.
have any. I have dark matter.
Okay,
Dark fluid.
Yep,
I won't
that's
touch
where
it.
we went.
That Chantry way is
Displaced
open,
and cast a-
so you're only.
I saw the thing.
If you want to
You're
keep researching, you're only
Yeah,
30
so
minutes away from the
when
group
we,
right now.
We cast a flare back to look at the dog
I was
back in
wondering
town.
what they told
and
us. What they,
I don't have any quintessence left. It's
suggested
all
we work
filled
on
with dark
first.
fluid.
Okay.
Wait,
So I
That
don't
sucks
know
for
what
you.
that means.
Bad things probably.
I don't know. Maybe it's a good
What
thing.
did
Maybe
they
it turns
suggest
into
we
a
work
power.
on?
I will
But-
say it is interesting things, and I like interesting things as the GM.
Nope. I just tell you this. You're
What
screwed.
did what is it? That one guy. What's that one guy's
Can't wait to see
name?
some
You're gonna have to be a wee bit more
Spell
specific
that's
than that one guy.
Does cannon damage.
the chaos mathematician guy.
Omar Bahadin, he's
What
taking.
did he suggest we work
Oh,
on
I
first?
didn't hit
That-
quintessence.
He.
He just said the next big thing is precision.
Then what
Yup,
did the
he's not a
Chantry say?
tactician. He's not a soldier. He just can predict
Then what did
certain.
the Chantry say we should work on?
They got
They
I
two
didn't-
know that
things.
they're doing the madness one.
Yup. They. He doesn't know what would be your best use, and it seems like you had additional information than him. He believes that you're competent in whatever you're going to do. He said that he could use your help regarding controlling the madness outbreak, but it's so dangerous that he's not going to ask you to do it because they're already losing people
Also,
to the
in
madness.
that part of the area, there's also
Can we really be
Ravenhurst.
lost?
And even
Well, you're not going to be
Creatures
really the
too.
same you that went into the
but the thing to
madness.
keep in mind is
Yeah, and we are
so the
already.
madness stuff
I
that's
thought
happening
we
in China
already
and India.
had-
We already are.
We're only
Have we
taking
willpower?
3
You've got
days.
the sniffles
Nothing
compared to like
nothing-
full-blown pneumonia.
Nothing's going to change in 3 days. That we can't go back onto it if this
I
doesn't
just
pan out
wanted
with the
to know, like,
Pacific.
if we're like, oh, we're going over there, and they're like, no, definitely not, no.
Nope,
And then
nobody
we're
said
like,
that.
we're going over there.
Nobody has said that.
We're going over there.
And MI5 is not aware of this situation in the Pacific. It seems like they're trying to get their
Trying
defenses
to
up.
get back up to speed.
You
So
know,
how do you kill a deep one?
So
Yes.
They're just
Um,
really
you know,
tough things.
obvious
so
the
put a
situation-
firepower on 'em and they'll die eventually.
do they have
Skyrocket,
spells against the deep
shoot 'em in the
ones?
chest
Who,
or your head.
MI5?
Yeah, the
Oh,
thing
no,
is they
the
got magic
Chantry.
defenses, so they'll stop your Gyrox from hitting
they're
so
fairly powerful
unless you
magi,
can
but a lot of their
teleport the
resources
Gyrox,
are
shoot 'em in
devoted
the
with
back or
dealing with
something,
the
or use
plateau of
energy
Leng.
weapons, You're kind of screwed.
Do they have any books that we could
So
You could, yes.
do
They have plenty of research materials. That's one of the
I think,
Chantry's
yeah.
best assets.
Because I do have
I do.
deep one.
Get a chance to do some more research. I'm gonna take these energy weapon, turn it into a functional rifle. It does
And-
serious damage.
Otherwise,
That's-
it
it
does seem
already
as though,
does.
I mean, if it wasn't already apparent, if MI5 is willing to operate with their full resources and
Yeah.
relatively view of the public,
Yeah.
because it's only a matter of time before somebody says, that's not a fucking, that's
Right.
not a weather balloon up there.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of weird questions, so obviously they think it's like, well,
it doesn't
just deal
matter
with them.
right now. Yeah.
kind of the Men in
Did
Black,
you
just
guys
like, yeah, there are aliens,
talk-
just deal with it.
Did you guys talk to Elvis?
Nope,
No,
never had a
he's
chance
in
to talk
Brooklyn.
to us.
Can I take this chance to talk to the Chantry
The
Bast guy?
Chantry,
Oh, you guys were all
Bast?
asleep.
No,
Well, when we wake,
we're in London, so I mean,
we're in the Chantry.
You are in the Chantry. If you want, it will probably take you about 30 minutes or so, but you can't pick up. They'll end up giving you, probably say, 16 units of wine of Bast. What the hell is it? They'll apologize. They can't give you any more than that for the time being.
Yeah, so yeah, he did that.
Somebody who actually has the magic power. Functions.
They say for the most part, you could try splitting them into smaller batches. They're not quite as effective, but you can split up the duration to a certain extent if you really need to. Like if you're going into like a mildly desert
Is there
effect
a
to have.
chance for a resupply in a week or so? Or
He certainly hopes so.
okay.
He'll tell you in a week.
So are we supposed to be sleeping then?
You could be, as I said before, people were
Okay,
tired.
I'll sleep, but I'll let somebody know that they do have resources that we can look into, like spells against them, or they may have things like we've been trying to collect, like beast notes on them, like what works against them, what doesn't.
Against who?
The deep ones.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go to
Also-
sleep. Me and Pum go to sleep.
the special dry rockets I have, I'm assuming if you use primal conduit on the wax tip and just kept it going through their
Every time
physical
I
barrier,
ask if someone's
it was-
got a spell
I asked
or
that
something,
question,
they're like,
and it
yeah,
said
prompt
yes,
it.
if you could get it to keep going,
Why you gotta
it
do
would
that?
still do as much damage as if the rocket had hit.
Okay.
No
for the
one,
life
no
force
one's
wise.
got speak to
Okay.
that
So-
except Prompt.
But you use primal conduit to put
Well, and the people that he learned
If
speak
you
from
could
dead
channel
from.
it in.
Yeah.
I
Because
would
then
assume
they'd be
so.
able to tell us,
God,
like,
I'd hate to do
Prompt,
that.
where
Get
are
some kind of
you?
backlash.
Like,
Well, no, but what I'm
End up
saying is, I
fucking
think
yourself.
Frock didn't develop that spell. He learned that from somebody else.
I did. I learned it from
well, I
More
wanted to use it to see if he
than
could
using
help us
primal
pinpoint
blast.
his location.
Yeah,
If I have
that
to
could
fight
definitely be
these ones, I'm
helpful.
not worried.
I
I'm
learned
just
it from the
gonna
doctor. I was
Send the portions into the middle of their head.
Gabriel Bruce. Yep.
Chop the top of
I
their
think you
head.
learned dimensional conduit
So
from him
there's-
too.
Yeah.
Ton of them, but then
If you want to talk to him.
Or I'm gonna shoot bullets and have the bullets.
It was a little creepy from time to time, but Gabriel Roos seemed to know a lot about dead people.
A little creepy to someone who hasn't.
All right,
encountered-
after
Otherwise,
sleep,
I mean, you
let's-
guys are at the chantry. I'm assuming you
before
go
we-
out. You
before
go
we
out
sleep,
to.
we'd let him. I thought we were gonna go over and talk to this captain and listen.
Oh yeah.
You or I was
Requisition.
sleeping.
Right.
Otherwise, you
Car-
guys will go out and pick some food up, and you'll kind of see the newspaper reports. Just talk about like military actions in the region and certain kind of everything seems to be downplayed, and it is. It's not very well hidden. Some of it obviously is like, well, there's odd activities, and like, oh yeah, the naval forces are doing some kind of reconnaissance in the area, and while we're kind of doing some countrywide readiness just in case after kind of the Great War and other things of that
It
nature.
really sucked to be in the surface Navy.
I go heavy on food that's pretty much ready to eat or minimalist to
Okay.
some fresh food to some canned food, and fluids that are bottled.
Okay.
Don't you already have like at least 3 months worth of supply of food that you're carrying in the extra space?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay. So
that's for one person.
You'll be begging him for Twinkies like a year from now. You got any of those Twinkies or snowballs left? I'm like, I've got 4. Depends on what you want me to trade. I'll trade you this rifle for a Twinkie. And I'm like, I don't know. We find rifles on on dead people all the time.
exactly.
I was ashamed of
So-
it.
Twinkies are hard to
well,
come
I
by.
with the but I do like bottled orange juice.
Sure.
And I tell
So
you
far,
that-
everything other than kind of unusual military presence, everything seems to be going standard in London from what you can see. People are making deliveries, shops are open, yada yada yada.
Can we get to the captain?
Yes, you can.
Before
It takes some time to get processed, but he said he wanted to do something prior.
Before I would have fallen asleep, I would have given you 3 of my vital essence wax block containers.
Okay.
And said you can fill these up if you wanted to do the siphon off of
Okay.
people.
Each one is probably about 1/10 of a pound. It's pretty light, but it is voluminous.
Okay.
So-
Thank you.
I'll get some sleep if I need
Walk
something to
around
keep my
town.
fatigue from kicking in. So
But I think that you guys wanted to talk to the captain
Go to
prior
the-
to.
Yeah, we want to go to the captain. Apparently, we've got an open checkbook inside. Basically, go and see him, tell him the whole story A to Z. We're going to prepare to make a strike.
He's already been informed by Agent Ace.
Okay.
He says that there is certain pieces of equipment, but he can limit you to only one item that has a star next to it, just because there's other teams that are going in, checking out, and while you're apparently fairly important, he just one
get
per
it.
person.
Yep.
The items that are not, you can have as much as you want for the time period. So, you guys can take a look at that stuff.
which ones are starred? The Tesla amp, the hydromagnetic.
And I did tell him the total number of
Riker,
people in our team,
blue
including
phase.
B and
Right.
Riker. And so basically, I collect.
He's, for the most part, yeah. What is it? He'll kind of look at you for a bit, but he doesn't think that you're lying about the individuals. And
I just tell him they're resting right now. And then I do exactly what he says. And so basically,
Black
I'll
eyes.
take one of everything that's only limited to 1, and the things that are unlimited, I'll take 2.
Okay.
So I'm not trying to be a whore. And then if it's ammunition, I guess that would be something where, for like each of the guns, if I can get.
now you have some of these as demo items, and he warns you that there are some quirks with these because they haven't actually passed R&D, but
Yeah.
they thought that the issues that they deal in the
Yeah.
field might be outweighed by the fact that some of these teams are bringing some unusual business to the
Okay.
game here.
So what's the limit on ammunition? Are we limited to like 1,000 rounds per weapon, or 2,000, or 10,000?
He would probably say right now 9 magazines per weapon.
All right. And do they have a lot of their 45 overpower?
Yeah, they have a lot of that.
Could I get like 10,000 rounds of 45 overpower?
Yep.
I do already have 180 of the.
And I do have pictures for those weapons if you're interested.
Oh,
Alright.
so when I wake
Yeah,
up,
why not? I mean, hydromagnetic's got a freaking tank
when I
associated
wake
with
up,
it.
is there a
Which-
way to contact
Well, I mean, well,
Don't-
show me the Tesla, then the hydromagnetic.
Light machine
Are
gun.
these
Rifle
still in
and
their
light
like
machine
shipping
gun.
crates and then things of that nature?
Yeah, I mean, you can obviously tell that there's just like a digit associated with the thing here, and it's obviously shipped from, what is it? Some of it is shipped. I would say a good chunk of it is actually shipped from some place in the United States, most
Okay.
likely Utah,
Yeah.
and the rest of it comes from German manufacturer.
I asked him if he's easily disturbed by displays.
Not a German manufacturer. I would probably say like a Russian
Belgian.
manufacturer. Belgian?
Are
Okay.
you easily disturbed by displays of magic?
No, he's seen some of it before.
Okay. I pull out my tablecloth. Give me that box full to fold. Give me that box full to fold. Give me the box full to fold.
All right. So this is the Tesla amp. Oops.
What's that thing on the front of it that looks like a coil?
That's a Nerf gun.
It is. This particular individual has constructed all of these weapons out of Nerf weapons, and it's amazing. They'll say that it is a what the hell is it? An energy sink, or maybe I would say a ground.
He's got more, Ben. More coming, Ben.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a Tesla amp. That's kind of cool. So, what does that go under? You've just got it as an amp, not a
Oh.
rifle or that.
So it's actually a rifle. It is actually a beam laser rifle. It will only fire essentially a pulse that is about what the hell is it? A third of a second long. So you'll see that there's an exclamation mark there. The only thing is, while that has an extreme amount of accuracy, every continuous shot on the same region increases the armored visor.
So it kind of intensifies the burn through whatever.
Yep, it heats up the metal, then it starts to cut through the metal, and then it blows through the engine block. And it has a fair amount of damage associated with it.
Isn't that basically B's beam thing?
She has like a pulse rifle that shoots fairly low-powered rounds, but a shitload of them.
Okay, so opposites.
So it's like...
Resistance like.
Yep, it's like boom.
Let's see the hydromagnetic
And
ones.
this has a physical ammunition. The ammunition, the main thing that they're working with on this rifle, and they will warn you about on the Tesla amp, is that the crystal rounds ultimately uses a similar fire mechanism where it takes a cylinder and they're slightly unstable. So as soon as it hits, it converts it into thermal and infrared radiation and channels it to the front of the. That's why it only has a 3-shot. But he says that if a large enough case, they come in padded cases, but if you were to take a large section of it and breach it, it would act like a large thermal satchel. The whole thing would just incinerate the room.
So if I took a clip and threw it hard enough to break it on a far wall, it would turn into a thermal.
It would immediately convert into a fair amount of thermal energy.
What do they expect the blast radius to be on that?
They say that anything within the immediate effects, it kind of turns it into infrared heat, so pretty damn far. Initially in the area, it'll start to warm up the air, but depending on how many go off, I mean, it easily could have like a 15 to 20 meter radius burn. I mean, it could theoretically set some paper on fire up to 50 meters.
Okay. And how high does it need to be dropped on the break?
He'll tell you enough, like the pressure of a firing pin hitting it. So a good jostle.
Okay. Could you have it, say, inside a case that's got a little vial of nitroglycerin?
And chuck it, yeah, that would do it.
Do they have any nitroglycerin that they want to get?
Yeah, they could do something like that.
Okay. Can I get like 2 gallons of nitroglycerin?
Actually, that's not one of their like restricted, so they could do that. Yeah.
Okay.
And we need some small vials.
And then the next weapon you were looking at?
The hydromagnetic rifle and then the machine gun.
The rifle? Actually, I have a picture on the other side here.
That would be broken down into small vials.
Yep. You can't see the other side, but it has a tank associated with it. Ultimately, it uses a portion of water as kind of a fuel cell. It cracks the hydrogen.
Nerf gun.
No, okay.
I just said all of these are Nerf guns.
So
Pick
we're not talking
different
about a
Nerf
huge
guns.
amount of water, though, right? I mean, we're not.
No, if you look at the
Still made
notes,
them. Have you made them?
probably about a little less than a liter is enough to.
What is it the same?
For the liter is enough to run multiple
Like,
magazines
it's the
through,
same
and then it
base
just
Nerf gun
fires
that he's
iron
making
shards.
Oh,
like
yeah, you
any
thought, like,
ferrous
maybe, like, a
shard that
pistol
roughly
and
fits
then
in
a
the chamber
rifle
will
or some
fire.
other different kind of model, yeah.
So theoretically, if you have water
Maybe he got
and
the,
iron
like,
filings,
on
you won't
his
run out of
car.
ammo for it.
Well, that's a newer
It'll keep
one,
firing.
I think.
But of course, if you're pissing in the tank, eventually it's gonna get clogged.
Of course, I haven't checked since the
That's
last Call
down
of
the road.
Cthulhu.
Well, down the road,
It's
yeah.
not immediate. When they're right here, you start to pee it.
And the light machine gun version?
Now that fires, I want to say, 15 millimeter iron shards, and
Oh, that's colored. We get to go cool guns.
you can kind of see the
What?
tank here a little bit
No, we
closer.
didn't.
The other model is kind of an LMG, and it uses the LMG skill.
Figures you use that.
What are you, aficionado of all Nerf guns? I've never seen any of these before.
In college,
not
we
a-
had Nerf wars every month, so
Yeah, but the question is why you hate non-information about a Nerf guns. Have you got nothing
Yeah.
made that any?
I can't make a Nerf gun look like
Yeah.
that.
that's
can't?
pretty much what they look like. He just spray painted and put a bottle of
I
something
was
on
hoping
it.
that he'd.
Oh, I didn't
use
realize they
different
actually look like that.
models.
Yeah.
All right.
Might have to get some Nerf guns.
They look
There you
cool.
go. But ultimately, this fires. It has a larger tank and it fires 4 millimeter filings, but it's a light machine gun, so it can penetrate fairly adequately into armored targets or kind of pepper through a wall or what have you. It's very good at hitting people behind cover. And once again, theoretically, you could piston it and it would fire. Just it would start to damage the whole unit. And they've had issues with leaking and minor maintenance that has to be done to these for these particular guns.
Isn't that more dependent upon how dehydrated you are at the point that you're naming?
Yeah, I suppose it is. But technically speaking, you could continue to use this past you running out of the official ammunition. It would just require maintenance and.
Okay, how about the Riker 5 dual phase G.U.R.P.S pistol?
Isn't that just what we have?
It's a variant of it.
Or
It is not the same gun that B has, but
guessing B's is better. Better be.
these ones are different.
What makes it dual phase?
Because B uses a ferrous casing to magnetically propel it out to speed
Yeah,
before the rocket kicks in.
I've still got
This
20
has
on my
part of a powder
Decibel.
charge, a premium powder charge that accelerates it like a standard
47.
what the
Less
hell is it?
cool. Got it.
Gun, and then
half of it's
from there it continues on.
stops physical, and the other half stops everything. Yeah.
Well, it's less expensive.
We need
Yeah.
to get it cooling.
You don't need some high-end super
Yeah,
battery
we
to
do.
run the damn thing.
On that.
Oh, I'll grab the picture here really quick.
Back in civilization again.
B's is a lot lighter. This one has recoil and it's a bit bigger, but there is that obvious recoil, and so you wouldn't want to have somebody like B firing it whose strength is low and she's skinny.
So even with the exhaust port, it's still good back.
It's a dual phase, so initially the rocket is propelled and it reaches its velocity at only 5 meters, which if you fire somebody before that, it's only got half damage. After 5 meters up to the full range, that's when it delivers its full payload. That's because the rocket part hasn't kicked in yet, so it hasn't reached full speed. But the powder charge prior to the rocket is to get it up to speed enough where it'll damage
It's an
someone.
asterisk. Don't get it. It's not as good.
I got one for everybody with an asterisk. 2 of everything that doesn't have asterisks.
Mind you, what he mentioned is 1 item per person for the asterisks. Anything that doesn't have asterisks, he's not concerned about.
Oh, so I can't get one of every asterisk I have for each person.
Yeah.
It's just one for each one. Just one of them.
Because a lot of these units are going to individual teams, so you end up having a specialized team of 12, and he has a couple hundred of those that are going to be operating the area, so it's, you know.
8, 9. So we got a total of 9 people, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5 of the specials.
Now, there's nothing necessarily stopping you from grabbing one here and somebody decides to use a different weapon, or even not even a weapon, and then you take the extra one. I mean, he's not going to be following you around. It's just there's 5 people, you can pick 5 asterisks. If you all give it to one dude at the end, it's not...
But you said 1 for our team, right? We got total 9 people on our team.
So what I'm saying is one of these per person. So
Oh, so we could all take Teslas if we wanted to.
yes, but you can't take one of each weapon
Yep.
for each person.
Right.
Okay.
That's why I
But
was
once
looking
again,
to
he's
see
not going to
what-
be watching you. If you want to take one per person and then somebody has like 4 of the guns on them, whatever.
This is going to shoot a... Well, it is a physical shot. I was looking for a beam weapon.
Isn't this first one an energy weapon? The Tesla?
It has physical ammunition
right,
in
but
the
it
form
shoots
of those, but it shoots a
yeah.
beam.
Yeah.
And that-
It's
when that-
under the.
When that... Oh, that's right, because it turns it into heat and light.
Yep, and
then
the barrel
goes.
in this one just purely the crystals align it and channel it out the front. But if it detonates in somebody's hand, then it's just like you lit thermite in their hand. Well, it'll actually blind them and also burn
So
their
this
face.
this is not a physical shot down.
Nope, it's physical ammunition. It is an energy beam.
It's an energy beam. I think we should go with Teslas. The other ones are decent, but if we fight it in a magical barrier, Tesla will go through it.
I understand that, but it's got a lot of. I mean, we can take a couple, and that's fine. Maybe take 2 for you and the other guy that shoot guns. Maybe 3 if that guy shoots gun. I'd say the rest of them we take the LMGs. Do we have weights on any of this stuff?
Yeah, it's all in there.
Where's the weights?
Pounds.
Oh, okay. It's all heavy shit.
Unfortunately, a lot of the prototypes of this time period are, well, some of the other weapons are lighter than their equivalent at the time period, but the kind of high-end, high-tech stuff, part of it's like, well, we don't really have the materials or the advancements for it, so it's
So
kind
the
of like a little bit
so the
heavier.
LMG you'd need to have machine gun to actually use it, or does it work off a rifle?
All the gun, like or is it the gun, rifle, shotgun, LMG, submachine gun, all of those default in Lance 2 to each other.
Okay. So is gunnery machine gun for heavy machine guns?
Yeah, gunnery machine gun is for heavy machine
Okay.
guns. Like ship-mounted weapons, things that might be mounted on the
50
back of the
caliber,
car. Yeah,
20
50
millimeter
cal.
or something like that. Okay.
You should get the beam gun for the D points.
So we got a total 9 choices. I say it's just you and I that are here making the decision. I say we get 3 of the Teslas and we get 4 of the LMGs. Do they have like a bipod or anything for the LMGs?
Yeah. It'd
Okay.
be your standard bipod, but there'd be like an attachment for it.
Right. So basically the idea here is these things crank out. They hold a ton of ammo. They crank out a ton of firepower, and they're basically you set them up in defense positions like pillboxes or something.
Yeah.
And
Because-
all of these are
because
fairly heavy, but these are only going to specialized teams that assume they've had more than basic training. You're looking at this is marine equipment, so it's like, oh, I don't want to carry the extra 15 pounds. Like,
Well, you're not carrying food because you're probably not going to live up the hours.
yeah, there you go.
There you go. All you need is the gun. All right. So that's what I say. Are you okay with that?
I think that works.
Ask these two as well. I'm assuming all of you guys slept at the same time. You can
Yep.
talk to these guys and do whatever you want.
Until we have a plan.
I was the one that
sleeping
wasn't going to
until-
sleep. He said he'd already slept, so I was going to be fatigued.
Yep. Whatever the plan is next, if we're going to help MI5 or if we're going to work here. Yes.
They do. They have the
It's a crappier
MI5
version.
pistol, which there is no restriction on, or there's a G.U.R.P.S pistol that.
I already have one of those.
Oh.
I picked.
There's a G.U.R.P pistol.
It's
Oh, you already
not
have a
as
G.U.R.P
good.
pistol as well.
Yeah.
Those would be the 2 that they have. They have a different version from B's if you're interested, though.
They have an energy gun.
If your strength is, I suppose, not 9, you might want to pick the pistol up, depending.
My strength's 11.
You're better at using your portion. If you need to blow stuff up, you should be doing a portion.
Okay, I still have guns though.
I know. But I'm saying the G.U.R.P pistol you currently have is more than adequate for what we have. So we could take one of their fancy G.U.R.P pistols, which really isn't all that much of an over what you already have, or take like a light machine gun, which
If
is
they
something
had like
that
Tesla pistols, I would want them.
they don't have it.
That's in a rifle.
It's not a choice. So we take 3 of the Tesla rifles, 6 of the hydromatic LMGs. We have 9 megs for each.
And as
of the
I stated
weapons.
before, these weapons might have a lower malfunction number than normal. Not the non-asterisk stuff, but the asterisk stuff.
Yeah.
So it hasn't gone through R&D. That's why they don't have a full selection. You need kind of demos for the Tesla. If the Tesla amp worked out well, they might have tried to make smaller versions of it.
And then I take 2 of everything that's not asterisk for everybody.
Okay.
They said they didn't care.
Yep.
2 for him.
If 2's not being a whore, then that's what I do.
But you
I
like
mean,
being
there is
whore
a certain
does-
restriction.
you're
They
a
have.
dirty whore.
What's
They
that?
have.
What your whore does to your dirty whore anyway.
They have enough for their tactical teams, but they don't have enough to like arm your standard soldier. So the rest is going to go to captains and lieutenants and other things of that nature.
I'm looking at the mission after we survived losing this first step, and now we got our backups.
Okay, so what is the next plan then now that we're in here?
Pacific Ocean, right?
Pacific Ocean?
Wait to
Or
hear
what-
back if they've got a plan for it. I don't think they do. So
Or
we
wasn't
need,
it find
From
these
what
guys?
at least you said with Agent Ace, he wasn't fully aware of it.
yeah. So I think
Mind you, that's not unusual. A lot of times Omar Bahawden comes out of left field with some weird shit and doomsday type
I
stuff.
think as soon as you guys are awake, we go back. You guys are awake, then we start driving up to the place you want. I'm gonna sleep in the car while you guys drive there. That way I don't have to deal with you guys driving in asinine directions, not just going right where you need to go to.
Okay.
I use my edict memory to remember where it is.
And then we try to recover the guy that talks Mew, right?
Yeah, if he's there, if he's there, but it's the only place I have that I know that he might be.
Yeah.
After that, it's a wild shot. He showed up in the timeline, and he protected him like he was Jesus.
Okay. So
They didn't do a very good job protecting you.
Yeah, that's not a good.
it's not a good analogy.
It's like they were the Romans and they were protecting our Lord and Savior, and it's like, well, I don't. That's
Not exactly, yeah.
I don't think we want the same thing to happen there. I'm not sure if he can come back.
No, as if he was.
I would like to
They were
use the
protecting
reference like
him.
the Pope. They had
There
him
you go.
in a
Yeah.
protective bubble.
He's in the Pope Mobile.
Yep, he's in the Pope
Under the
mobile.
wraps. He's like the golden Fort Knox.
Yep.
I think we should
First armor.
take him, rush him back, put him in the
This is
safe
the
house,
fourth.
and have him teach
Which
us.
one?
Which armor
Everything
was
else.
Fort Knox?
I think this is the
Boy, was it Rolling Thunder?
I don't know.
In fairness, you might want to get him to a very safe location
man,
because
you
it's
were
like,
military.
oh, we got
Oh,
attacked by
that's so
demons.
right.
Oh, we
Yeah.
killed, we killed this guy. Huh.
That's what I did if I was Pope, I realized. I would just go troll, car shows and just pull up and be like,
Otherwise, I'll mention a few other things. At this staging
Then we gotta
point,
go to Glasgow and St. Mungo.
what the hell is it? You've seen shit you've only seen in back doors out in the open blatantly, and there's people that gawk and say other things like that, and they kind of get shooed away, and it's obvious that people are starting to realize that, like,
Yep.
is everything fine? Because I feel as though everything's bad.
Yes, that's correct.
Like, the papers aren't saying anything. They're not covering this about, like, what's happening, and
panic,
Yep.
hysteria.
you've seen these as well.
Okay.
oh,
Those
okay.
super advanced for the time.
They don't look like any freaking auto gyro that you've seen. I mean, they've kind of started to develop biplanes, but that's weird looking. You're not
They
sure
had
if it would even
biplanes.
run.
4.
Well, yeah, they had biplanes. Just not, I suppose not like the Spitfires. I don't think
Yeah.
the Spitfires came out really at this time period.
No,
They probably would have been available.
I think Spitfire?
The Hurricane probably was around for sure. You know, late 30s.
The Spitfire was
We're in the-
And
designed
the Spitfire is
out
shortly
out
thereafter.
of wood and fiber, or and
The Hurricane was, not the Spitfire.
specifically for the war effort. So, I mean, I don't know what time it was developed, but it was.
Yeah, the Hurricane was the first generation. That was cheaper make.
And it was cool about the Spitfire was it was designed that if you actually got it back to the island,
The first flight of the
Anybody can fix
Spitfire
it.
was 1936.
So they'd be
That you know of.
Huh?
that you know of. Yeah, that's right. They were flying 14
well,
years
again,
earlier.
the Spitfire was built specifically in its canvas in wood form by a guy specifically thinking of what the UK had in World War II, what it could do, and they reduced its metal content so that it could be dropped in remote fields and fixed by just people who knew how to lay monocoat and work with wood.
So, I guess we're trying to drive up to the.
Near Chester Fritz's place.
Okay.
So,
It's up, what is it, heading up into Scotland?
how
I'm
close do we
wearing
go to
turtle
that?
gear.
Is Glasgow
Okay.
before we get
Yeah.
there or not?
It's you've seen other people wearing the turtle gear on occasion. It is 22 pounds, but I suppose it's better protection than kind of your flak
What
jacket.
if you're
You
wearing
see
your
me
snake
wearing it.
snake
I had
armor
kids.
underneath?
You can. The snake armor is incredibly light. I think it's only like 2 pounds. You can wear as a jumpsuit underneath that. You'd have to penetrate that armor, then the skin suit. The only thing is that's kind of hot, and the skin suit's hella hot.
Right.
So
You need to get your ventilation system like astronauts' EVA suit
Or
whatever.
somehow manage to punch a hole through the material to ventilate yourself. Otherwise, between the two layers, you actually do suffer a risk of over several hours
heating
overheating. You're like, is anyone else feeling that, or you smell this?
Admit, nope, my internal organs are shutting down and I'm dead.
Yep.
You have noticed that I've been wearing. I had that turtle stuff with it.
You were?
Okay. I wasn't wearing it. At the time,
I'd asked you, and you said you had it in a trunk in your
yeah,
car.
I trunk, then I took it with me, and then
Okay, but I don't think you took it out. You just took out
I just took it out now.
Yeah.
What's so special about it? Anything?
It's rigid.
nothing other than it's heavier armor than was available in the time period, and it has fairly high DR against cutting and impaling.
Yeah.
You know,
Which is
those-
good when they got big, nice razor claws coming at you.
I'll take a chunk of that and put it in the trunk of the car so that.
You have noticed that.
I took 2 sets for everybody. They're,
okay.
they're in my carpet.
Oh,
on
all
my
right.
tablecloth.
I just said I have mine on.
Yep. So when we get there, if you want yours, I'll give it to you.
The black eyes aren't particularly what the hell is it?
Probably
High tech looking, but it's 4 pounds for
Yeah.
the ability to see a +4 night sight, so
Yeah.
it is
It's
legitimate
better,
hyper
it's
tech
better than
Tunnel
just
vision.
naked eye.
with tunnel vision. Well, it depends on your situation. It's like we're going down a dark tunnel.
There you go. Yeah, we're down. Didn't need that pesky peripheral vision anyways.
Yeah. And same thing with gas masks. I mean, you're going to lose your peripheral vision.
So is Glasgow on the way before we get to this final destination that he wants to take us to, or is it past that destination?
It is past that destination.
Okay.
Ultimately, you would be heading north, slightly west of Glasgow.
Okay.
I warn you on the way that it might contain an actual Yith that's been trapped there.
Okay.
Give me an
we'll,
IQ roll.
We'll kill it if we need to.
Let's see.
Some kind of non-human entity that
So close to Cthulhu.
is like the collector. They collect things through time. Super smart.
2.
In this time period, you're aware that probably sometime around 1933, there was some sort of earthquake or something that had happened and broke a seal that was holding something in there.
So it's already been broken out.
1929.
1929. Okay. It doesn't break out until 1933 when an earthquake breaks it,
Okay.
unless somebody breaks it first.
Okay.
So it could still be there.
Okay. But we're gonna kill it if it's there, right?
Unless you have some experience with Yiths and think you can turn them into, talking monkeys, or some kind of valuable resource.
Why would you turn ancient aliens into talking monkeys?
No,
They're hostile to humanity, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. There you go.
They aren't really around anymore, so potentially.
Ian's just like, well, I gave you guys one lifeline.
I don't know.
So, I don't know. The thought is that one of my
Forge your own
thoughts was that
destiny.
We can
If
try
I-
to talk to it, and if he's hostile, we can kill it. That's what we do.
my
Just like machine gun turns.
And just so you know, we're over time right now, so it's
Yep,
whenever
so
you guys
don't
want to
say
leave,
I'm
I don't
leaving
want to.
I
It's
will.
10:30, so I'm probably gonna pack up.
Yep. So it's
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
said 3 points.
So
for
we're
the session?
driving
3
north.
points for the session. You guys can send out emails and talk. It's going to be a few hours until you guys reach the location. You are aware that it is on the coast.
Reach the location.
You guys can stay at the Chantry if you want. The rest of the PCs are talking about heading up into Scotland.
Scotland for what?
So there's a site that he's aware of that has a person that survived the fall of Mew because they were put in
But
stasis. We're
instead
gonna
of
go rescue
going-
that person.
But instead of going up there, can't we do a little bit of research on it and do some hoards and get some items?
You guys can do whatever you want.
'Cause the Chantry
So
will be
we've got 2 days.
Here's
before
my
the island
problem.
sinks, and
The
we
British
are-
Isles might fall in 3 days.
Well, less than that because
But
we've already wasted a day, so we don't
can
want to.
certainly grab a book or some items the Chantry is willing to give us.
If you want to take those things with you, I'm not going to.
Chantry gave us gun.
no,
MI5 gave us
I tell you, it's a Yith. A Yith is in there to my
Does the
understanding.
Chantry know anything about Yes? Any books? Any
They can give you some
wards?
books. Well, they say that Yiths existed a while ago, and for whatever reason, they're gone now. So, and they're not talking about star spawn or that. They're literally, there's like no trace of them left anywhere. They haven't had a sighting or anything. They can give you material on it. They don't have any practical information that's not super out of date.
Do you have any wards or items you're willing to lend us?
They don't have any yet specific wards.
Maybe something general that you've seen that these any kind of Cthulhu creature can do, like protect your mind or.
Well, they provided you with the one wards on your heads.
Okay.
Beyond that, they can make elder signs for you, but you don't have enough elder signs. And they don't have yet specific wards.
But they have some outdated.
They have a lot of ancient scripts about yet.
Yeah. Okay.
Looks like Hunter's cabinet.
I'll make sure I have cameras and film for projection cameras.
Professor already has it.
I guess I'm the cameras.
Okay, I tell you that if it's as it was in my world, it'll be a room, and I'll give you the dimensions, carved with advanced mathematics and physics from ceiling to floor. My intent is to capture all of that information as we can.
You remember it took months doing that initially. Mind you, it wasn't look like anything was bad. It's just each little section could be magnified to a certain point, and there would be more information. I mean,
Which
it
probably had to do with 1929's phototechnology.
yeah, it took a long time to go and get everything.
Okay. So
Mind you, a lot of that research had been funneled back, and you believe part of it was used in the development
Well,
of
it couldn't
advanced
hurt to take
technologies.
pictures or any kind of rubbings and bring it back to
Yep.
make peak interesting.
I'm not saying it's difficult to do. I suppose what I'm trying to emphasize in is the amount of information per square foot that is from his memory was
massive.
pretty massive.
So it's like saying I want to
So,
read the library.
what's it
in
going
a
to
day.
take for me? Maybe it is my edict memory. If I sit and basically, scan and read each line and just keep going back, take me weeks or days.
Looking at all of it?
Read everything with my
Read everything
edict
in
memory
there?
and
Can't you just look at it?
It's
and
not so much
remember it?
edict memory. The thing is, edict memory will allow you to memorize it. It's how quickly you can read it. It's kind of like, well, here's 5 Bibles stacked back to back. Like, how hard is it to remember it? Well, you got photographic memory. I'm not worried about you remembering what you read, but
So it's the
it's just
input.
the amount.
Yeah.
so,
There's only so many hours in the day.
well, so that's why if we get some photography.
And when you guys did do it, you weren't the sole person looking at it. There was a field of people that were qualified that were looking at this.
Well, see, if these guys survive more than a day, maybe I can get a field of people up here.
Do you want this back? We're gonna take it.
You can take that copy.
I won't be back next week, but the week
I'll give
after,
Ben a copy too.
I'll be here.
Okay.
From what you're aware, some of the objects on there, Ben's character has experience with the demos because some of it was contracted out to Browning.
Okay.
So if you need field repairs, he might be the individual. Otherwise, I'll stop recording there.